Step 31, an evening with the sparkles. It's just dinner. I'm just going over to Twilight's house to have dinner with her family. There's absolutely no romantic subtext here whatsoever. Keep telling yourself that. Why do I keep you? Sunset stood in the center of her room, contemplating whether to use the brush in her hand to straighten her hair out or beat Princess Twilight over the head. Don't let her get a rise out of you, she's only cotton. Sunset ran the brush through her hair. She did want to look nice after all. Ah, see. You do care about her. Sunset swiped her brush, knocking Princess Twilight off the desk and onto the floor. Shut up. You won't even consider the possibility that you might like her. It's not a possibility. Sunset stomped her foot on the doll's head. Yes, she has a crush on me. Fine, I accept that. Why she does, I'll never know. But there is no way I have any romantic feelings for her in return. She's the human version of you. By all rights, I should hate her. But I don't because I'm a nice person, and she hasn't ruined my life. So, yes, I care about her, I want to make sure she's happy and I love spending time with her, but that does not mean I have a crush on Twilight Sparkle. Her breaths came in long, heavy pants, her finely brushed hair now stood frizzy and tangled. With the room, and her conscience, quiet again, Sunset returned to straightening her hair out. You know you just described all the signs of liking someone, right? Yes. I know. The brush went limp in her hand. This feeling in her stomach, it couldn't be an attraction for Twilight. She wouldn't let it be. For both of their sakes. I just have to make that clear. I just want to be friends. Sunset took a deep breath. I'll nip this in bud before it's too late. Sunset finished brushing her hair and examined herself in the broken mirror. Each shard showed a nervous girl wearing a nice blue blouse and her best pair of jeans. She pushed most of her hair back, leaving a bang in front to cover her left eye. She thought it helped keep her mysterious and aloof appearance. In one of the fragments, she could see Twilight twirling her hair and looking at the ground. You look nice, Sunset. Sunset pressed a hand against her forehead. Tomorrow. I'm throwing away the mirror. She slipped her sweater over her head and laced up her boots. Off went the light bulb, leaving the string of multicolored lights to keep the room lit. She paused at the door and took a deep breath. It's just dinner with a girl who has a crush on me and her family. She stepped down the stairs, grabbing her helmet before exiting the factory. It's going to be a long night. Asterisk 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 asterisk. With daylight savings time over, it was nearly dark when Sunset parked her motorcycle in front of Twilight's house. The sun kissed the horizon, casting a wave of orange and pinks across the sky. As Sunset dismounted, a cold wind blew over her, sending goosebumps up her arms. She started up the walkway, her stomach back flipping the entire time. It's just dinner, she told herself. Yet, she couldn't shake the foreboding feeling that swirled around her, mixing with the autumn air. It wasn't a bad foreboding, just the sense that something was going to happen. Good or bad, Sunset was sure she didn't want it. As she stepped onto the porch, her phone buzzed in her sweater pocket. She pulled it out and flipped it open, finding a text from Rarity reading, "Good luck." Next to it was a winky face. "Hate you, Rarity," Sunset mumbled, shoving her phone away. One last deep breath and she rang the doorbell. There was a clamor of sounds and voices on the other side, barely distinguishable from one another. She heard Mrs. Velvet yell something, then Shining, then something that sounded like an oven door. Finally, there were footsteps, and Twilight swung the door open. She wore a sparkling purple shirt with long sleeves and a pink ruffled skirt that went down to her knees. The scent of lavender was particularly strong today. "Hi," she squeaked. "Hi," Sunset replied once the wind returned to her chest. She cleared her throat. "Well, now I feel underdressed." Twilight looked down at what she was wearing and blushed. No, what you're wearing is fine. I probably overdressed anyway, I'll go change if. Sparky, it's fine. I was just joking. Oh, I knew that. Her blush deepened and she stepped to the side. Please, come in. Sunset rolled her eyes at the spine-tingling sensation that ran through her. Was that really necessary? The second she crossed the threshold, a dozen aromas descended upon her nose, mingling together to create a heavenly redolence, the likes of which Sunset hadn't smelled in a very long time. Mrs. Velvet peeked out from the kitchen. "Sunset, sweetie, welcome. We're so glad you could join us. Dinner was delayed a little bit because someone forgot to put the rolls in the oven." She yelled back into the kitchen. "I was working on the yams." Nightlight called back. Velvet rolled her eyes. "Anyway, dinner will be ready in a bit. I'm sure you and Twilight can keep yourselves entertained for a while." She disappeared into the kitchen again. "Shining, if you touch that turkey again, I will cut off your fingers and serve them with the meal." Sunset blinked. Do you think we should try and help or something? Twilight shook her head. No, there's already 5 people in the kitchen. We'd just be in the way. Is it always this crazy on Thanksgiving? Just about. Twilight led Sunset up to her room. Do they have Thanksgiving in Equestria? Sort of. We have the Autumn Harvest Festival, where we celebrate the end of the harvesting season. We don't have parades or anything, but we do eat quite a bit. Or, at least, that's how you're supposed to celebrate it. Twilight sat down on her bed and patted the space beside her. What do you mean? Sunset plopped down next to her. Well, you know I wasn't wealthy most of my full childhood. That day was just another normal day for us. Sunset's face darkened. Every pony else got to stuff their faces even more than usual while my parents and I just ate enough to get us through the day. She sighed. Of course, once I got to the castle, I stuffed my face whenever I could. My parents ate pretty well too. But I never gave a thought to any pony else who could have been in a situation like mine. The room was quiet, punctuated by the absence of Spike's jingling collar. Sunset guessed he was already searching for holiday handouts downstairs. I just depressed you, didn't I? Sunset asked after a minute had passed. No, of course not. Twilight said quickly. I was just thinking. They fell silent again, both of them staring at the floor. Sunset's stomach rumbled as she deeply inhaled the mouth-watering smell of roasted asparagus and buttery rolls. Her eyes rose to the wall, where the blue ribbon hung proudly inside a new frame. I see you were quick to hang your crowning achievement, Sunset said. Yeah, Shining bought it for me. He was really happy when I told him we won. Happy that we won, or happy that you won. Twilight nudged her. He likes you, Sunset. He's just overprotective sometimes. Really? I hadn't noticed. Sunset laughed when Twilight nudged her again. So, what do you want to do while we wait? Twilight hummed. Well, I haven't done my violin practice for the day. She twiddled her fingers. Would you like to hear me play again? Yes. Sunset said excitedly. She cleared her throat. I mean, yeah, sure. That's cool. Reaching under her bed, Twilight pulled out her violin case and set it on the chair. She delicately lifted the instrument out, tuned the strings and the bow, then began to play. Sunset sat on the bed, entranced once again by Twilight's heavenly music. She had run out of things to compare it to, it simply was one of the sweetest things she had ever heard. It took a second for Sunset to realize Twilight had finished her piece. She blinked, and said, What did you get better since the last time I heard you? You really think I'm that good? I think you're the best. Twilight twisted away from Sunset to hide her glowing cheeks, and squeaked out a tiny, thank you. She set the violin in her lap and started twisting her hair around her fingers. I think you're really good at being smart and stuff. Sunset snorted. Is she trying to flirt with me? I'd be more embarrassed if she wasn't so bad at it. A devilish smirk crossed her face, and she covered it with her hand. It was probably a bad idea, but it was too funny not to try. She stuck her bottom lip out and said, You're just saying that. I'm not that good at anything. Twilight turned toward her. No, you are. Like chess. You're really good at chess. And are riding motorcycles. Sunset snickered. It's okay, Twilight. I'm well-rounded and can do just about anything, but I guess there's not much I excel at. Not anymore. She rubbed the center of her forehead. Twilight picked up her violin and handed it to Sunset. Well, maybe we can find you a new talent. Sunset took it in a gentle but firm grip. It was smooth and had been recently polished. She took the bow in her other hand, and tucked the violin under her chin, trying to replicate Twilight's posture. She felt Twilight scoot closer and place her hands on Sunset's elbow and wrist, gently making corrections. Okay, now just curl your fingers like this. Twilight rested her hand on top of Sunset's and adjusted her fingers. Sunset tried to keep them loose like Twilight intended, meanwhile, the rest of her body was incredibly stiff. Twilight was sitting close enough that her breath brushed against the hairs on the back of Sunset's neck. The scent of lavender was so strong, it sent Sunset into a daze. She shook her head, passing it off like she was trying to move her hair from out of her face. Are you comfortable? Twilight asked, her voice hovering next to Sunset's ear. She shuddered. Why yeah. Her eyes concentrated on the violin. Her plan to fluster Twilight had come back to bite her. Now, just gently run the bow across the E string, one broad stroke. Sunset drew the bow across the string, the scratching sound leveled out into a decent hum after the first second. She repeated the motion with the other 3 strings, producing something that resembled music. Twilight adjusted her a few times and told her to go over the strings again. Sunset sounded better the second time around and even better on the third. Look, you're starting to get the hang of it. Sunset made the mistake of turning her head. She found herself mere inches from Twilight's face, staring right into that starry universe hidden behind her eyes. Sunset found her throat stuck, and the room temperature had jumped a few hundred degrees. She managed to swallow. You really think so? Twilight nodded, her cheeks turning red again. I really do. The distance between them closed an inch. Sunset. Yes. Sunset couldn't tell who was leaning forward. The distance closed another inch. I've been meaning to say something. Sunset's body began to do a number of things. Her stomach rolled, her heart hammered, and her blood roared in her ears. I've been meaning to say something too. This is it, do or die. Twilight hesitated. Can I go first? Yes. She took a deep breath. I really, Cadence. Sunset whipped her head to the door, where she caught a pink bang dip out of sight. She heard Cadence whisper, darn it. To them, she said, ignore me, I'm not here. Twilight scrambled to the other side of the bed. What do you want? Her voice cracked a bit. Cadence poked her head around the corner. She looked embarrassed and disappointed. I just came to get you two for dinner, but you were clearly in the middle of something. We're not in the middle of anything. Sunset said quickly. She stood and placed the violin back in the bed. Dinner sounds great, I'm starving. Cadence continued to look disappointed. Sunset stood with a pained smile on her face, and Twilight sat on the bed, looking mortified. Sure, dinner sounds good, Twilight squeaked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Downstairs, the dining room table was already set for 8. Upon helping move the food to the table, Sunset met Cadence's parents, Mr. Elm and Mrs. Rose Quartz. Everyone took a dish and found a place to squeeze it in amongst the vast amounts of food. There was turkey, mashed potatoes, asparagus, yams, stuffing, potato salad, ham, macaroni and cheese, cranberry sauce, gravy, and rolls. The children sat on one side of the table while the parents took the other. Sunset was in between Twilight and Cadence. Velvet let out a relieved sigh as she sat down. Thank you all for joining us for dinner this year. I hope it tastes as good as it looks. Nonsense, Velvet dear, Rose said. She was an older woman with red hair done up in a bun, and a pale green complexion. You always cook a good meal. Velvet smiled warmly. Thank you, Rose. Well, if I had to pick one thing to be thankful for, it would be friends, both old. She smiled again at Sunset, and new. Agreed, Knight said. Hear, hear. Shining raised his glass. Everyone followed his lead. To friends. They cheered, Sunset the loudest of them all. She drained her glass of apple cider and smiled. Yep. Friends. Good friends. She tried not to look at Twilight. Within a few seconds, Sunset's plate was piled with food, courtesy of Velvet. Having eaten nothing all day, she dug in with fervor. Next to her, Twilight discreetly slipped pieces of food to a waiting Spike below. While she ate, Sunset listened to the conversation across the table. So, I hear the mayor is running for re-election again, Knight said. Cadence bobbed her head. She actually came to me last week and asked if I could air one of her campaign commercials. She's such a sweet old lady. Mr. Elm, a thin man with deep green hair and a surprisingly deep voice said, she's the best thing to happen to this city, she'll win in a landslide. Meanwhile, I'm still trying to figure out how that oaf Blueblood got to be governor. Shining rolled his eyes. He looks handsome and gives pretty speeches that are full of hot air. Like his head. Twilight leaned toward Sunset. He's still mad because Blueblood tried to cut the police budget. Evidently, Shining heard her, because he stabbed his turkey with enough force to scrape the plate. There's gangs running around the suburbs and inner city crime is at an all-time high. And then he has the nerve to say we're not utilizing our resources well enough. I worked 3 double shifts last week. Oh, so that's why he's so irritable all the time. Cadence rubbed his back. It's okay, sweetie. We all know you're doing your best. Shining took a deep breath and returned to his meal, taking out his frustration by cutting the turkey into thin strips. So, Rose, how is the jewelry business treating you? Velvet asked. Very well. The pies just sent us a large shipment of pearls. Sunset almost choked on her potatoes. You know the pies. Rose nodded. Of course. They send my store regular shipments of precious metals from their mining operations. Sunset didn't know why she was surprised. Anything involving the name Pi was likely to both come out of left field, and make perfect sense at the same time. But tell me a little about yourself, Sunset, Rose asked. I've known Twilight for a long time, and it's not often she brings home any friends. All eyes were on Sunset now. Her stomach suddenly felt quite full. Oh, well, there's not much to tell really. I'm just a regular girl. Not the way Twilight tells it, Cadence said under her breath. Sunset fought the urge to kick her. Well, I heard you won the school science fair, Rose continued. Sounds like you're a little more than a regular girl. You don't know the half of it. Though, I'd like to keep it that way. Sunset smiled. It was just a little generator. Besides, I only did half the work. Twilight spoke up. She's being modest. She did most of the work, I was kind of falling asleep half the time. Night nodded. These two thought it would be a good idea to redo their project at the last minute. Now, why would you do something like that? Elm asked. Because our first project got stolen, Sunset said, mentally slapping herself multiple times, while Twilight's fork clattered against her plate. What? Night narrowed his eyes. You two never mentioned that. Yes, Twilight said through her teeth, looking at Sunset. We never mentioned that. Hey, we didn't want to bother you with the details. It was no big deal, really. Beads of sweat ran down the back of Sunset's neck. Who stole it? Velvet asked. Trixie Lulamoon. Rose tapped a finger against her chin. Lulamoon. That name sounds familiar. Aren't they the weird family that lives a few blocks down? Yes. Sunset looked down at her plate. Weird is putting it mildly, though. Velvet gave an indignant snort. What is this world coming to? Kids will steal anything these days. And how did she manage to take your project anyway? Sunset cringed. She hated Trixie, but ratting her out had consequences for her too. Sunset tried to fight it, but her mouth moved for her. She snuck into my home and stole it while I was sleeping. She could see Twilight making frantic movements with her eyes like she was sending Morse code. Shining dropped his fork and knife. What? Breaking and entering, you never mentioned that. I told you, it's no big deal, really. We handled it. Cadence rested a hand on Sunset's shoulder. Sunset wanted to snap it off but forced herself to keep calm. Sunset, someone broke into your house, that's pretty serious. I appreciate your concern, Sunset said, lightly brushing Cadence's hand away, but it really isn't a big deal. That was the only thing she took. I would think your parents would beg to differ, Knight said. Oh, I don't think they mind too much. Sunset was a rat trapped in a shrinking cage. This was only going to get worse the longer it went on. Why's that? They don't exactly know it happened. Sunset glanced at Twilight again, and received an iMessage that read, "Shut up, please, shut up." Shining held a hand to his head. You didn't tell your own parents either. No. Why not? Sunset cringed again. Because they live in another dimension, ow. I mean they were out of town. Sunset wiggled her sore foot bruised from where Twilight had slammed against it. Just a little inside joke. We hardly communicate, so it's like we're in separate worlds. He. She didn't know whether to glare at Twilight or thank her. The rest of the table gave her odd looks but seemed to buy her story. Velvet cleared her throat and said, why don't we just move on? I don't agree with your decision, Sunset, but what's done is done. She paused for a bite of turkey. So, what do your parents do? My mom is a maid, and my dad pulls carriages. Cadence blinked. Your dad pulls carriages? Yes. Sunset was ready to stab herself with her fork. You mean like those guys downtown on the bikes? No, he pulls other ponies around. Sunset moved her arms under the table and started digging the fork into her hand. Everyone was staring at her with utter confusion, save for Twilight, who looked like she wanted to be anywhere else. He works at a carnival. Sunset tried. That's quite an odd carnival, Elm said. Real small, not very popular, she added quickly. So, are you home by yourself a lot? Rose asked. What is this, 20 questions? All the time. Velvet nodded. Me and Knight had to leave Twilight alone pretty often when she was younger and Shining had school. That's why we hired Cadence to babysit. I'd like to think it worked out pretty well, Knight said, nodding to Cadence and Shining. Sunset eyed the two of them as well. So, are you two, like, married, or engaged? Shining turned red, making his cheeks appear sunburnt. He found serious interest in his plate. Cadence blushed as well, but it was far less intense. Not yet, she said, though Sunset could hear the hint of longing in her voice. But, we are trying to move in together. Oh, that reminds me, Shiny, I found this cute little apartment on the east side of town I want you to look at. Don't you think that's a little far from work? But it's really cute. Sunset sipped on her apple cider, trying not to gag at their exchange. Cadence batted her eyelashes at Shining, and Sunset was disgustingly reminded of the looks she'd give Flash whenever she wanted something. So, Sunset, where do you live? Velvet asked. In an old factory, Sunset said absent-mindedly, still eyeing Shining and Cadence. Her eyes bulged when she realized what had slipped through her mouth. Everyone stared in confusion now. Twilight froze, her fork halfway to her mouth. Shining raised his eyebrows so high, Sunset thought it might float off his face. What? Elm asked. I live in an old fact, ow. Sunset leaned forward in her chair, rubbing a hand against her shin. Damn, Twilight, you kick hard. She means she lives in an old apartment building they call the factory. Twilight rapidly winked at Sunset. Why, yeah. Sunset tried to smile through the pain. Stupid idea, really. But it lives up to its name. Pretty ratty, on the edge of the old suburbs near the industrial section. Really nothing special. Shining kept his eyebrow raised. I've never heard of it before. It's very small. Sunset hoped the sweat running down the side of her face wasn't giving her away. So Cadence began, trying to diffuse the tension. Have you been living there long? About 2 years. Where did you live before? In Equestria. Sunset dug the fork further into her hand. This is a nightmare. Cadence looked on with her mouth slightly ajar. What is Equestria? It's another D. Whoops. Twilight yelled. I seem to have dropped my fork somewhere under the table. Haha, clumsy me. Sunset, could you help me find, please? Twilight ducked under the table. The penance tickled her spine. Sure. She slid under the tablecloth after Twilight. She quickly found the lost fork and held it out to Twilight. Here you go. Twilight snatched it out of her hand. What are you doing? She whispered, ignoring Spike's small whines for more food. Talking to your family. I see that. I mean, why are you telling them all of that? I thought you had to keep it secret. I do. Sunset ran a hand through her hair. I can't explain it, Twilight. I just have a hard time lying. Well, do me a favor and lie. I can't believe I'm asking you this, but please lie. It was the oddest feeling Sunset had experienced. The jolt ran down her spine, paused, then ran back up it again. Every nerve in her body tickled for a moment, then it was all gone. Sunset knelt next to Twilight, blinking several times. Oh, okay. Cadence popped her head beneath the cloth. FYI, under the table, not the most subtle place for a conversation. Sunset and Twilight quickly scrambled back to their seats, trying to look as nonchalant as possible. Found it, Twilight mumbled. Shining cleared his throat. So, what was that about, Equestria? Oh, that was nothing. Sunset waved her hand. Just the name of the street I lived on in my old city. She had to stop herself from laughing at how easy this was. She barely had to think about it, the lie just came out. Her answer seemed to satisfy everyone save for Shining, who continued to look at her with skepticism. Fortunately, the conversation turned elsewhere. The men dove into sports, football in particular. Naturally, Sunset was asked whether she followed any teams. She was able to sell a very convincing lie about her love of the game. For the first and only time in her life, she thanked Flash and his friends for their geeky sports talk. So, you think the Canterlot Comets have a shot at the Super Bowl this year? Knight asked enthusiastically. Oh, absolutely, Sunset replied with equal enthusiasm. Their quarterback has a great arm, and the team has a solid defense. Dear Celestia, make it stop. Too bad they're not playing tonight. Velvet poked Knight in the shoulder. Yes, too bad. Instead, you're forced to enjoy a wholesome dinner with friends and family. While Knight fumbled his way out from his own words, Rose struck up a conversation with Twilight. So, how goes the college applications? Oh, I finished those weeks ago, Twilight said casually. I applied to all the top schools in the country, and Oxford and Cambridge. Our wallets can attest to that, Knight said, earning him another poke from Velvet. Something pulled on Sunset's heart. You applied to Oxford. As in, all the way across the ocean. Twilight nodded. I didn't tell you that. The word, no, formed in her mouth, but when she opened to speak, Sunset said, yes, of course you did. I probably just wasn't paying attention. I don't believe it. This might be worse than being forced to tell the truth. Twilight pushed her empty plate away. Well, yes. I applied abroad. I don't know if I'll actually get in, but I gave it my best shot. Sunset leaned back in her chair, processing this new information. The idea of Twilight going so far away made her stomach sink. What was Sunset supposed to do if Twilight moved away? What would she do if any of her friends moved away? Rose disrupted her thoughts by asking, what about you, Sunset, did you apply anywhere? Yes, I applied to Harvard and Berkeley and a few other colleges. Her stomach sank even deeper. What do you plan on studying? Science. Maybe electrical or aerospace. Twilight smiled at her. Imagine if we went to the same college. Yeah. Sunset's smile came out as a grimace. That'd be something. Something that'll never happen. Dessert was brought out, and Sunset helped herself to 2 servings of pumpkin pie in an attempt to make the sucking pit of depression in her stomach go away. She didn't want to think about the future. She didn't want to think about where she'd be in 1 year's time. She didn't want to think about Twilight going off to some foreign land. Twilight saw the pensive look on her face and whispered, are you okay? Sunset automatically brightened up. Yep, I'm super dandy. Quote. Are you sure? Never been more sure in my life. The conversation dwindled down as everyone settled into a food coma. Sunset yawned, feeling her eyes start to droop. She couldn't recall the last time she had eaten a meal like that. Velvet looked over and laughed. Seeing as you had two of everything, I'm guessing you enjoyed the food. Nope, it was disgusting. Sunset pinched herself under the table and shouted, kidding. It was great, Mrs. Velvet, thank you so much. Sunset got up from her chair and stretched. I should get back home now before my parents start to worry. Thank you again for the lovely meal. Twilight stood up as well. I'll walk you out. Shining followed suit. I'll help you. Cadence grabbed him by the sleeve and pulled him back down. No, you won't. With one last wave to everyone, Sunset slipped her boots on and stepped outside, Twilight hurrying behind her in just her socks. Night had fallen, and a cold wind blew through the streets. Twilight shut the door behind her and walked Sunset off the porch. Thanks a lot for coming over. You're welcome. It beats spending dinner alone. Yeah, I'm guessing eating alone for so long has hindered your social skills, she said, half joking. Sunset fidgeted. Yeah, about that, she hesitated. Right now, she had the ability to lie whenever someone asked her something. Thinking over the conversations at dinner, lying had actually saved her from revealing things no one needed to know. At the same time, Sunset knew honesty was the best policy. But white lies went for miles. Did she dare ask Twilight to ask her to tell the truth again? But that would lead Twilight to ask why. Could she tell Twilight about the penance interfering with her life? She had told Twilight a lot of things, but this was dangerous leverage for anyone to have. But this is Twilight we're talking about. Still, Sunset didn't know if she wanted anyone to knowingly have power over her. Twilight pulled on Sunset's sleeve. What is it? Nothing, Sunset said. Nothing at all. She turned for her bike. I should go. Wait, Sunset, I still have something I need to say to you. Sunset turned again. Twilight's face was flaming red and she held one arm behind her back. Sunset's mouth went bone dry, and she felt all the food trying to crawl back up her throat. What? Twilight took a step closer. She looked down at the ground and said, I really like spending time with you. A lot. I like how you're trying to be a better person, and she looked up and took another step forward. She was very close now. Twilight Sunset's brain told her to back away, but she remained locked in place, looking into Twilight's eyes. The wind blew around them, tossing Twilight's hair to one side. Sunset's heart wanted to beat out of her chest. It simultaneously agreed with her brain about running away, screaming into the night, and wanted to stay put and see what happened. Leaning in even closer, Twilight dropped her voice to a fragile whisper. And you told me my first kiss should be special. It should be with someone special. Sunset could count every eyelash Twilight had, could feel her warm breath against her face. Her brain had gone completely fuzzy. She was sure it was trying to relay a message, but the rest of her body failed to respond. You're very special to me, Sunset. Twilight closed her eyes. Their lips brushed together. Sunset's brain surged back to life, playing every terrible scenario behind Sunset's eyes at once. It seized control of Sunset's actions again, and she took a large step back. Twilight kept leaning and lost her balance, teetering forward on one leg. Sunset threw her hand up and caught Twilight by the arm. They stood there, frozen in the bitter cold, a still moment in time where even the wind held its breath. Their eyes did not meet. Sunset stared at the house, while Twilight gazed at the pavement. Finally, Sunset hoisted Twilight upright and stepped back from their engagement. Sunset took in a slow, shuddering breath. She could still feel where Twilight's lips had met hers. Twilight, I'm sorry. Twilight blurted. I'm so sorry. I thought I wanted, instead of her usual blush, Twilight's face was splotchy and pale. You don't like me that way, do you? No, I don't. Sunset clamped down on her tongue. No, I think Twilight, it's not that I don't like you. Sunset grasped for the words, but they eluded her like the wind. Twilight took a deep breath, now fighting back tears. Sunset, please, just tell me what you think of me. No, Sunset's spine jolted. She bit down on her lips so hard, she could taste a small trickle of blood. Her throat constricted, the answer building up inside. She lasted a whole minute before the curse beat her, and she spat out with terrible conviction, I hate you, Twilight. I think you're a nerdy, show-offy know-it-all who can't keep her nose out of other people's business. I certainly don't think you're pretty, and I despise spending time with you. Sunset covered her mouth, then shouted, I didn't mean any of that. But Twilight was already in tears. If you didn't mean it, then why did you say it? Because it was funny. Tears started to well up in Sunset's eyes. No, it wasn't funny. Twilight. ID don't understand. I'm T trying to be serious, and you're J just taking this as a J joke. ITH thought you were better than that. I am. Twilight, just listen to me. Sunset reached for her arm, but Twilight jerked away and ran for the house. Twilight. Twilight hovered her hand over the doorknob. Please just leave me alone, Sunset. She threw the door open and slammed it shut, never looking back. Sunset walked to her motorcycle, her body doing all the work while her mind was in a daze. Why? How? She mounted her bike and put her helmet on. She asked me to leave her alone. She started the engine and revved forward, making it roar into the night sky. I should have just told her, but she asked me to lie. She pressed the throttle and shot down the street. In her side view mirror, she saw Shining step out onto the porch and glare threateningly at her. I deserve it, she thought. Everything was numb. Her entire body was on autopilot, from the penance or the shock, she couldn't tell. Sunset had pulled away from Twilight to avoid having either of their hearts broken. Yet in doing so, she had done just that. She had created the worst scenario possible. She had lost her Twilight. Step 32, makes me crazy. Sunset had finally done it. It was the first thing she had done when she got home Thursday night. Tears running down her face, hatred in her heart, she had stomped upstairs, picked up Princess Twilight, and tore her head clean off her body. The next morning, she had taped it back on, but it was still therapeutic in some small way. The real princess wasn't here for Sunset to punch. She lay curled in bed all of Friday, blaming Princess Twilight for the curse the elements of harmony had placed on her. It was their fault Twilight wouldn't talk to her. It was their fault Sunset couldn't pick up her phone and call to try and make things right. Please just leave me alone, Sunset. The memory replayed itself over and over again, burning into her mind until it consumed her. Why did Twilight have to confess her feelings then? Why didn't Sunset tell her about the curse? Why? Maybe it was because she had torn its head off, or maybe because she was doing nothing but beating herself up. Whatever the reason, Princess Twilight had not said a word since Sunset had come home. Not that Sunset minded. She could despise herself without any help. When the sun rose Saturday morning, Sunset was still curled beneath her blanket, her pillow wet with tears. Her stomach roared at her to get up and eat something, but her heart told her to stay down. She would have listened to her heart, but her bladder began to protest vehemently. With the speed of a tortoise, Sunset rolled herself off the mattress, still tangled in her blanket. She crawled out and ran both hands through her hair, letting out a sigh that rose into a yell. She slid her hands down her face. I'm not allowed to have nice things, am I? Nice things? A voice asked. I thought we didn't want to be with Twilight. Sunset looked around. The voice wasn't high and squeaky like the one she attributed to Princess Twilight. It was closer to her own, laced with heavy amounts of cynical amusement. She looked at the cracked mirror and the dozens of reflections it held. Only, instead of showing her tear-streaked face, every Sunset smirked at her with a familiar haughtiness. Great. More crazy, Sunset deadpanned. The largest reflection grinned at her. We should really go in for a CAT scan sometime. Noted. Any particular reason I'm bugging me today? The reflection shrugged. I'm just wondering why you're so upset. We broke Twilight's heart, wasn't that the goal? No. Sunset snapped. I wanted to gently tell her I just wanted to be friends because you knew you were going to screw up somewhere down the road. Sunset crossed her arms. I might be more annoying than the princess. Mirror Sunset laughed. Let's face it, this is better for us. You pushed her away before she could get too close, that's good. I mean, every time you get too friendly with someone, you destroy the relationship anyways. I do not. Your parents, abandoned. Celestia, double-crossed. Flash, treated like crap. You seeing a pattern here? Because I know I am. Sunset raised a finger, prepared to make a point, then dropped it. Her doppelganger was right, every close relationship she had, she screwed up. That was the reason she didn't want to date Twilight. But she hadn't wanted to push her away, just stop her before things went too far. Personally, I don't see the difference. So you broke her heart and possibly destroyed your friendship. What's the big deal? It's not like you liked her anyways. But, Sunset looked at her lap. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I really. Her reflection gagged. Don't say it. We agreed that us and Twilight would not work, remember? I changed my mind. PFFFT, a little late for that, don't you think? You already made her hate your guts. She's never going to want to talk to you again. Each word was a blow to Sunset's heart. She had royally screwed things up thanks to her stupid penance, and there was no way to fix it. That's right, it's helpless. Every relationship, you screw up. It's only a matter of time before you even drive your other friends away. Face it, Sunset, her reflection transformed, her skin turning red and her hair going up in flames. The demon bared her fangs at Sunset. You're better off alone. Sunset lunged forward and punched the mirror, knocking every fragment out of the frame and onto the ground. Her fist stung, and blood covered her knuckles. She knelt in front of the mirror, gasping for air, hair hanging in front of her face. I'll show you. She stood up, stepped over the broken glass, and went downstairs to the bathroom, nursing her cut hand. She cleaned it off and wrapped her knuckles up before relieving herself and fixing the rat's nest that was her hair. On her way back up, she grabbed the broom and dustpan. Thank you, evil me, she said, sweeping up the glass shards. You've given me a reason to finally get rid of this stupid thing. She dumped them into the trash can, then hauled the frame downstairs and tossed it out the door. Back in her bedroom, Sunset sat on her mattress and mulled things over. She couldn't deny it any longer, the realization that had swept over her as she rode home Thursday night, the thought that had consumed her ever since. I have a crush on Twilight Sparkle. Too bad it took losing her for Sunset to realize it. She checked her phone, dismayed that Twilight hadn't contacted her. Sunset flopped onto her pillow. What now? What do you do when you're, she squeezed her eyes closed and squeaked, in love? On the floor in the corner, the newly bandaged Princess Twilight said, try talking to someone. Like who? The answer was in Sunset's head the second she asked the question. Rarity. Sunset picked her phone up again and flipped it open. Her finger hovered over the button. Telling Rarity she liked Twilight would no doubt include telling her how she got into this particular problem in the first place. She'd have to tell Rarity about the penance. She lowered her finger. The same dilemma that had plagued her Thanksgiving night was back. How much did she trust Rarity? She did have a tendency to gossip, but for anything serious like this, she seemed like a pretty solid confidant. But again, did Sunset trust anyone with that much power over her? Remember why you're in this mess in the first place, the princess squeaked. Because of you and your stupid magic charms. Sunset sighed, knowing the doll was right. If she had told the truth, she wouldn't be sitting here missing Twilight. And speaking of telling the truth, Sunset needed someone to ask her to stop lying. She swallowed her pride and prayed to whatever god would listen to her, then shot Rarity a text. The fewer questions asked over the phone, the better. Less than a minute later, her phone buzzed, and Sunset found a reply. Of course. Asterisk 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 asterisk. An hour later, Sunset was showered, dressed, and riding back across town to Rarity's house. It was surprisingly sunny with a near cloudless skies. The wind was still bitterly cold, however, reminding Sunset that winter was close. She parked outside Rarity's house, a large, lavish home with a perfectly manicured lawn and purple ribbons tied around the porch beams. Sunset thought it fit Rarity to a T. All right, let's do this before I lose my nerve again. She stepped up onto the porch, noticing the pink bike laying on its side. It seemed out of place amongst the neatness of everything else. Before Sunset could knock on the door, it flew open to reveal Sweetie Belle. She looked taken aback at finding Sunset standing on her porch, but smiled and said, "Good morning, Sunset." She turned her head back into the house and yelled, "Rarity, Sunset's here." "Morning, Sweetie," Sunset said lifelessly. She watched Sweetie pick her bike up and roll it down the porch steps before mounting it. "Where are you off to?" "Scootaloo's house," she said, buckling her helmet on. "We're gonna play on her trampoline and then play video games." She kicked off and turned down the street. "Bye, Sunset." Sunset waved, then jumped when Rarity marched past her and leaned off the porch. "A lady does not scream inside the house." She yelled at Sweetie's shrinking form. She breathed, then smiled at Sunset. "Hello, dear, how are you?" "Terrific," Sunset said, still lacking any enthusiasm. Rarity tilted her head. "To be frank, Sunset, you look quite the opposite." "I know. I've got a lot I need to tell you." With a sweep of her arm, Rarity invited Sunset inside. "Well then, let's get you comfortable. I'll put on some tea, and we can have a nice heart-to-heart." Sunset stepped across the threshold, unsurprised to see a perfectly tidy and well-decorated living room. Everything about it screamed Rarity, from the purple tablecloth to the matching rug and couch. The only thing Rarity probably had nothing to do with was the entertainment center, decorated in football paraphernalia. "I'm guessing you don't let your parents shop without you?" Sunset asked as Rarity led her to the table. Rarity stuck her tongue out. "You should have seen this place before I took up fashion. It was an absolute disaster that words cannot describe. Now, you sit here, I'll go put on the tea." With Rarity in the kitchen, Sunset was left to twiddle her thumbs, trying to think of the right words to say. So, Rarity, the truth is, I have this sort of curse on me that won't let me lie and kind of forced me into being your friend back when this all started. Sunset wondered if it was too late to run for the door. She shook her head, she was no coward. Usually, she would tell Rarity the truth and hope for the best. A few minutes later, Rarity returned with the tea and a tray of cucumber sandwiches. Before Rarity could invite her, Sunset snatched one and wolfed it down, having eaten nothing since Thursday. Help yourself, Rarity said. Sunset shoved another one into her mouth. Swowie. Please, darling, do not talk with your mouth full. Sunset was forced to swallow her food, nearly choking on the half-chewed sandwiches. Right, my bad. Rarity dismissed it with a wave of her hand and took a sip of tea. Okay, Sunset, what seems to be the problem? Your text seemed rather urgent. Absolutely nothing, Sunset said. She facepalmed. Rarity lowered her cup, looking very confused. Are you sure, dear? Yep. I mean, no. Sunset groaned. Okay, Rarity, this is going to be hard to explain, so please don't ask me any questions until I'm done. Okay, I'll try. Sunset set her teacup down. Okay, here I go. She exhaled slowly. I have a crush on Twilight. Rarity blurted out. No, I mean yes. But that's not. Oh, I knew it. Rarity jumped from her seat and began hopping around the room. I knew it, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. She dropped back to her seat and leaned into Sunset's personal space, a giant smile plastered across her face. You two are adorable together. Sunset leaned out as far as she could. Rarity, you're scaring me more than usual. Rarity leaned back in her seat and composed herself. I'm sorry, that was completely out of line. But do you know how long I've been holding that back? No. Yes. A very long time, Sunset. She threw her hands into the air. It was absolute torture waiting for you to admit it. When you texted me this morning, I knew that had to be the reason you were asking for help. That's only part of the reason I'm here, Rarity. Sunset crossed her arms. Maybe she should have gone to Applejack instead. At least she wouldn't be interrupted then. Rarity cleared her throat. Sorry. Go on. Sunset breathed deep to lower her agitation. Okay, first, I need you to do me a favor. It's going to sound a little weird, but it'll make sense in a second, okay? Okay, Rarity shifted uncomfortably in her seat. I need you to say, Sunset, please stop lying. Don't ask me why yet, just do it, she snapped. Please. Rarity smiled in relief. If that's all, then sure. Sunset, please stop lying. There was the tingling sensation, and Sunset felt like a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She slumped in her seat. Thank you, Rarity. Anytime, dear. Care to tell me what this is all about now? Yes, I would. Sunset sat up again. This is going to sound crazy, but with everything you've already seen, it shouldn't be too crazy. Sunset took a long sip of tea. The night of the fall formal, after you girls blasted me, something happened. Something as in, Sunset choked, her throat suddenly blocked. She coughed until she could get air down again and cleared her throat. Her throat did it again, clogging up before she could mention anything about what had transpired when she had been hit by the elements. Rarity leaned forward. What is it? Sunset pounded her chest a few times. The night of the fall formal, her throat seized up again. It was just like when she was forced to tell the truth, only in reverse. What's going on? Why can't I talk about it? Rarity, she tried to fight through the pressure, her face turning red from the exertion. She choked again and gasped for air, doubling over in her seat. Sunset, are you all right? Rarity sat her up straight and handed her a cup of tea. And no, I'm not. Sunset guzzled it down in one gulp, scalding the back of her throat. I'm not okay, because there is she gagged, almost spitting her tea up. Og. What the hell? Rarity leaned back. Sunset, you're starting to scare me. Sunset ran her hands down the sides of her face. May I have a pen and some paper, please? Of course. Wait 1 second. Rarity hurried out of the room, a little too quickly for Sunset's tastes. Seriously, what's happening? Did something go wrong when Rarity asked me to tell the truth? It was pretty straightforward. She crossed her arms, a theory already forming in her head. Hopefully, she was wrong, or things were going to get very awkward, very fast. Rarity returned with a pen and paper and laid them on the table. Sunset snatched the pen up and set it against the paper. Her hand cramped up, forcing her to drop the pen. The second she did, the cramp went away, and she tried again, only for it to return when she picked up where she left off. No. Sunset stared at the paper, a blank and hopeless void mocking her attempt to save herself. I can't talk about the curse. The whole time, I thought it was a choice. Every time someone got close to it, I always made the choice to steer clear, and in the end, it was off limits anyway. A hand rested on her shoulder, and Sunset looked up to see Rarity with wide eyes. Sunset, what's wrong? Sunset hung her head. I can't tell you. Why ever not? I just can't. I want to, I really do, but I can't. Sunset, I don't understand. Rarity moved her hand down to take Sunset's. If you want to tell me, then just do it. I swear I won't repeat anything you don't want me to. Hopelessness filled Sunset's stomach, a terrible combination with the hunger she still had. She looked into Rarity's eyes, desperately wanting to say everything. Was it so no one could take advantage of her knowingly? Or did the elements really just enjoy making her miserable? Regardless of the reason, Sunset hated them even more. Still, Rarity was looking for an answer. The more Sunset dodged it, the more curious Rarity would get, and who knew how long Sunset could say no before Rarity got annoyed or angry. Sunset inwardly screamed, though it did little in helping her vent. She needed to tell Rarity something and steer the conversation in a different direction. Thinking fast, Sunset found the only topic that would knock out two birds with one stone. The night of the fall formal is when I first met Twilight. I stopped two creeps raping her. Rarity threw her hands over her mouth to cover up the horrified shriek she made. Good heavens. I can't believe it. That's, Rarity shuddered and gagged. Yeah, I know. The very idea made Sunset sick with rage. She wished she could go back in time and deliver a more lethal beating. Still steamed, Rarity stood up, took several laps around the table, then sat down again. Well, she said after a long breath, it's a good thing you were there. She picked her tea up and swished it around. Though I can see why you were hesitant to tell me this, it seems a little more of Twilight's business. Well, I had to tell you something. Sunset took a sandwich and nibbled on the corner. Despite her hunger, her stomach didn't seem too eager to take in food at the moment. Still, I see why Twilight values you so much as a friend. Rarity tried to hide her smile behind her cup. She thinks you're a hero. Sunset put the sandwich down. Not anymore. I really messed up on Thursday. The smile melted off Rarity's face. Oh no, what happened? Well, she told me she confessed that she liked me, Sunset said miserably. The memory played through her mind, along with 1,000 different ways it could have gone that didn't end with Twilight in tears. Rarity looked caught between happy and scared, tilting from one side of her chair to the other. But didn't you tell me you liked her too? Yes, I did, I do. I can't believe it, but I really do like her, Rarity. But I was scared. I'm still scared. I didn't want to mess it up and hurt her, so when she tried to kiss me, I pulled away. Apprehension clouded Rarity's eyes. And then, I said a lot of things that I didn't mean, and Twilight ran inside the house. Sunset lifted her knees and hugged them against her chest. What did you say? Sunset cringed. I said that I hated her and that she was a nosy, show-offy nerd and that I despised hanging out with her. Rarity gaped at her. Sunset, don't ask me why I did it. Sunset covered her face. It was horrible, I know. I didn't mean any of it, it was forced out of me. She banged her head against her knees. Stupid, 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 stupid. Rarity stood up and grabbed her head. Enough of that. Beating yourself up emotionally is one thing, but I will not have you physically hurting yourself. Which reminds me, her eyes wandered to Sunset's bandaged hand. What happened there? Sunset held her hand out. I punched my mirror because it was mocking me. With a sympathetic sigh, Rarity took her hand. These bandages look filthy. I'm guessing they're as old as the building. I'm going to get some fresh ones and some disinfectant, then you can finish your story. She got up and hurried out the room. A clock chimed somewhere in the house. When it finished, Sunset found it eerily quiet. It made her wailing thoughts even louder. At least I got her to ask me to stop lying. But this stupid penance, I really can't tell if it's trying to protect me or make my life a living hell. I suppose it doesn't matter right now, I just need Rarity to tell me what to do about Twilight. Sunset sighed. Curse or no curse, Twilight wouldn't want to talk to her. And what would Sunset say anyway? Before she could put more thought into it, Rarity returned with bandages much wider than the ones Sunset was wearing, and a bottle of rubbing alcohol. She sat down, took Sunset's hand, and started undoing the old bandages. Okay, so to sum this up, Twilight told you she liked you, you two didn't kiss, and then you panicked and broke her heart. Well, I didn't not kiss her. We sorta kissed a little almost. Brushing lips is not a kiss, dear. What is she, psychic? Okay, so we didn't kiss. Anyways, ow, 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 ow. Sunset jerked her hand back. It's going to sting a little, Rarity chastised. You're a big girl, handle it. She pulled Sunset back and rubbed the alcohol in. Sunset, I can understand panicking, but telling her you hate her to avoid hurting her feelings seems to be going to the extreme. I really panicked, okay. Sunset squeezed her eyes shut. Not even the rubbing alcohol could numb the pain in her heart. I couldn't even admit I liked her until after it was all over. That's why I came here, Rarity. Sunset pressed her free hand into her forehead. I'm in love with Twilight. But I don't know the first thing about it. I was so scared I was going to mess it up that I messed it up. Rarity gently finished wrapping Sunset's bandages, then held a cup of tea to her. Drink. Sunset took it and sipped the tea down. It didn't make her feel better, it just made her want to pee. Now, let's take this one step at a time. First, describe your feelings for Twilight to me. All of them. She groaned when Rarity made a sharp nod. Okay, well, I always feel happy around her. Usually, I'm just content or satisfied, but when it's just us, I'm smiling more or laughing. And I feel like I'm not fighting an uphill battle to prove something to her. She wasn't there when I was old me, so it's like she isn't judging me for what I did in the past. And, I like making her happy and seeing her smile. I love making her blush, her cheeks turn this adorable shade of pink. I love how smart she is and how much she cares about everyone. She plays the violin so well, it sends me to another world where it's just us. And she always smells of lavender, and Sunset moved her hands to cover her face. Celestia, she makes me crazy. I sound like some stupid, love-struck teenager. Rarity smiled. See, now was that so hard? Yes, I hate wearing my heart on my sleeve. Even without being forced to lie, Sunset wasn't sure she had it in her to admit all of that to Twilight. Picking up a sandwich, Rarity said, well, as you've already proven, lying in an attempt to protect her didn't work. You obviously like her and she likes you. Sunset slumped in her chair. You're making it sound so simple. Well, in this case, it is. Rarity took a bite of her sandwich, chewing methodically before swallowing. If you really care about her as much as you say you do, then I don't know why you're worried about hurting her. You're becoming a better person, and she sees that. Coupled with the fact that you saved her life, it's no wonder she likes you so much. Not anymore. Sunset looked at the rest of the sandwiches but decided she was no longer hungry. She probably never wants to see me again. Rarity waved a hand through the air. Just go and talk to her. I can't. Sunset cringed again. She asked me to leave her alone. UUUGH. And people call me a drama queen. Sunset hummed, tapping her fingers together. Rarity, could you do me another favor and? With a roll of her eyes, Rarity said, yes, I'll go talk to Twilight and convince her to give you another chance. That wasn't what I was going to ask, but okay. Sunset smiled. Thank you, Rarity. You're welcome, dear. They fell silent. Rarity poured more tea into her cup, and Sunset finally found the stomach to finish a sandwich while she contemplated on what she was going to say to Twilight. Confidence, Rarity said. What? The only thing you need, Sunset, is confidence. And I know you have some the way you threw your dominance around the school. Sunset shifted in her seat, letting her legs down. Why yeah, but this is an entirely different scenario. Hardly. The only difference is that you're trying to make someone happy instead of miserable. I guess. Sunset's stomach turned. But what if I don't make her happy? What if, ow, she rubbed the top of her head where Rarity had flicked it. What was that for? I just told you to have confidence. Rarity wagged a finger at her. I know love can be scary, but you have to be confident in yourself. You want this, Twilight wants this, I want this. Sunset fixed Rarity with a deadpan look. Rarity looked away and cleared her throat. Personal feelings aside, you deserve to be happy. Maybe you'll work it out or maybe you won't, but you'll never know until you try. Otherwise, you'll be looking back wondering what could have been. Sunset mulled Rarity's words over. It wasn't that simple. If she tried and failed, she could lose Twilight forever. On the other hand, if she tried and succeeded. After all, look what had happened when she gave friendship a chance. Her heart drum rolled in her chest. Her and Twilight together. The thought was terrifying, yet so very compelling. Okay. Sunset swallowed the sandpaper in her mouth. I'll try. Rarity smiled. Good girl. See how simple that is. Sunset huffed. Sure, it's simple, but it's not easy. Well, love never is. If you want it, you'll have to fight for it. Fight for it. Never in 1,000 years did Sunset think she'd be fighting for the affection of Twilight Sparkle. The very thought made her want to laugh and curse the universe for its irony. She'd been denying her feelings for so long, admitting it felt surreal. She liked Twilight Sparkle. She groaned. I hate you, Twilight Sparkle. Rarity let out a dreamy sigh. Love is such a grand and fickle thing. Uncontrollable, unpredictable, and it makes us do the craziest things. Yeah, Sunset muttered. The craziest things. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Cadence could hear the caterwauling of a dying cat before Shining opened the door and ushered into the house. For such a small instrument, Twilight's violin could be very loud when she wanted it to be. Yesterday, she was just mopey, Shining said. Today, she's trying to play Ode to Joy. I'm not sure which is worse. The noise stopped, and they both sighed in relief. I'm guessing she hasn't come out of her room. Cadence asked. Shining shook his head. She comes out to grab something to snack on, but won't say a word to anyone. Well, at least she's eating, Cadence thought. The first time she had heartbroken, she tried starving herself for 2 days. Thankfully, Twilight drowned her sorrows out in badly played music. Okay, I'll see if Cadence covered her ears as the screeching started again. She started to wonder if Twilight starving herself was the better option. The wailing hit a high note, and Spike howled, burying his face into the couch cushion. Please do something before I go deaf, Katie, Shining begged. Cadence nodded and climbed the stairs. Love Goddess Cadence to the rescue. She reached Twilight's room and knocked. Twilly, it's Katie. Do you want to open the door for me, Ladybug? The torture music stopped. 10 seconds later, Twilight cracked the door open and poked her head out, a set of thick black glasses sitting on her face. It was something Cadence hadn't seen in almost 3 years. Behind the glasses were puffy red eyes. You can't hide anything from me, Ladybug. Cadence smiled. Good afternoon, Twilly. How are you? Twilight sniffed. Fine. Can I come in? There was a thin trace of resentment in Twilight's eyes, but she yielded and allowed Cadence passage. Since the walls weren't painted black, nothing was smashed, and there were no scraps of badly written poetry lying around, Cadence thought Twilight was handling it rather well. They sat on the bed together, and Twilight picked up her violin. Cadence quickly placed a hand on her knee. Sweetie, why don't we put the violin away for a moment? I need to practice, she said curtly. Oh, I think you've practiced enough for today. Come on, let's just talk for a little bit. Twilight lowered the violin into her lap. Fine. Good. Cadence patted her knee. So, I see you're wearing your old glasses today. I didn't feel like putting in my contacts, she said as she rubbed her eyes. Cadence nodded, knowing it was more of a case that they wouldn't stay in. She hummed to herself, wondering how to ease her way into the problem. Love stinks. Twilight shouted. Or, we could do that. Cadence moved her arm around Twilight's shoulder and pulled her close. Twilight, don't let one bad experience turn you off from love forever. Just breathe and tell me what happened. Twilight inhaled and held it for a moment before releasing it slowly. I tried to kiss Sunset, but she pulled away and said she didn't like me that way. She curled into Cadence. Cadence sighed. Ah, sweetheart, I'm sorry. But you know, not everyone swings that way. That's not why I'm upset, Twilight mumbled into Cadence's side. Oh. Twilight lifted her face. It's what she said after that. I asked her what she thought of me, and Twilight raised her glasses and started rubbing her eyes. She said she hated me. She said I was annoying and that she hated spending time with me. Cadence squeezed her. Twilight, that's really confusing actually. Sunset may have acted a little odd at dinner, but she seemed like she was enjoying herself. In fact, she seemed pleasant overall. With all the nice things she had done with and for Twilight, why would she turn around and say she hated her? I don't get it. Twilight yelled. First she says she likes spending time with me and says she loves it when I play violin and all this other nice stuff, and then, Twilight pressed herself into Cadence. She just wants to play with my emotions. No, I think Sunset is just confused about her own emotions. Love is hard for some people. Maybe she just couldn't express herself properly. She said she did it because it was funny. Or she's a jerk. Cadence took a deep breath. Okay, Twilight, maybe she just needs a little space. Give her some time, then, if she doesn't come to you, go and talk to her again. Don't be confrontational, just gently explain that what she did hurt you, and you want a serious explanation. Okay. And if her answer doesn't change, you can send Shining after her. Unfortunately, Twilight didn't smile. Cadence lifted her up and brushed a tear away. Twilly, this isn't the end of the world. Remember, if it doesn't work out, there will be other sunsets. I know. I just thought she liked me. At least as a friend. I'm sure she does. I hope she does. She just needs time to get everything settled in her heart. I'm sure there's a good explanation for everything. She held Twilight for a few more minutes until she stopped sniffling. Thanks, Katie, I feel a little better now. Cadence stroked her hair. Good. Would you like me to bake you some cookies? Twilight smiled. Yes, please. She stood up. One batch of triple chocolate chip coming up. She stepped out the room and closed the door behind her. The moment she did, Twilight started sawing away on her violin again. Cadence opened the door, walked over, gently took the violin from Twilight's hands, and walked out. Upon returning downstairs, Shining asked, "How is she?" "She'll be fine. I think there's just a little miscommunication going on between her and Sunset." She set the violin on the table and walked into the kitchen. Shining followed her and leaned against the counter. "There's something fishy about that Sunset. I know Canterlot pretty well, and I've never heard of any apartments called the Factory. And people give streets weird names, but Equestria. I think she's trying to hide something." Cadence reached for the flour and sugar. "I think you're just looking for an excuse not to like her. She saved Twilight's life. I'm not looking for a reason to dislike her, I'm just trusting my gut feeling." Setting her ingredients down, Cadence pinched Shining's cheek. "You're so cute when you're being the protective big brother. But don't go playing detective against the poor girl. Just trust Twilight." Shining crossed his arms. "Twilight I trust. It's this Sunset shimmer I have questions about." Step 33, Friends, Foes, and Family. Sunset and Rarity had long since finished their tea and sandwiches but had continued to sit and talk for a couple of hours. To Sunset's luck, Rarity had forgotten to ask why Sunset needed to be asked to stop lying. The sun started to get low, and Sunset decided she wouldn't impose any longer. Truth be told, she wanted to go home and think for a while. "Really, darling, it's no bother. You can stay as long as you want," Rarity insisted while they stood on the porch. "No, you've done enough already." Sunset gave her a warm hug. "Thanks again, Rarity." Rarity patted her back. "I'm glad I could help. Everything's going to work out, you'll see. Just remember, confidence." Sunset rubbed her arm. "Right, confidence. You'd think being a former tyrant queen would give you plenty of that." "Well, you weren't exactly a social butterfly. Expressing yourself can be hard, but I know you can do it. And I'll be rooting for you every step of the way." "Thanks." Sunset turned to go, but Rarity cleared her throat. "Actually, Sunset, there was one more thing I've been meaning to talk to you about." She rolled a hand through the air. "You see, I was thinking of running for Princess of the Winter Ball, and I was hoping you might consider maybe, possibly lending me a little assistance." Sunset smiled. "Yes, Rarity, I'll help you run for Princess. It's the least I can do." Rarity beamed at her. "You really are a good friend, Sunset." Sunset stepped off the porch, dismissively waving her hand. "Debatable. Confidence. I'll see you on Monday, Rarity." Sunset strapped her helmet on and took off down the road, grinning as she heard Rarity shout at her one more time. It wasn't that she didn't have confidence. It was just often misplaced. She had been confident in her superiority. She had been confident she could wield the element of magic and take over Equestria. She had been confident that she didn't like Twilight as anything more than a friend. All 3 times she had been wrong. Braking at a stoplight, Sunset wondered if she wrong again. Was trying to date Twilight a really good idea? She ignored the part of her brain that said no and remembered that dating or not, she needed to apologize to Twilight and tell her what she really felt. Whether or not Twilight would still have feelings for her come Monday was a different story. One thing at a time, Sunset. One thing at a time. She arrived back at the factory and slid her bike into the alleyway, then covered it with a tarp. Thinking back, she counted herself lucky Trixie hadn't touched it. Sunset's stomach growled, unsatisfied from the cucumber sandwiches Rarity had provided. She was about to go inside and have some ravioli when she decided she had enough money to spoil herself to a large salad at a deli not too far from her. Too lazy to uncover her motorcycle again, Sunset decided to walk. She dropped her helmet in front of the door and stepped onto the main street. The sun dipped low in the sky, casting streaks of orange between the old buildings. Somewhere close by, a cat shrieked, setting off a loud dog. Sunset walked up the street with her hands in her pockets, whistling a nameless tune. Aside from the stray animals, the old streets were relatively quiet, something Sunset appreciated. Lost in the silence, Sunset thought about everything she had to do in the coming weeks. Prepare for semester finals, help organize the winter ball and help Rarity win it, ask Twilight to forgive her, and buy enough blankets to get through another cold winter. She was very glad the science fair was over now. Turning a corner, Sunset smacked face first into one of the last people she'd expect to run into. Both of them crashed to the ground, rubbing their bruised noses. Sunset narrowed her eyes, more in confusion than agitation. Trixie. Trixie looked up, still holding her nose. Ow, Sunset shimmer. You're not supposed to, I mean, what are you doing here? I'm on my way to get a salad. She stood up and dusted herself off. I'm allowed to do that on my day off, right? Trixie jumped to her feet. Trixie doesn't care what you do. In fact, she was glad you weren't in the shop today. Sunset crossed her arms, looking skeptical. Then why are you down here? Trixie enjoys taking walks around the city. Is that a crime? No, but something tells me that isn't why you're here. Sunset tapped her foot. You came to spy on me, didn't you? Trixie swatted her hand through the air. No, she did not. And you can't prove anything, anyway. Sunset looked down and shook her head. Whatever. I don't have the energy to deal with you today, so if you want to spy on me and my evil deeds, be my guest, just do it quietly. Stop thinking the whole world revolves around you. Trixie turned her nose up. Trixie said she was out for a walk. Why would she waste time trying to see what you're up to? Because you're obsessed with getting revenge on me for something I didn't do, Sunset deadpanned. Trixie balled her hands. Trixie is not obsessed. Sunset shrugged. Whatever you say. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm hungry and just want a salad, so move. With a huff, Trixie said, you can do whatever you want. Trixie doesn't care. Sunset crossed her arms. Good. Fine. They both stepped to the right. They stared at each other, then stepped to the left. Their stares morphed into glowers and they both stepped to the right again. Sunset raised a hand. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Just move. You move first. Fine, I'm not even going to argue with you on. Hey, a new voice screamed. Sunset looked across the street, and her blood ran cold at the four figures now marching toward her and Trixie. The lead figure now sported a scar on her left cheek, and her nose looked crooked. She still had snow-white hair with purple tips and wore too much eyeshadow. The other three hadn't changed in the slightest, though they appeared angrier than the last time Sunset had seen them. Gilda. Sunset put on a fake smile. Nice to see you again. You look well. Gilda wasted no time in getting up in Sunset's face. She grinned fiendishly. I can't believe my luck today. Got some graffiti in, snagged some smokes, and I get to wail on this runt. Santa must think I've been a good girl this year. Sunset smelled the tobacco on Gilda's breath and gagged. I'm guessing you didn't steal any mints while you were at it. Gilda held a fist up. Don't give me any cheek. I'm about to carve your face up, you don't want me to turn this into a homicide. Her eyes wandered to Trixie. Or even a double homicide. Trixie took a step back. Sunset, how do you know these people? Rainbow and I got in a fight with them a few months ago and won. Gilda grabbed the front of Sunset's sweater. But little Dashy ain't here, is she? She gave Sunset a rough shake. I bet you're not so tough without her watching your back. Sunset leered at her. I'm going to have to ask you to let go of me before you piss me off, she said calmly. Fine. Gilda shoved her to the ground, then kicked her in the side. The wind rushed out of Sunset, leaving her gaping like a fish. She clutched her side and struggled to stand up. Why today? First Trixie, then Gilda. Seriously, haven't I had enough karma done to me? Sunset got to her feet, breathing hard. Gilda and her gang members were still laughing at her distress. All right, Gilda, you want a rematch. Sunset forced some more air into her lungs and put up her fists. Let's go. Trixie, how good are you in a fight? Trixie didn't respond. Sunset turned her head, finding the space next to her empty. Looking behind her, she saw Trixie's skirt turn the corner. Damn it, Trixie, Sunset groaned. She looked back to the Griffins. The boys each pulled out a switchblade, while Gilda flipped a butterfly knife in her hand before pointing it at Sunset's neck. Sunset scooted a foot back, feeling even less unsure about the fight. She was many things, brave, stubborn, and determined. But she wasn't stupid. Oh hey, I just remembered I have a thing to do, so Sunset broke into a run after Trixie. Get her, Gilda screamed. Sunset had trouble breathing the first 100 feet and her ribs were aching from that one kick. She wouldn't be surprised if Gilda was wearing steel-toed boots. Despite her handicaps, she managed to catch up to Trixie in less than a minute. Trixie glared at her. Stop following Trixie. It's you they want. Maybe, but I wouldn't put it past them to go after you for association with me, Sunset said in one breath. Trixie hates you. Tell them that, maybe they'll let you join their club. Gilda closed in on them, her heavy boots thundering across the pavement. With every step, Sunset wondered if Gilda was close enough to start swinging her knife. Spotting a narrow alley, Sunset grabbed Trixie by the arm and pulled her into it, never breaking her stride. Behind her, Gilda and her gang members stumbled to a stop before turning down the alley, opening the distance between them. Okay, now what? Sunset knew she couldn't go back home, and turning to fight was a really bad idea with them swinging their knives around. But she also couldn't run forever, her bruised rib wouldn't let her. In front of them was a gated fence with a keep out sign posted on it. Sunset dropped Trixie's hand and said, We'll try to lose them in there. But Trixie can't climb. She panted. You can teleport, can't you? Oh right. Trixie clapped her hands together and vanished in a puff of smoke, reappearing on the other side of the fence. See ya. She waved and ran further into the alley. So much hate right now. Sunset jumped onto the fence and scaled up as fast as she could. She was almost over the top when a sharp, burning sensation pierced her calf, forcing her to scream. The knife tore from her leg, and Sunset toppled over the fence, landing on her back. Her world spun, pain dragged tears from her eyes and blurred her vision. She could hear the gate clinking as someone climbed over it. The adrenaline began to kick in. Sunset shook her head and saw Gilda almost over the fence, waving her bloody knife. Without thinking, Sunset lunged for a nearby trash can lid and flung it like a frisbee. It struck Gilda in the head, sending her back over the fence, landing on dumbbell, hoops, and score. Biting down a scream, Sunset got up and ran down the alley, putting all her weight on her uninjured left leg. She used the walls for support whenever she was about to fall over. The alley turned several times and split more than once. Eventually, Sunset escaped the labyrinth and found herself in a construction site. A 3-story skeleton stood at the center surrounded by iron beams and scaffolds. It looked as if no one had touched it in a while. Sunset took a knee and tried to look at her wound. Her blood had soaked through her pants and dyed it crimson. Now that she had stopped moving, the pain came in sharp pulses, and her leg felt incredibly weak. Now what? Hopefully, she had outmaneuvered Gilda, but now she was stuck in the middle of Celestia knew where with a bloody leg. There was a crack followed by large crash, and someone screamed, "Help!" Sunset jumped to her feet, only to collapse in the dirt. Still, the cries of distress forced her body to get up and shamble on. She made her way to the far side of the building and looked up to see Trixie hanging from a broken plank on the 3rd floor. Trixie, how the heck did you get up there? Sunset shouted. Trixie flailed her legs, trying to climb back up. I tried to teleport again, but I ended up here instead. Please, do something. Sunset sighed. Don't worry, I'll do what I can, just hang on. She started searching for a way up, wondering what she would have done if she didn't have a curse on her. Trixie was a thorn in her side, but Sunset was pretty sure she didn't want to see her dead. There was a ramp nearby that led to the 2nd floor, and another one across from it that led to the 3rd, though Sunset wasn't sure she'd call it a floor. There were steel beams and a few wooden planks, but most of it was still incomplete. Sunset stepped lightly as to not break the wood, and because it was all her leg would allow. Regardless, it gave out a few feet from Trixie, and she fell against the wood, rattling the entire structure. Trixie screamed and scrabbled at the edge. I'm slipping, she sobbed. Sunset crawled on her belly, throwing herself the last foot to catch Trixie just as her hand slipped. The force yanked Sunset forward, nearly sending her over the edge as well, but she caught her foot against a support beam. Don't let me fall, please. Sunset grunted, pulling Trixie back with all the strength she could muster. I won't, I promise. The wood creaked ominously beneath her. I found them. Hoops shouted. Today is not my day. Sunset gave Trixie another heave while trying to wiggle back to safety. Her leg protested violently, sapping her strength and making her vision double. She shook her head and concentrated on Trixie, who looked scared beyond belief. She kept looking down and shaking. Hey, Sunset said in her best reassuring voice. You're gonna be fine. Just look at me. It's gonna be okay. She could hear multiple footsteps on the ground below. Trixie shook her head. I'm sorry, Sunset, I don't wanna hear it. Sunset heaved again. You're going to be all right. They were almost there. The structure rattled with the addition of 4 more bodies. But I'm slipping. Sunset tightened her grip on Trixie's sweaty palms. Just hang on a minute longer. Applejack's words echoed through her. Trixie may not have been her sister, heck she wasn't even a friend. But Sunset would be damned if she let her fall. Her legs screamed in protest and her vision started to fade, but with her newfound determination, Sunset rose to her feet, hauling Trixie up. She latched onto a support beam while Sunset stumbled back and fell again. Both of them were silent save for their heavy panting. Gilda's march up the ramp broke their moment of peace. Nowhere to run now, dweeb. Sunset pushed herself up and stood in front of Trixie. She wobbled at first but found her footing. Any chance you can teleport both of us out of here? She whispered. No, I can't even go long distances, never mind taking someone with me. Figures. Sunset put her fists up as Gilda approached with a predatory smile. She took up the narrow pathway, leaving Hoops, Dumbbell and Score to maneuver around on the steel beams. Okay, Sunset said, then I need you to leave by yourself and run. Trixie hesitated. But, Sunset, what about you? I'm probably going to die, she said in a low voice. She shook her head. I'll be fine, just go. But your leg. Just go. Sunset, leave before I push you. Sunset knew Trixie had finally listened to her because Gilda's expression switched to shock and confusion. What the hell? She looked around the yard. Where'd she go? Dunno, Sunset said. But you should be focusing on me. Gilda grinned. Your funeral. She jabbed her knife at Sunset. Sunset pressed herself to the side so the knife only cut a thin line through her sweatshirt. She stepped back when Gilda slashed again, drawing dangerously close to the edge. Her leg gave out, and she knelt in front of Gilda. The knife pressed into Sunset's cheek, drawing beads of blood. That's right, Neil, you little bitch. I'm going to cut your pretty face to ribbons. Gilda pressed the blade in harder. But tell you what, if you're good, I won't push you off. As tempting as that sounds, Sunset grabbed Gilda's wrist and twisted it away. The tip of the knife cut her cheek again as she turned it away, but it was better than the alternative. They wrestled over the knife, Gilda trying to bring it back to Sunset's face, and Sunset trying to pull it out of her hand. Gilda smacked Sunset's face, but with only one hand on the knife, Sunset was able to pull the knife free and turn it on Gilda. She jumped back as Sunset slashed forward, almost losing her balance. Sunset rose again and waved the knife. I think this evens the odds a little bit. Gilda reached into her pocket and pulled out a second butterfly knife. Of course. She had to give credit where it was due, Gilda wasn't an idiot. Both girls swung, the blades scraped against each other creating a horrible metallic screeching. They swung again, managing to create sparks this time. On the third swing, Gilda aimed for Sunset's fingers, nicking her thumb when Sunset jerked away at the last second. Hey, feel free to jump in anytime. Gilda yelled to the others. Score shrugged. Hard to when you're taking most of the space. Besides, you got this. Gilda rolled her eyes. If you want something done right, her blade clashed against Sunset's again. Sunset wished she had tried to go with Trixie, even if she couldn't teleport two people. Blowing up might have been a better alternative to what she was facing now. She strained to stand, sweating from the exertion. Combined with holding Gilda off and having pulled Trixie back from a 3-story drop, she was surprised she hadn't passed out. Well, with the way things are going, that's still a possibility. Even if I manage to beat Gilda, I have 3 more losers to fight through, and I have to crawl home. The outlook was bleak if Sunset was honest with herself. Evidently, Gilda sensed Sunset's waning optimism and pressed her attack, forcing Sunset to take a half step back. She swung again, and the 2 blades pressed against each other. Gilda grinned at her. Enjoy your fall. She threw her weight forward, shoving Sunset off the building. Sunset did not scream. She just fell. She closed her eyes and waited for the end, regretting not seeing Equestria again. Regretting not getting to apologize to Twilight. Regretting Gilda's laugh would be the last thing she ever heard. It was a slow fall. So slow in fact, that Sunset wondered what was taking so long for her to hit the ground. She then realized that, while there was a feeling of weightlessness, there was no sensation of actually falling. She opened her eyes, finding herself surrounded a glow of purple magic, drifting slowly to the ground. Seriously, what the hell? Gilda shouted above her. Lulamoon, Sunset whispered as she touched the ground. Trixie ran up to her, surprising Sunset with how concerned she looked. She also looked like she had just run a marathon, her stuck to her face and she was sweating everywhere. Are you okay, Sunset? Not really, Sunset said, falling to her knee again. Didn't I tell you to run? Behind Trixie, a familiar voice said, Lulamoons never run, Sunset. Artemis and Selena strode up, having popped out of nowhere. Strategically retreat, maybe, Artemis pulled out his wand. But never run. What are you doing here? Sunset asked. Selena put a hand on a saber strapped to her side. Trixie came and told us you were in trouble. Looks like we arrived just in time. So many thoughts ran through Sunset's mind, but the loss of blood made them all jumble together into a knotted mess. Instead of trying to make sense of it, she decided just to watch whatever was about to happen unfold. Gilda and the others had scrambled off the building and were running back for the alley. Artemis appeared in front of them, his arms crossed and pointed hat pulled down over his eyes. Out of the way, old man. I ain't afraid to cut you. Gilda snarled. Artemis raised his hat an inch. Did you just call me old? Selena drew her saber and took large steps forward. Poor choice of words. That was your second mistake. Your first, Artemis' voice became hard. He lifted his hat up the rest of the way, revealing dangerous eyes. Was threatening my daughter and attacking her friend. Sunset would have pointed out that she and Trixie weren't friends, but she had never seen Artemis angry and really wanted to know how this would play out. Gilda rushed forward, pulling her arm back to strike. At the flick of Artemis' wand, she flew backward, her knife dropping from her hand. Selena flipped her saber around and jabbed the butt into Gilda's back, sending her to the dirt face first. Hoops, Score and Dumbbell stood dumbfounded, looking from Artemis to Selena to Gilda. Hoops recovered first, running and taking a stab at Artemis, only to go through an illusion. Artemis came from the side and took off his hat, setting a flock of doves upon Hoops. They pecked and smothered his face with their wings. Each time he hit one, it turned into bubbles, then reappeared as two more. Score turned to Selena after watching the doves chase Hoops off. He made a jumping slash at her, following up with a combination of quick jabs and wide sweeps. Selena dodged each of them with grace, taking light but decisive steps until Score wore himself out. He swung wildly, and Selena blocked it with the pommel of her blade. She grabbed his wrist and twisted so the knife fell, then jabbed his shoulder with the butt of her saber, smashed his foot with her heel, and knocked him onto his back with an open palm to the chest. Dumbbell saw all of this happen, looked at Artemis and Selena who were watching him expectantly, and broke into a run in the opposite direction. Artemis cupped a hand over his mouth and spread his fingers apart. He blew a stream of fire that rose and curled into a massive ball above him. It uncurled into a scarlet dragon and soared after Dumbbell, unleashing a ferocious roar that made Sunset's hair stand on end. The flames engulfed Dumbbell, and for a second, Sunset thought Artemis had actually incinerated him. The inferno died down, revealing Dumbbell tied up in thick ropes, but very much alive. Gilda got up and looked at the scene around her. Hoops curled on the ground with the doves nesting on top of him. Score lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Dumbbell tied up, looking terrified. Seriously. What the hell? Selena placed the tip of her saber under Gilda's chin. You should really think twice before you mess with someone. You never know who they know. She edged the tip a little closer and narrowed her eyes. And if you ever mess with my Trixie or her friends again, I'll gut you like a fish. Gilda stared at her, either unable to comprehend she had been beaten, or unable to comprehend being threatened by some random adult. She roared, pushing herself back before springing off the ground. Snatching her knife from the ground, she rushed at Selena again and swung, meeting her blade. With a flick of her wrist, Selena sent the butterfly knife spinning into the air. She then turned her saber and smacked Gilda across the face with the flat side. Gilda spun around and crumpled to the ground, clutching her cheek. Selena stuck her hand out and caught the falling blade by the handle. Artemis eased back into his boyish grin. And that, Trixie, is why I married your mother. Sunset blinked. That was awesome. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The griffins sat bound together in a bundle of ropes with a blue bow attached. All of their weapons, save for the butterfly knife Sunset had snatched from Gilda, sat in a metal box 20 feet away with another bow on top. You're seriously going to just leave us here? Gilda asked. There was a purple welt across her cheek from where Selena's saber had slapped her. Oh, don't worry, Artemis said, helping Sunset off the ground. The police should be here soon. If not, I'm sure those ropes will keep you warm through the night. Gilda screamed obscenities while Sunset teleported away with the Lulamoons. It was a lot like teleporting as a pony, the world twisted around you, and you felt like you had been shoved forward at maximum speed. Only, there was more spoke upon re-entry. They appeared in front of a large home on the other side of the suburbs. It couldn't have been more than 5 blocks from Twilight or Rarity. It was blue with white trimmings, and coming off the back was a pointed tower. Blue roses filled the garden bordering the walkway. Artemis carried Sunset to the front door, decorated with a large L in calligraphy. Sunset only got halfway through rolling her eyes when the door opened and they nearly popped out of her head. The Lulamoon living room made Twilights and Rarities seem tame, and Pinkies look like a barren wasteland by comparison. Pictures, portraits, and tapestries covered almost every inch of the walls. Most of the paintings were of starry night skies or depictions of nature. Everything else featured at least one of the Lulamoons. Starting on the wall to the left, Sunset found a picture of Artemis as a young boy. He looked exactly the same minus the goatee. A girl stood next to him, identical in nearly every way. She had the same childish smile and a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Sunset's eyes went across the wall, finding a picture of an older Artemis performing in front of a large crowd with Selena on one side and the other girl on his left. Next was a picture of Selena disarming her opponent in a fencing duel. The subsequent picture was of Selena holding up the first place trophy. Further down, Artemis and Selena were holding hands on the bow of a cruise ship. Then, they were standing side by side under the Eiffel Tower. Artemis wore a sky blue tuxedo with a top hat replacing his pointed cap, while Selena wore a breathtakingly beautiful white dress adorned with sapphires. A bouquet of blue roses sat in her hands. On the next wall, Sunset found Artemis and Selena in several places around the world. They were dressed in cargo pants and pith helmets somewhere in the Amazon, turbans and robes in front of the Great Pyramids, khakis and binoculars on the savannah, thick winter coats and goggles on what Sunset assumed was Mount Everest, and traditional Chinese robes on the Great Wall of China. Following their world tour was a simple picture of a very pregnant Selena, followed by one of her in the hospital holding a bawling Trixie. Then, there was Artemis feeding her a bottle, and Selena reading her a bedtime story. Both of them helped Trixie blow out her birthday candles, then Artemis held onto her while Trixie rode her first bike. All three of them, plus the girl from before, now a grown woman, were jumping on a trampoline. Trixie was on stage dressed as a flower. She was then being measured by the woman Sunset could only assume was Artemis' sister. Standing next to Trixie was a girl about the same age who looked oddly familiar to Sunset. She had red hair that turned purple, and was very pretty, even at that young age. Sunset put little thought into it, still dizzy from her bleeding wound. But looking around at all of the pictures, all the snapshots and snippets of the Lulamoons' lives, an overwhelming feeling of love took hold of Sunset's heart. This place was more than a house. It was a home. Artemis placed Sunset face down on the soft, fuzzy couch. She heard Selena make a soft tut before gentle fingers danced around her open wound. Her leg gave an involuntary twitch. "She got you pretty deep," Selena said. "I think she got a nerve. We should take you to the hospital instead." Sunset jerked her head up. "No. I mean, no thank you. It's not as bad as it looks." Sunset could hardly move her leg. "Besides, can't you heal it, Artemis?" "As phenomenal as my powers are," Artemis lifted a hand, letting sparks fly from his fingers. "Healing magic is not my forte." Sunset glared at him. "But you fixed my nose." He shrugged. "It was only a little out of place, I just popped it back in. We're talking about reconnecting nerves and tissue here. Very precise and delicate work." "Oh, come on. You must have something." Sunset crossed her fingers. There was no way she could go to a hospital. Selena hummed. "Well, we do have that spring water from the Himalayan monks." Artemis frowned. "Yes, but I was trying to save that for something, you know, dire." Selena whacked him on the shoulder. "She only needs a few drops, not the whole bottle." Okay, Trixie." Trixie jumped, looking like she had been called on for a problem she didn't know the answer to. She had hardly said a word after coming back with help. "Yes. Upstairs in the study, there's a bottle on the third shelf behind the desk. Fetch it for us, would you, sweetheart?" "Yes, Daddy." Trixie bounded upstairs. Selena walked around into Sunset's sight. "Forgive me if I'm being nosy, Sunset, but how did you end up in this situation in the first place?" Sunset sighed. "My friend Rainbow Dash and I got in a fight with those creeps a while back. They saw me on the street with Trixie and decided today would be a good day for payback. And why we're in such a seedy area in the first place." Selena pursed her lips. "In fact, why was Trixie there?" "I was going to get a salad. I think Trixie was spying on me." "Trixie was not spying on you." Trixie marched down the stairs with the bottle in hand, and her usual sour look. "Nice to have you back, Trix. Had me worried for a second." Selena took the bottle and uncorked it. From the open tip, a few crystal clear drops fell onto Sunset's leg. It was warm and soothing, spreading deep into Sunset's wound. The numbness vanished, replaced with a tingling sensation. Sunset got to her feet and tested her healed leg, amazed to find it working just fine. She twisted around, finding the cut was nothing more than a pink scar. "Wow," she looked at Selena. "I don't know what to say." "Well, thanks, obviously, but that was amazing." "You're very welcome." Selena capped the bottle. "But you should be thanking Trixie. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have known to come and get you." Trixie huffed and turned away. "Trixie doesn't need your thanks. She was just repaying a favor. Now, we're even." Her eyes drifted back to Sunset. "She's glad you're not dead though." Sunset gave a lopsided grin. "Thanks anyway, Trixie. All of you, thank you." She took a back step to the door. "I should go now before it gets too dark." Artemis frowned. "Are you sure you have to leave already? We'd love for you to stay for dinner." A flashback of the last family dinner she attended made Sunset instantly say, yes. No, thank you. I appreciate the offer, but I really should go." "Very well," Artemis said with heavy disappointment. "Allow me to at least accompany you out." He flicked his wrist, and the door creaked open. Sunset waved goodbye before she stepped over the threshold. Selena returned it enthusiastically, but Trixie kept her back turned and headed for the stairs. Artemis closed the door behind them and walked Sunset down the path. You know, he said in a serious voice, I worry about you sometimes. Sunset stopped. Really? Yes. I'll admit, I'm baffled myself. I mean, I care a great deal about the people around me, but you, Sunset, I've only known you for a short while, but there's something special about you. I knew it from the moment you stepped onto my stage. But I didn't think destiny would have run into each other again and again. Stars began to pop overhead as night settled in. Sunset looked up at them, unsure of what to say. Perhaps Artemis was picking up the remains of her equestrian magic. Are you all right, Sunset? No. Sunset sighed and held a hand up. I appreciate the concern, Artemis, really, I do. Life is sucky right now. But I'm a big girl. I can handle it. I hope. Artemis looked thoughtfully at her. Proud as a lion, eh, Sunset? He chuckled and twirled his goatee. If you're certain you can handle it, then I guess I have no right to question you. But I stand by what I told you last week, the Lulamoons are always here for you. He gestured back to the door. It may seem a bit forward, but our home is always open to you. A lump formed in Sunset's throat, and she quickly turned away to wipe the tear that fell from her eye. Thank you, Artemis. She composed herself and smiled. You're crazy, but you're the good kind of crazy. Then I've succeeded in my life goals. He proclaimed. He ruffled Sunset's hair. Take tomorrow off, Sunset, but try to stay out of trouble, okay? Sunset playfully brushed his hand away. Okay. I will definitely try. Then good night, Sunset. Remember, if you need anything, he snapped his fingers, just call. He vanished in a puff of smoke. Sunset questioned the point of teleporting when he was 20 feet from the front door. With a half-hearted shrug, she began her walk home. She put her hands in her sweatshirt pockets and felt something flat and rectangular. Pulling it out, she found it was the card Artemis had given her when she had first agreed to work for him. She flipped it through her fingers, wondering if she could have found a way to get him to remove the curse. She shook the idea away. This was the magic of harmony, not even Artemis could dispel it. No, she was sure freeing herself was something she had to do on her own. If it was even possible. Before she turned the corner, she looked back at the Lulamoon's house. Much like how Artemis had said she was special, Sunset felt something special coming from the house. Or rather, from within the house. Even with Trixie's cool demeanor, it had been the warmest home she had stepped foot in. Another silly idea formed in her head, and she chased it away. She wasn't a freeloader or a burden, and she'd never take advantage of their hospitality like that. She stuck the card in her pocket and kept walking. You're better off alone. Sunset looked down at her bandaged hand. She wasn't alone, she had friends. She just refused to take advantage of them. She was solitary, independent. But not alone. Step 34, words unsaid. At the buzzing of her alarm, Sunset rose, immediately feeling the knots in her stomach. She slapped her alarm until it fell silent, then dragged herself out of bed. Judgment Day Part 2, in which I try to apologize to Twilight. The knots tightened, killing her appetite. She turned to examine herself in the mirror, once again forgetting she had disposed of it 2 days ago. Grumbling to herself, Sunset rummaged through her dresser until she found some clean clothes and stomped downstairs to the bathroom. Sunday had been spent doing much of nothing. Sunset had enjoyed not having to go into work, but found little to do. She had occupied her time by drafting apologies and explanations to Twilight. Many of them felt rehearsed and dry, and in the end, it came down to whether or not Rarity could convince Twilight to give her the time of day. Ultimately, there were two outcomes. Either Sunset would end the day miserable, or she'd be holding hands with Twilight. She wasn't sure which idea scared her more. No, confidence, she told her bathroom mirror. You can do this. You want this, Twilight wants this hopefully. I mean, yes, she still wants this. Go out there and make it happen. She hurried in getting dressed, not wanting to see if her reflection would start hassling her again. The weather outside put a damper on her mood. Heavy gray clouds hung overhead, and the air was frigid, making her breath visible. There was a thin layer of frost on her motorcycle seat and handlebars. After retrieving gloves, a scarf, and a knife from inside, Sunset scraped the ice off and started the engine. Much like Thanksgiving night, Sunset had a sense of foreboding as she let the engine warm up. She couldn't tell if it was good or bad, all she knew was that something was going to happen. All she could do was hope the universe had gotten enough laughs from her misery for a while. She hopped on her bike and rode out of the alley. Snow hadn't fallen yet, but several parts of the road were icy, making Sunset slow down. She arrived at school with only 5 minutes until the first bell, meaning her conversation with Twilight would have to wait until lunch. With semester finals 1 week away, Sunset's teachers were piling on the work and constantly reminding them that just because they had sent in their college applications didn't mean they could slack off the rest of the year. Sunset sighed in defeat as cheerily reminded them the importance of maintaining their grades for official transcripts. While it was relevant for most of the class, it just reminded Sunset of her uncertain future beyond graduation. Enrolling herself into a public high school had been one thing. Sunset had neither the skills nor the resources to get herself placed in an institute of higher learning. Not without drawing unnecessary attention to herself. She pushed the bleak scenario away, locking it in the back of her head where she always kept it. That was a problem for another time. When left alone to do their classwork, Sunset had a hard time concentrating, her thoughts constantly strayed to Twilight. You're very special to me, Sunset. Please just leave me alone, Sunset. Such a turnaround in so short of a time. Sunset would have found it laughable if it didn't cause her stomach to churn. Time mocked her, forcing the minute hand to crawl by at an ungodly pace. Sunset tried to focus on her English assignment but kept looking up at the clock every few seconds. Eyes on your own paper, please, Sunset cheerily said from the front of the class. Sunset's eyes fixated on the paper in front of her, unable to look anywhere else. I hope this isn't a problem later. At the end of the writing assignment, Sunset found it was more of a nuisance than a problem. Cheerily collected the papers and put them on her desk, forcing Sunset to look forward for the rest of the class. Lucky for her, most of it was just lecture. Walking out when the dismissal bell rang, Sunset's eyes were still glued to her paper until she stepped into the hallway. Oh boy, 10 a.m. and I'm already annoyed. Sunset headed to the second floor for her next class, only to find Twilight at the other end of the hall. Twilight looked up from her book bag and froze. Her expression was unreadable, though it was clear she was waiting for Sunset to make a move. Sunset tried. She tried to move forward, tried to say something, but her body was paralyzed. All she could do was stare back at Twilight, and try to tell with her eyes what her mouth couldn't say. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Come on, come talk to me, please. Twilight inched forward, then turned into her classroom without another glance. Sunset regained the feeling in her body and kicked one of the lockers before walking into her class. 2 hours. Just 2 more hours. Come on, Rarity, don't let me down. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset couldn't leave the classroom quick enough. She flew down to the first floor, taking the steps 3 at a time. The building anticipation had made Sunset shiver throughout most of her class. She wanted this over with now. The cafeteria was already full when Sunset stepped in. She didn't bother getting in line for lunch, choosing to go straight to the table. 10 steps from her seat, she stopped, unable to go any further. Twilight was already seated, poking at her salad while the rest of the girls waved Sunset over. Sunset forced herself an inch forward but could move no more than that. Twilight looked up, maintaining her guarded expression from earlier. She looked ready to remain silent until Rarity poked her shoulder. Hi, Sunset, was all she mumbled. Sunset blinked as a reply. Twilight stared, expecting more, then returned to her guarded expression, and her salad. Rainbow looked between the two of them. Am I missing something, or does anyone else feel tension? Nope, ain't just you. Applejack gestured to the empty seat next to her. You wanna sit down, Sunset? Yes. She didn't move. Everyone stared at her. Applejack cleared her throat. Are ya gonna sit down? No. Rarity slapped her palm against the table. Oh, for goodness sakes. She grabbed Twilight by the arm and jumped up from the table. Come. She moved towards Sunset, who started backpedaling against her own will. She now knew how magnets felt. She was pushed out of the cafeteria and down the hall. Rarity stopped and peeked through each classroom window until she found an empty one. She threw the door open and pointed Twilight inside, then grabbed Sunset, who had kept walking a few feet. In, she said, giving Sunset a small shove and closing the door behind her, leaving Twilight as the only other occupant. She stood on the other side of the room, allowing Sunset take a few steps forward so she wasn't pressed against the door. The room was dim, the only light came from the window. Twilight stood in the illuminated square, looking at the blackboard and twirling a finger through her hair. Sunset sharply inhaled. Twilight had an ethereal beauty with the winter light bending around her. The slight draft from the windows made her hair waltz. Sunset cleared her throat, getting Twilight's attention, but that was all she could do. When she opened her mouth to speak, no sound came out. Yes? Twilight asked. It was similar to Saturday, when Sunset tried to tell Rarity about the penance. Pressure built on Sunset's throat, keeping the words down. She tried to mouth, "I'm sorry," but Twilight didn't pick up on it. Whenever Sunset tried to move forward, her body locked up. Twilight pursed her lips. "Are you going to say anything?" Sunset shook her head, then facepalmed. She held her index finger up, then fled out the door. Rarity was waiting on the other side. "Where do you think you're going?" she asked, hands on her hips. Sunset shut the door. "Nowhere, I just needed to talk to you." Rarity pointed to the classroom. "You're supposed to be talking to Twilight." "I can't, Rarity." Sunset flailed her arms. Pinching her nose, Rarity said, "Sunset, Twilight agreed to listen if you talked, but so far, you haven't said a word to her. I told you, you need to have confidence." "I have confidence, Rarity, but I can't talk to her." "Why not?" "Because," Sunset hesitated, wondering how much she could say before the curse stopped her. "She asked me to leave her alone." She continued to think, trying to map out how she could get Rarity to reverse it without descending into a repeat of Saturday's conversation. Rarity stared, mouth slightly open, looking perplexed. She scratched the side of her head. "Okay, while I respect your adherence to her request for personal space," she opened the door and pushed Sunset back inside. "Please just talk to her." The door slammed shut. "Thank you, Rarity. Thank you, thank you, thank you." Sunset twirled and faced Twilight with newfound optimism. "Twilight." She crossed her arms. "You're going to talk now?" "Yes. Sorry about before, I was." Sunset waved a hand. "It doesn't matter. I did want to talk to you though." She paused, picking her words carefully. All of her rehearsed apologies sounded terrible, so she decided to just wing it. But even that was proving difficult. "Twilight, I know I said some things on Thursday. And I know that I hurt you." Sunset slouched her shoulders. "I didn't mean to. Hurting you is the last thing I want to do." Twilight looked at the blackboard again. "You said it was funny." "I know." Sunset clenched her fists. "I know what I said, but I didn't mean any of it. That's the opposite of how I feel about you, Twilight." She closed her eyes. "You're special to me too. I like seeing you laugh and blush and smile. I love it when you play the violin, and I love playing against you in chess. You're the only one in this school I consider on par with my intelligence. Heck, you might even be smarter than me. I like your lavender perfume, your hair, your eyes." Twilight turned from the board, showing Sunset her pretty purple eyes. Sunset smiled. "I'm really sorry I said those things, Twilight. I don't hate spending time with you, I love it. And I couldn't admit it to myself that night, but I really like you too." She wanted to close the distance between them, but that action was still off limits. Lacing her fingers together, Twilight stared at the floor, her bangs falling over her eyes. "Sunset, I want to believe you. But why did you say all those things in the first place?" "Because you asked me to lie." Sunset gave a subtle shake of her head. That excuse didn't hold much ground if Sunset couldn't tell Twilight about the curse. In fact, nothing she thought of could serve as a satisfactory answer. In her rehearsals, she had hoped the conversation strayed down this path. She had imagined Twilight accepting her apology, and then a second attempt at their kiss from several nights ago. Sunset bit her lip. "Come on, think of something." The only other excuse she could think of, however, was that she panicked, but that was almost worse than pinning the blame on Twilight. She looked at Sunset expectantly again, demanding an answer Sunset couldn't give. "I can't tell you," Sunset said, defeated. "Why not?" "Because." Sunset looked away, unable to withstand Twilight's gaze. "I just can't, Twilight." "I don't understand," Twilight said, irritation creeping into her voice. "You tell me you hate me, take it back and tell me you didn't mean it and that you actually like me, and then say you can't tell me why you said those things in the first place." "Yeah," Sunset said, her optimism and confidence fading into nothing. "That pretty much sums it up." I don't," Twilight shook her head. "That doesn't make any sense." "Sunset, just tell me why you said all those things." "I can't." Sunset put her hands together. "I can't tell you why I said what I said, but please believe me when I say I didn't mean any of it." "How do I know you mean anything you're saying right now?" Sunset sighed, her entire body wilting. "You don't. You just have to trust me." As the words left her mouth, she felt the room drop a few degrees. Twilight looked at her with a mixture of pain and incredulousness. "Sunset, do you know how much it hurt to hear my first crush, my friend hated me and found my suffering funny?" "No," she said, though she had a different hurt spreading through her heart. "It hurt a lot." Twilight wiped the tears from her eyes. "I want to believe you didn't mean what you said, but I want to know why. Otherwise, how do I know you're not just going to do it again?" "You don't." Sunset covered her face with her hand. "I want to tell you, Twilight, I really do. But I can't." Twilight squared her shoulders. "Well, when you can, come talk to me." She headed for the door, unknowingly forcing Sunset to step wide to the side to let her pass. The door shut, leaving Sunset alone for precisely 10 seconds before Rarity popped her head in. Sunset, what? Sunset held a hand up. I don't want to talk right now, Rarity. But, please. Sunset closed her eyes, her anger and frustration boiling. Just leave me alone right now. Rarity hesitated but closed the door. Her footsteps faded away, leaving Sunset completely alone. She grabbed the nearest textbook and flung it across the room with yell. It crashed into a desk before landing on the floor, the binding bent. Damn you, Harmony. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shining wasn't sure whether or not to be surprised Sunset's name came up in the police database. Admittedly, part of him was disappointed it had. He sat at his desk in the Canterlot police station, his lunch of Thanksgiving leftovers sitting on top of a stack of paperwork. He knew he should have listened to Cadence's advice and not played detective, and would no doubt get an earful if she found out. But Shining's protectiveness had overruled Cadence's reasoning. And he really wanted to know who this Sunset Shimmer really was. Shining didn't care if his sister was gay, and if she was trying to hide it, she was doing a very poor job, but he did care about who she wanted to date. He had been a cop long enough to know Sunset was acting odd during dinner. Maybe it was nerves. Or maybe, she was hiding something. Shining took a sip of his soda and opened Sunset's file. Several accounts of shoplifting and one account of vandalism, all in all, it could have been worse. He took a close look at her mug shot. Sunset wore a small smirk that said she had every intention to steal again. Before he scrolled down to her personal information, the date of the mugshot and her last recorded crime caught his eye. At first, he thought he read it wrong, but looking again, he saw it was from 11 years ago. He looked at the photo, then the date, and conjured an image of Sunset in his head. This can't be right. She looks almost exactly the same age. Maybe there was a glitch somewhere in the system. The idea became murky when he pulled up the rest of her file. Judging by her birth date, the dates on the photos matched what her age should have been. There was no date of death. Shining leaned back in his chair. Okay, so she's either an immortal high school student, she has an evil twin with the same name, or she's impersonating someone with incredible detail. Putting away his comic book fantasies, the only one that seemed plausible, though still incredibly odd, was the impersonation act. He scribbled her address down on a sticky note and stuck it to the side of his computer before picking up the phone. He needed to check one more thing before jumping the gun. Hey, file check. I need a student record from Canterlot High. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tuesday was colder than Monday. Even inside the cafeteria, packed with students and warm food, Sunset was still cold. Here she was again, sitting alone at a table in the corner, watching her friends eat lunch without her. They frequently looked her way, silently asking her to rejoin them. While Sunset could technically talk to Twilight, the favor of being left alone still stood. Sunset could not come within 20 feet of her, making even group interactions near impossible. The food in front of her looked unappetizing, though Sunset was quite famished. She hadn't eaten anything yesterday, in fact, since Thanksgiving, her eating had been quite irregular. She forced herself to take a bite of her apple. Starving herself wouldn't do anyone any favors. Sunset. Wah. Sunset jumped, tossing her apple into the air. She made to catch it but missed, and watched it hit the ground. Oh my, I'm sorry. Fluttershy squeaked. It's okay. Sunset reached for the apple. It was severely dented, but still edible. She was more surprised Fluttershy had been able to scare her. What's up, Shy? Fluttershy sat down across from her. I wanted to see if you were okay. We're all worried about you. Sunset didn't even bother to lie. She just sighed and let the apple drop onto her plate. I've been a lot better. Why don't you come and sit with us? I can't. Fluttershy tapped her fingers together. Is this about you and Twilight? Yes. Sunset looked over to their table. Did she tell you? She told us you said some mean things. Then you said you didn't mean them, but wouldn't tell her why you said it. Fluttershy hid an eye behind her long bangs. She said you were being aggravating. That's pretty mild, all things considered. Well, that's about the gist of it. Why can't you tell her? Sunset poked her mashed potatoes. I just can't, Fluttershy. Fluttershy frowned. I know I shouldn't meddle, but Twilight seems really hurt. You like her, don't you? Yes, Fluttershy, I like her. I really like her, but I can't tell her why I was a jerk. Sunset growled. Believe me, I wish I could. Well, you could still come and sit with us. We're not taking sides or anything. Can't do that either. Oh, Fluttershy furrowed her brow. It was the closest thing to frustration Sunset had seen on her. In the blink of an eye, it had returned to her kind and demure expression. Would you like to come to the animal shelter today, Sunset? Sunset nodded. Yes, Fluttershy, I would love to. They arranged for a time to meet after school, then Fluttershy reached over and gave Sunset a hug before departing. Across the cafeteria, the remaining Spectacular Seven gave Sunset an awkward wave. She waved back, straining herself to smile. At the sullen look Twilight gave her, her smile evaporated. Twilight, what can I do to make you trust me again? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Later on, Sunset would find out that picking up dog poop and being nipped in the heel had been the highlight of her week. She had performed the same routine as the last time she visited, watching over the animals while they got their exercise. Spot had been tremendously happy to see her, completely ignoring Fluttershy when she opened his cage. In addition, Sunset had assisted in setting up the canopy to prevent snow from falling into the enclosure. Sure enough, on Wednesday morning, Canterlot City found itself covered in a light layer of fluffy powder. Snowflakes lazily drifted from the sky, carried by the icy wind that froze the roads. Sunset had walked to school, not trusting herself to drive at the moment. She was still running on one meal a day. Come lunchtime, however, Sunset was hungry enough to force down everything on her plate. She was still stuck in the corner of the cafeteria, and once she had finished her food, she had no idea what to do with herself. Temporary as it was, Rainbow managed to fill the boring void. She stomped over and pointed sharply at Sunset. You, me, soccer, after school. Be there. Sunset looked out the window, then back to Rainbow. It's snowing outside. You think I care? Soccer field, 3:15. No excuses. She flashed Sunset her cocky grin before taking off. Sunset watched the snow fall. She knew what Rainbow was going to do, and it would be pointless. Fluttershy had tried to do the same thing at the animal shelter, though in a much more subtle way. She knew they meant well, but she couldn't talk about it. She sighed and got up, getting a head start to her trigonometry class so she could grab a seat in the back. It was now her least favorite subject, ranking below history since she had to spend the entire class staring at the back of Twilight's head. They stood on two sides of an impassable gorge. Sunset could shout all she wanted, but Twilight would not hear her. The one thing that would close the space between them was the one thing Sunset could speak nothing about. She knew Twilight would believe her. She knew Twilight wanted to trust her again. But Sunset had nothing else to offer. Class began, dragging on like every class before it. On occasion, Sunset thought she had seen Twilight tilt her head back towards her, but it was mostly wishful thinking. When they paired up for group work, Twilight sat next to Twinklesheen. Since Minuet was absent, Lemon Hearts was forced to work with Sunset, and she seemed none too happy about it. So, what did you get for number 14? Sunset asked, trying to remain civil despite Lemon's cold attitude. Lemon looked up from her paper with a scowl. I'm still on 10. Oh, sorry. Sunset looked longingly over to Twilight. She was giggling at something Twinklesheen had said. Don't you two normally work together? Lemon asked. Yeah, Sunset pulled her eyes back to her own paper. She's kinda mad at me right now. Big shocker, Lemon muttered. Sunset endured mostly working by herself for another 45 minutes before school ended. Twilight was out the door before Sunset had finished putting her things away. After storing her books in her locker and grabbing her scarf and gloves, Sunset headed to the soccer field, where Rainbow was already waiting. She scored another goal before acknowledging Sunset. Took you long enough, she said, fetching the ball. Dash, school ended not even 5 minutes ago. Still too slow. Come on, we got a game to play. She dribbled the ball on her knees, then passed it to Sunset. She stopped it with her shin and let it fall into the snow. How do you even play in these conditions? She kicked the ball, sending a small flurry with it. It's tricky, I'll admit that much. Rainbow ran after it, having little trouble handling the ball in the snow. But if you can dribble through snow, normal conditions are a breeze. She passed the ball back to Sunset. Rainbow, cut to the chase and tell me why I'm really out here freezing my butt off. She passed the ball back. Rainbow frowned. What, I need a reason to hang out with my friend. She kicked the ball with a little more force. No, but I know you pulled me out here for more than soccer. Sunset kicked the ball even harder. Yeah, I wanna know why you're giving us the cold shoulder during lunch. Rainbow kicked the ball so hard, it sailed over Sunset's head and into the goal on the far side of the field. I'm not giving you the colder shoulder. I can't be around Twilight right now. Rainbow trudged past her to get the ball. Yeah, we know. She said she liked you, and you did something stupid. That doesn't mean you have to avoid the rest of us. Sunset kicked a mound of snow. It's not exactly on purpose. Dash. What do you mean? Forget it, doesn't matter. Rainbow kicked the ball back in her direction. Man, Fluttershy and Twilight are right, you can be really cryptic sometimes. Sunset pulled her foot back to pass the ball, but slipped on the wet grass beneath and fell back into the snow. She could hear Rainbow snickering in the distance. Despite her winter pants, she could feel the cold water sneaking in and freezing her legs. Sunset Shimmer, there you are. A cheery voice yelled. Pulling herself up, Sunset saw Lyra skipping over with a folder in hand. Sunset had half a mind to bury herself back in the snow. Instead, she mustered the most annoyed look she could manage. It had no effect on Lyra. She continued to approach, smiling like she was approaching her best friend. I was hoping to run into you soon. Just wanted to check up on the progress of the ball. Sunset took a pause from brushing the snow out her hair. Right about that, we haven't exactly started yet. Lyra sucked in air between her teeth. Ooh, not quite what I was hoping to hear. You see, Sunny, we're starting to sell tickets, and we need to know what we can promise the students. Rainbow walked over, her expression matching Sunset's. Pinky's the head planner. Just tell everyone it's gonna be awesome. Lyra smiled again. Well, that's what we're trying to do. But it would set a lot of people at ease if we had some more details. I'm honestly trying to look out for Sunset here. I'd hate to see her banned from the rest of the school's activities. What? Rainbow cocked her head to Sunset. What's she talking about? Sunset shoved her hands in her pockets so they wouldn't see her fists tightening. If the winter ball isn't a success, I'm banned from every major school event from now till graduation. What? Are you serious? Yep. Rainbow glared at Lyra. Hold it, you can't do that, even if you are the president. The council can't ban someone without Celestia's permission. Lyra snapped her fingers. You're right, Rainbow. Technically, the council doesn't have that power. Which is why it really pains me to have to show you this. Lyra flipped open the folder and pulled out a bundle of pink papers. You see, some of the students started a petition to ensure you couldn't participate in any school function period. I was able to at least let them give you a chance with the winter ball, however, this version was still passed around the school. Lyra handed the papers to a numb Sunset. The petition states pretty much what I've already said. Failure to make an amazing ball, blah, 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 results in event ban. As per school rules, if this petition gets enough signatures and is presented before Principal Celestia, she'll have to agree to the students' demands. Rainbow looked over Sunset's shoulder, mouth agape. Bullshit. That isn't in the school rules. Lyra cleared her throat. School Code, Section 5, Article B, on the matters of the voice of the students, Paragraph 2. Should the students wish to enact policy changes or address grievances with the acting faculty, they have the right to rally and/or petition in a peaceful and non-aggressive manner. Should they wish to petition, any change requested must be in written form and be signed by no less than 3/4 of the student body. The form may then be submitted to the acting principal at the time for review. If it is within the principal's power to comply and has met the following criteria, changes shall be made. Should requests not fall within the current budget, they shall be filed away until such a time they can be afforded. Paragraph 3. Petitions cannot be made for the following: additions to the school buildings or grounds, changes in class time or school time, distribution of homework and tests, expulsion of students or faculty, or any changes that would conflict with state and/or federal laws. Lyra inhaled, then gave a theatrical bow. Rainbow continued to gape. That's why. I know, it's pretty amazing, Lyra said, buffing her nails against her coat. I have the whole school code committed to memory. That wasn't. Rainbow snatched the papers from Sunset's hands. There's no way this thing has 3/4 of the school's signatures. It has a lot, Sunset said glumly. It reminded her of how she used to kick people while they were down. Seeing all those signatures felt like a curb stomping. She had to hand it to the students though. When she wasn't slicing them up into easily controlled groups, they knew how to rally and get something they wanted. Lyra gave a hapless shrug. So sorry, Sunny, but that's the way things are. Rainbow waved the papers. You could just not turn these in, you know. For the first time in their conversation, Lyra looked genuinely upset. And ignore the will of the people? She asked indignantly. I am the school president, humble servant to the students of Canterlot High. It is my job, nay, my duty, nay, my privilege to carry out their will and voice. She raised a finger to the sky. I shall not become like the bureaucrats in our political offices who ignore the people who voted for them and serve only themselves and fund the corporate plot for world domination. I shall serve the people and deliver unto them their God-given rights of truth, justice, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Sunset and Rainbow both watched her hold the pose for a full minute. She snapped back to reality and plucked the papers from Rainbow's hand. So anyway, good luck. She walked away, humming a merry tune. Well, Rainbow gave the soccer ball a gentle tap. That sucks. Sunset nodded. It wasn't the possibility of being banned that bothered her so much, as it was the fact that so many students despised her enough to suggest it. Rainbow slapped her on the back. Hey, don't worry. We'll make a ball so awesome, it'll make them forget all about the fall formal and everything else you've done. Rainbow chewed the inside of her cheek. This might take a lot more work than I thought. Thank you for the confidence booster, dash. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Shining pulled up to the house and turned his windshield wipers off. Snow began to pile up the moment he did. He took one more sip of his coffee, then pulled out the piece of paper he had written the address down on to confirm he was in the right location. Yesterday, Shining had followed the address from Sunset's juvenile file. It had been correct, except her family no longer lived there. The new family wasn't sure where they had moved to. Shining knew it was probably a fake, but he had taken down the address written in Sunset's school records. The house in front of him looked occupied, but it had clearly seen better days. One of the windows was held on by duct tape, the garage door was dented, and the entire house needed a new coat of paint. He got out the car and approached the gate surrounding the house. Through the snow, he could see most of it was severely rusted. It opened with a horrible screech that reminded him of Twilight's miserable violin playing. Various cat toys were littered across the yard, half buried in the snow. As Shining got closer, the smell of felines grew stronger. By the time he got to the porch, it was almost unbearable. If Sunset lives here, I'll eat my badge. She claimed to live in an apartment on the opposite side of town. Though, if she really did live here, Shining wasn't sure he could fault her for lying. There was a delay when he pressed the doorbell, and it sounded distorted and fading. After a minute he rang again, unsure if whoever owned the home even heard it the first time. Hold on, I'm a-comin'. A voice crackled. The door opened up to reveal a short, old lady with curling gray hair and saggy skin. Oh, hello, officer. What can I do ya for? Shining's first reaction was to jump back and gag at the horrifying cat odor spilling from the house. He played it off as a strong cough and said, "Good afternoon, ma'am. My name's Shining Armor." He looked over her and into the house. Cats. There were cats everywhere. On the floor, on the counters, on the tables, on the stairs, on the TV. What wasn't covered in cat or cat hair was taken up by cat bowls, litter boxes, scratching posts or mice, fake and real. There was also a considerable amount of junk lying around. Broken lamps, old portraits, and boxes of assorted items. This has to be against at least 3 city ordinances. Shining focused on the old lady again. Sorry to trouble you, but I'm looking for the residence of a young woman by the name of Sunset Shimmer. Her school records posted this home as her address. Sunset Shimmer. She squinted her eyes in thought. Nope, never heard of her. Explains the school newsletters I've been getting every month. I thought I just subscribed to something and had forgotten about it. She started laughing until she broke into a short wheezing fit. When she finished, Shining asked, "So you don't know anything about her or where she might live?" Nope. She ain't got nothin' Apple in her name, so I know she ain't kin. She tapped her chin. Then again, we always get some odd ones in every bunch. Maybe she's in one of my old albums. How about you come inside and have a look? Shining took a step back. Oh, no. I don't want to waste any more of your time. Nonsense. She reached forward and looped an arm through his. I can't just turn an officer of the law away. I'll let you look through all my albums and bake some cookies. She started pulling him inside with more strength than Shining had expected from her. All the cats stared at Shining with wide eyes, meowing loudly at the newcomer. Somewhere, Sunset's laughing at me, he thought as the door shut behind him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset sat in the back of the class, eagerly awaiting the weekend. This week easily ranked as her worst one ever. She admired her friends for their efforts at keeping in touch with her, even with the rift between her and Twilight. Yesterday, Pinky had tried to drag Sunset to the table. As Sunset entered the Twilight Zone, her body started prickling like she was being bitten by fire ants. Still, Pinky managed to get her to sit down so they could talk about the dance after Rainbow had relayed what Lyra told them. 1 minute later, Sunset had a sudden urge to use the bathroom that could not be ignored. How it was possible, she wasn't sure, she had barely eaten all week. Today would be different, however. The girls were going out for pizza after school, and as Rarity had already told her, Twilight couldn't come because she had violin practice. Sunset was sure the group was going to rag on her at some point, but at least she could sit at the same table as them. The last bell rang, dismissing Canterlot High for their first snowy weekend. Once again, Twilight had already packed her stuff and left the classroom before Sunset could put her notebook away. Entering the hall, Sunset couldn't find her in the sea of passing students. Not that it mattered much. Snowball fights had already broken out in the schoolyard. No matter the age, snow brought out the childish nature in everyone. Frozen slush pelted Sunset in the face, impeding her vision. She jumped at the cold shock and wiped it from her eyes, finding Rainbow pointing at Applejack. She did it. Shut up, Rainbow. Sunset flung snowballs at both of them in response, nailing them in the face. Applejack scooped up as much snow as she could hold and hurled it at Sunset, while Rainbow pelted Applejack with several smaller ones. A minute into their fight, Pinkie popped up from behind the statue and threw 4 snowballs at once, hitting all of her targets, and pelting Rainbow a second time. All hail to the Snowball Queen. 3 snowballs collided with her face and knocked her into the snow. Rarity and Fluttershy exited the building, both of them almost getting pegged by a stray snowball. If one of those ends up in my hair, so help me, Rarity warned. Rainbow snickered, tossing a snowball up and down. You scared to get your hair a little wet? I just had it done. She gave it a flip. I'll have you know it took 3 hours, so a snowball pegged her in the side of the head. Applejack did it. Applejack laughed. I'm not even gonna deny it. Worth it. Rarity fumed. Applejack, you're dead meat. She grabbed a fistful of snow and jumped down the stairs. For the next half hour, 6 girls traded snowballs across the schoolyard, breaking into teams and switching to a frozen free-for-all on the fly. For a moment, Sunset forgot her troubles and remembered how much fun it was to laugh and let go. It was short-lived though. Her heart grew heavy the minute the fight ended and she was made painfully aware of the absence of Twilight. They hurried as fast as they could to Marinera's pizzeria, shivering, chattering, and covered in snow. Rarity's hair had become a mess, but she didn't seem to mind anymore. Inside, other students were seated, eating pizza and drinking hot cocoa. Sunset pointed out an open booth in the back corner. The wall's rich red paint color made her feel warmer already. 6 mugs of hot chocolate were ordered, and Sunset requested a personal mushroom and olive pizza. She was certain she could devour the entire thing. Applejack took her hat off and placed it in her lap. So, can I ask why you haven't been sitting with us at lunch, or am I gonna get the same answer as everyone else? Same answer. Sunset sighed. I just can't. Their waiter delivered their hot chocolate, and Applejack took a sip before speaking again. I don't understand why you can't just tell her why you acted like a jerk. Honesty is the best policy. Easy for you to say. Sunset blew the steam off the top of her drink. It's complicated. Rarity made a small tisk as she spooned sugar into her cocoa. Honestly, dear, I think you're making excuses for yourself now. I am not. Then you need to address this problem head on. Besides, it's not like you can avoid her forever. Well, maybe if someone were to ask nicely. Sunset tried to wink but ended up blinking instead. Stupid penance. Rarity rolled her eyes. Please, Sunset, stop being a child and avoiding Twilight. Outwardly, Sunset only smiled and said, okay. Inwardly, she was throwing a party. She didn't have to stand 20 feet from Twilight anymore. Maybe she still wasn't talking to Sunset, but it was progress. One step at a time, Sunset. Everyone else gave her a range of odd and skeptical looks. Pinkie banged her empty mug on the table, making them all jump. Let's move on, shall we? We still have a ball to plan, and it has to be awesome so Sunset can come with us to spring fling and grad night and prom. Right, Rarity said with a nod. It's completely unfair what the rest of the students are trying to do, even with your past track record. Well, to be fair, she did brainwash half of them, Applejack said. No offense. Sunset pinched the bridge of her nose. Just because you say, no offense doesn't make it any less offensive. Anyways, Rainbow gave a dismissive wave of her hand. What do you have so far, Pinkie? Pinkie pulled out a notebook. Well, balloons and streamers are already ready. They just need to be strung up, but that's easy peasy. I need a centerpiece though. I was going to go with a winter castle theme this year, so I was thinking columns sculpted from ice. Ooh, that sounds marvelous, Rarity gushed. I can already picture Greek-style pillars flanking the dance floor, and a crystal dais on the stage for the crowning of the winter princess. I did mention I was in the running, yes. Really? Rainbow pressed her hands against her cheeks. Gosh, Rarity, we had no idea. It never occurred to us that you'd be running for princess even though you mentioned it a bajillion times and have your posters hanging all over the school. Sunset laughed into her mug. It was true, Rarity's face could be seen in every hallway across campus. Though sometimes it was lost in the sea of other princess hopefuls. Now that Sunset was no longer in the running, a vacuum had opened with every girl in the school wanting to claim the title of princess. Rarity blushed. Ahem, right. Just checking. Please continue, Pinkie. Pinkie flipped through her book. Okay, so we agreed on the decorations. We still need catering. I'll do it. Applejack shot her hand in the air. Done and done. Pinkie crossed something off with a pen. Now for music. Fluttershy spoke up from her corner. What about Flash and his band? Rarity shook her head. As much as I adore Flash and his music, this is the winter ball. We need something a little more classy and refined than rock and roll. Hey, you can never go wrong with rock and roll, Rainbow argued. What do you think, Sunny? Pinkie asked. Oh, Sunset shrugged. It doesn't need to be super fancy, but it should be something better than a high school band. How about a jazz band? Rarity suggested. Fluttershy nodded. I like jazz. Rainbow shrugged. Meh. Pinkie scribbled in her book. We'll come back to that one later. It's pizza time. The waiter came over with 6 personal pizzas, piping hot. Sunset grabbed a slice and took a nibble, almost burning the roof of her mouth on the hot cheese. Still, the pizza was delicious and just what her tummy wanted. Pinkie swallowed a slice of her pizza like it wasn't fresh out of the oven. So, who's taking who to the dance? Rarity twirled a finger through her hair. Well, I was actually thinking of asking Flash. He really is quite a gentleman. Applejack deflated. Was hoppin' we could go as a group. You know, gal pals. Rainbow licked a dollop of whipped cream off her thumb. I dunno, AJ. I think I'd like to find a date this year, if only to get Cloud Kicker to stop asking me out. Seriously, do I have to wear a sign around my neck that says I'm not gay? She glared at Sunset. Sunset clenched her jaw. Is she trying to pick a fight? Ooh. She facepalmed. That wasn't me, believe it or not. What wasn't you? Rarity asked. I didn't start the rumor that Rainbow was gay. Rainbow furrowed her brows. Well, if it wasn't you, then who was it? I don't know. Applejack couldn't look guiltier if she tried. She placed her mouth against her cup, though none of the cocoa passed her lips. Her eyes darting back and forth at rapid speeds. It was you. Rainbow cried. No. Not on purpose. Applejack sank into her seat. It was a while back when we still weren't talking to each other. Thunderlane asked me if I knew if you were seeing someone. She tugged at her collar. Said, no, but don't think her barn door swings your way. She hung her head. Rainbow threw her hands up. Applejack, I can't believe you. It was an honest mistake. You're the reason no boy has ever asked me out. Like you care. You said you didn't care much about dating anyway. That's not the point. Well, I'm sorry. I was just stating what I thought. And, she fumbled with her ponytail. I was trying to get the heat off of me since people were going around saying I sacrificed other fruits to an apple harvest god. So you deflected it to me? Rainbow asked, outraged further. Well, I thought it was either you or Sunset that started it. Pinkie raised her hand. Oh no, that was me. She stopped smiling. Wait, that's a bad thing. Applejack turned redder than the walls. Pinkie, why would you of all people do something like that? It was a joke kinda, sorta. Pinkie tapped her fingers together. A lot of students got sick after one of my parties, and later, I found out the reason was the apple fruit punch I had ordered from Big Mac. Sue, I may have made one tiny offhand joke saying that it had been tainted because you hadn't properly sacrificed to the apple harvest god. Pinkie put on a pained smile. Applejack slowly raised her hands like she was about to strangle Pinkie. Sunset pulled on her shoulder, gently keeping her restrained. Okay, let's all just calm down for a second. You all did horrible things to each other, but let's not forget who started all of this. You didn't ruin the punch, did you? Pinkie asked. Well, no. Fluttershy raised a shaky hand. I think I might have accidentally done that. A wave of disbelief washed over the table. You? Rarity asked. Well, I was at the party but I brought some of my animal friends along because I just felt so bad leaving them home alone. But some of them got out of my sight for a little bit, and when I found them, they were covered in punch. So, I think, maybe. Your animals swam in my punch. Pinkie yelled. Rainbow jabbed a finger in Pinkie's direction. Don't yell at her, hypocrite. You had a baby alligator swimming around in one of your punch bowls one time. That was a house party. And Gummy is always clean. That was a serious breach of party etiquette. Fluttershy stomped her foot under the table. My animals are always clean too. And you're not one to talk about etiquette, Pinkie, Rarity added. You violate several rules on a daily basis. Sunset waved her hands across the table. Girls, let's just breathe and take it easy. Applejack spoke up, drowning Sunset out. Ignore her, Pinky. Rarity always gets fussy whenever something don't match her standards of etiquette. Rarity flared her nostrils. Excuse me for having some level of decency and decorum. That ain't decency and decorum. Half the time it's you being a wannabe rich snob. Sunset flinched. Applejack. Rarity swatted Rainbow, who had been laughing loudly. Shut up. Rainbow swatted her back. Why are you mad at me? At least I'm not running around spreading rumors about people. It was an accident. Applejack protested. Rainbow scrunched her face and made her front teeth stick over her bottom lip. Howdy, y'all, I'm Applejack. Did you know my old friend's gay? Got's no proof, but I'm sure it's true. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Do not sound like that. Pinky roared with laughter. You totally do. Shut up, Pinky. Half of this is your fault anyway. No, it isn't, it's Fluttershy's fault. Fluttershy wilted in her seat. Rainbow hissed. Leave her alone. Sunset tried to interject again. To be fair, all of this really starts with me, right? Sunset, please stay out of this conversation, Rarity said, her eyes locked on Applejack. There was the tingling sensation Sunset had grown to hate so much. She sat in her corner of the booth, unable to say anything while her friends dragged up things best left forgotten. The thought that not very long ago, she would have found this sight hilarious disgusted her. Yet, much like her situation with Twilight, there was nothing she could do at the moment. No one noticed the tear rolling down her cheek. Just when Sunset thought it couldn't get any worse, Applejack made another comment about Rarity's need for things to be prim and proper. Rarity grabbed a slice of her pizza, reached over and shoved down Applejack's shirt. What's the matter? Rarity asked with a smug grin, while Applejack fumbled to get the still hot pizza out of her bra. I thought you didn't mind being dirty. Applejack got the pizza out and glared daggers at her. She threw the slice back, getting cheese and tomato sauce all over Rarity's winter coat. She shrieked and threw another piece, but her aim was off, and it smacked Pinky in the face instead. The next slice hit a hysterical Rainbow dash. She immediately stopped laughing and splashed her cocoa in Pinky's direction. Sunset sank underneath the table, unable to bear the war her friends were waging. Fluttershy had already beaten her there. She was curled into a ball with her face behind her knees. She looked up at Sunset's gentle touch. This is worse than last time. Fluttershy sobbed. I don't know what to do. Neither do I, Fluttershy, Sunset whispered. Neither do I. That's it, Rainbow yelled. Her arm reached under the table and pulled Fluttershy up. Come on, Shy, we're leaving. Sunset lifted herself up to see Rainbow trying to climb over Rarity to exit the booth. Both of them were a mess of cheese, sauce, and toppings. Applejack and Pinky had already exited Sunset's side of the booth and were fighting to see who would leave the restaurant first. Applejack overpowered Pinky and stomped out into the snow, a string of cheese hanging off her hat. Pinky was next to leave, followed by Rarity, then finally Rainbow and Fluttershy. It was only after they had left that Sunset could get up and chase after them. Ignoring the stares of the customers and staff, she threw the door open and ran out into the cold evening. Girls, wait, she yelled. All of them were walking in separate directions. Come back. You can't stay mad at each other. Remember who the root of all evil is, me. None of them paid her any attention, save for Fluttershy, but Rainbow had an iron grip on her. Sunset stood shivering in the snow, desperate to come up with an idea. Come on, girls, it really isn't that bad. We'll sing a song and it'll all be better, right? The wind blew Sunset's tears away and stung her face. Jump up, make a sound, turn around, friendship. She tried. Her friends vanished, leaving only random pedestrians to hear her pleas. The winter air slipped through her skin and into her heart, freezing her from the inside out. She felt sick all over again, and numb from the bitter cold. She bowed her head, letting her tears hit the snow. Girls, please don't leave me alone. Step 35, Long Night of Solace. Shining impatiently tapped his finger against the steering wheel. He sat third in line at what had to be the slowest light in all of Canterlot. There wasn't even any crossing traffic, the light just seemed content to keep him in place. He took another large slurp of his coffee, finding he had reached the bottom. He was going to have to get another cup for the long night ahead. With all the late-night patrols he'd been stuck with, he'd be lucky if he got to have another date with Cadence before the new year. The light finally changed, and traffic progressed smoothly. Everyone always took extra caution when a cop was around. Not that shining-minded, it meant less paperwork for him. He coasted down the road, windshield wipers keeping the snow at bay. The clock in his car read 10:04 p.m. Only 4 more hours until the end of his shift. 4 long hours. He groaned. Being a police officer had been his dream and he loved doing it. But this week had worn him out, though it was partly his fault. Chasing the enigma that was Sunset Shimmer had left him confused and frustrated. And wasting time in that crazy cat lady, Goldie Delicious house hadn't helped. It had crossed his mind to just ask Twilight, but judging by her sullen mood the entire week, Sunset was still a sore topic. And something told him, she wouldn't say anything anyway. Friend code and all that. I really should just trust her, Shining muttered. If Twilight knew the truth of whatever Sunset was hiding and still wanted to be her friend, then maybe it wasn't that bad. Twilight made good judgment. Of course, that's if Twilight knew the truth. Whatever that truth was. Shining constantly weighed the pros and cons of Twilight's interaction with Sunset. On one hand, aside from her snark and mode of transportation, Sunset seemed like a decent girl. Yet on the other hand, Shining felt something was off about her. Not to mention everything on file about her was a lie. In the end, it came down to his gut instincts. It was his job to keep Twilight safe, something he had already failed at once. Even with his personal feelings out of the equation, he needed to talk with Sunset the first chance he got. He pulled into a quiet parking lot and put the car in park so he could eat his dinner. Cadence had packed him a large sandwich, a salad, a cookie, and a note that said, "Love you, have a great night at work." She had dotted the exclamation mark with a heart. Shining smiled to himself. I love you too. All the guys in the world, and she picked him. Soon, very soon, he'd take the next step and ensure they'd belong to each other forever. He was glad no one could see the goofy grin on his face. Taking a bite of his sandwich, Shining spotted something in his rear-view mirror. He squinted, trying to see through the layer of frost built up on his back window. There was no mistaking that fiery red hair, however. Shining put his sandwich down and watched Sunset move from his rear-view mirror to the side view. She walked very slow and had her scarf down instead of pulled around her mouth. Shining was about to get out and talk to her when an idea struck him. Perhaps this was his chance to find out where she was hiding. He waited until Sunset had passed the parking lot, then shifted back into drive and slowly pulled out after her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset didn't care about the freezing wind biting her face. She didn't care that her hands felt raw from all the dishwashing she had done at Marinera's. She didn't care that at the rate she was walking, she wouldn't get home until Christmas. It was incredible how fast the universe could turn on her. 1 hour, they were having a snowball fight. The next, her friends were flinging pizza at each other. And of course, to add insult to injury, since Sunset was the only one left, she had to help the staff clean up the mess. Not to mention pay for everyone. Twilight wouldn't talk to her. Her friends hated each other. The rest of the school was united against her. She was broke. She hadn't thought it possible, but she was actually in a worse position than when she had climbed out of the crater 3 months ago. Back then, she hadn't cared about anyone else's opinions of what they thought of her. Back then, she didn't have any friends to worry about. Back then, she didn't have a bookworm wrapped around her heart. Tonight, her entire soul ached. She wanted to rip it out and throw it away, she wanted to not care anymore. She was tired of being knocked to the ground every time she stood up. Her victory at the science fair seemed so long ago, she wondered if she hadn't dreamed it. Maybe this is all a fantasy. Maybe I'm still in the crater and this is my real punishment. She pushed the existential thoughts away. This was reality, plain and simple. And in this reality, everything she did came back to bite her in the end. The beginning of her plan, the start of her tyrannical rule over a single high school. Breaking up all the students into manageable cliques and turning them against one another. She sat back and laughed while she carved up friendships left and right, then watched them snap at each other, further fueling their own disdain for one another. And it had come back to her. This one didn't bite Sunset, it devoured her. Never did she think her grand plan would come back to hit her like this. Because of her, her friends had secretly dealt blows to each other during their 2 years of animosity. It was all her fault. Everything was her fault. She wanted to curse Princess Twilight at the top of her lungs, but Sunset knew the princess had nothing to do with this one. Neither did her curse. This was merely the past, returning to her once more. Her legs wobbled, and she leaned against a light post. Hot tears trickled down her freezing cheeks. Why did she have to be such a terrible person? Because her parents hadn't paid enough attention to her. Because Celestia wouldn't let her be a princess. Sunset kicked the post, sending a pile of snow down on her head. She screamed in frustration. Why'd you have to be such a spoiled, little brat? Look what you've done. A trail of hot air poured from her mouth. I hate you. She continued down the road, a new pain in her foot. Home was only a block away though. Her cold, dark, lonely home. Face it, Sunset, you're better off alone. Alone. Her friends were fragmented and turned against each other. And she was the root of it all. Maybe the sick voice in her head had a point. Maybe she was better off alone. She couldn't hurt anyone that way. She slipped into the alley and forced her shoulder against the door. It didn't open. Sunset tried again, only to succeed in bruising her shoulder. Come on. She rammed it once more, but the door remained stuck. Come on, come on. She slammed her boot against it, but nothing happened. She screamed again and pounded her fists against the door. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. The blue door continued to mock her, refusing to allow her inside. I will not be beaten by a damn door. Sunset ran down the alley to the kitchen window, only to find it closed and only opened from the inside. Let me in. She picked a rock off the ground and drew her arm back. Ahem. Sunset turned her head, the rock dropping from her hand. Shining Armor stood at the mouth of the alley, his arms folded over his chest. Confusion, surprise, anger, panic, Sunset's brain couldn't settle on one. Not even the cold fazed her anymore. She didn't shiver, she just stood, staring condemnation in the face. There was no escape now. If she ran, he would chase her. If she stayed here, he would ask questions. Her life shattered around her, falling into thousands upon thousands of glittering pieces. There were too many to pick up, most of them were lost in the snow. She had nothing now. No ace in the hole, no trump card, no strings to pull. Maybe I can knock him out and tie him up. Keep him my prisoner. Stop, you're making it worse. But it could work. I just need to find something heavy. Sunset shook her head. She couldn't go crazy, not now. She had to keep it together. Hard as it was, Sunset managed a smile. Hello, Shining. What's up? Shining looked towards the door. I could ask you the same thing. You know this building is off limits, right? Yes. Quick, find the rock again. So, what are you doing here? Sunset fought with all her might. She bit her tongue, she covered her mouth, she held her breath. But the truth blurted out of her in one breath. I live here. Shining kept his face neutral, not even his eyes gave anything away. You live here. Sunset's back hit the wall. Yes. As in this factory. Yes. Why? Because I don't have anywhere else to live. She shoved her hands in her pockets. I'm homeless, okay. She ground her teeth together, her rising anger driving the cold away. So before you ask, yes, I was lying at dinner, okay. I lied. Before she even knew what she was doing, Sunset snatched a handful of snow off the ground and flung it at Shining. I'm a liar. Are you happy now? You've got another reason to hate me. She threw more snow at him. I lied right to your face. You're freaking happy now, right? Shining let the snow bounce off him. He kept his face calm and his expression soft. No, Sunset, I'm not. And clearly, you're not either. Sunset threw another wad of snow. Don't pretend you care. You haven't liked me since day one. Well, here it is. I'm homeless. I forged all my documents to get into school. I fooled all of you. Ha. Shining took a few short steps forward, brushing the snow off his face. Sunset, I just want to talk. I'm tired of talking. Talking always gets me in trouble. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to anyone ever again. The last snowball dropped from her hand. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed into the snow. All I do is hurt people. All I do is make a mess. Tears poured down her face. Why? I tried so hard. The snow crunched in front of her, then there was a strong hand on her shoulder. Shining knelt in front of her, an earnest look in his eye. Sunset, I want to help you. No, you don't. You just want a reason to take me away. Shining brushed away the tears under Sunset's eyes. She didn't bother pushing him away, she didn't have any energy left to fight back. I became a police officer to help people, not throw them in jail. I'll admit, I was trying to turn up some information on you, but it wasn't so I could take you away. I was curious about who you were. Now I see, you're someone who looks like they need a friend to talk to. Sunset gnawed on her lip, torn between desperation and anger. Stop coddling me, she said between sobs. I don't want your freaking pity. I'm not here to pity you, Sunset. Shining stood up and held a hand down to her. I'm here to help. Sunset stared at the hand in front of her, utterly perplexed. What is it with you, Sparkles? Always sticking your nose into others' business, always trying to help someone. Shining smiled. Guess it's just in our blood. The wind whisked through the alley and brushed against Sunset's cheek. Her boiling anger had ebbed away, leaving her cold again. She tried to weigh her options, but realistically, she only had one. Running would do nothing for her. She had nowhere to hide. Maybe he'll show me mercy. Sunset looked into his honest eyes. He would listen to her. But what would he do when he thought she was crazy? Or decided she was just a common criminal? Only one way to find out. She reached up and took his hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Since she had only eaten one slice of her pizza, the sandwich Shining had given her was delicious. After she had pulled the meat off, of course. They sat in his police car with the heater on, restoring feeling to Sunset's fingers and toes. She devoured the sandwich with desperate fervor, while Shining picked at his salad in silence. Sunset didn't understand how she was able to eat now of all times when most of the week her anxiety had kept her nauseous. It seemed her stomach had told her brain to shut up for 2 seconds so it could have a proper meal. When she finished eating, Shining asked, feeling any better? Not really. But I was starving, so thanks. You're welcome. Shining drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. So, Sunset balled up the sandwich wrapping. Is there any way for me to get out of this without you asking any questions? Shining shook his head. You gotta talk to me, Sunset. Yeah, I thought so. Sunset leaned back in her seat. Well, go ahead, ask me anything. I'll tell you the truth, but you're going to think I'm crazy. We'll see about that. I've heard some pretty crazy things. He pulled a cookie from his bag and broke it in half, handing one piece to Sunset. You promise to tell the truth. Sunset took the chocolate chip cookie. Yes. Trust me, Shining, I don't have much of a choice. All right. So, why are you living all alone in a factory? I told you, I don't have anywhere else to live. She took a bite out of her cookie. What happened to your parents? They're back in Equestria. Sunset closed her eyes, knowing what was about to come next. There was a pause before Shining asked, what is Equestria? A mirrored reality of this one. Except in it, everyone is a pony. To be more specific, you're either an earth pony, a pegasus, or a unicorn. I was born in Equestria as a unicorn and came to this world via magic mirror. She opened an eye, watching confusion and disbelief overtake Shining's expression. Sunset, are you taking any drugs? No, I'm not. She took another angry bite of her cookie. I knew you weren't going to believe me. Shining sighed and rubbed his forehead. You just told me you're a pony from another world. That's not something you hear every day. I thought you said you've heard some crazy things. Sunset brushed the crumbs from her mouth. Mine just happens to be true. Shining slid his hand down his face. Okay, I'll entertain the notion of another dimension full of magical ponies. Why'd you leave? Sunset pulled her legs against her chest. Because I was a spoiled brat who couldn't get what she wanted, so as an act of rebellion, I disobeyed my teacher and ran away. Through a magic mirror. Yes, through a magic mirror. Opens once every 2.5 years for 3 days. Seems pretty convenient. Sunset dropped her legs and reached for the door. I don't even know why I'm bothering. You clearly don't believe any of this. Shining put a hand on her shoulder. Okay, I'm sorry. You're right, I'm a little skeptical right now. But I promise, I'll listen to everything you have to say, and I'll try to keep an open mind. Sunset took her hand off the door, glaring at Shining all the while. She settled back in her seat and said, fine. What else do you want to know? Well, how have you been surviving in this world? At first, I bullied and manipulated the students at Canterlot High into giving me anything I needed, mostly money. Recently, I got a real job since the students aren't afraid of me anymore. And you forged transcripts to get into school. Yep, it wasn't easy, I'll tell you that. I didn't know how technology worked when I first got here. Shining nodded like he understood. But if you're from another dimension, why would you waste time going to high school? Onrent, there are other things visitors from other worlds would rather do. Sunset couldn't tell if he was mocking her or not. I didn't know what else to do. I was just trying to think of how I was going to get my revenge against Princess Celestia. And I needed to stay close to the mirror when it opened again. Princess Celestia. You mean Principal Celestia, right? Nope. In my world, Celestia's a princess. Shining furrowed his brow in confusion. You said your world was a mirror of this one, except we were all ponies. Sunset shrugged. Okay, that was a bit of a simplification. It's not an exact mirror. Equestria has its own geography, history, everything. There are a lot of inconsistencies between our worlds. For instance, your Celestia is a high school principal, mine is an immortal princess. So our worlds are different, but everybody has a doppelganger. Seems like it. Shining was silent for a minute. So, what happened to the you of this world? I don't know. Kinda glad I haven't run into her. Who knows what'll happen? That at least got a snort out of Shining. What, are you afraid if you two touch hands, it'll tear a fabric in the space-time continuum? I am now, thanks for putting that scenario in my head. Shining laughed, which in turn made Sunset smile just a little. It was short-lived as they lapsed into silence a moment later. Sunset brushed some hair out of her face. So, what are you going to do with me? Nothing yet. I still want to talk. About what? Shining looked at her with genuine concern. You were pretty upset when I found you. You wanna tell me what's going on? The ache in Sunset's soul returned. Her dinner threatened to return as well, albeit in an even less pleasant way. She nodded, deciding that if she didn't talk, she'd probably scream again. Yes, I messed up. I keep messing up. I told you, I used to be a bully. That's an understatement, really. I was a horrible person. I set up everyone around me to fail. I twisted words and spread rumors until everyone hated each other and kept the infection spreading. It wasn't until a few months ago when I learned how wrong I was about everything. I finally made friends, and I hated them at first, but now they're the most important things in the world to me. She wrung her hands. And then, earlier tonight we were getting pizza, and they found out about things they had done to each other while they were fighting a year ago. Things that were originally my fault. They all hate each other now because of me. Sunset blocked her face with her sleeve, trying to hide her tears. They hate each other. Twilight still won't talk to me. Everyone in the school wants me gone, and now, you're going to take me away before I can fix any of it. Shining pulled some tissues from the glove box and handed them to Sunset. Hey, it's going to be all right. Sunset blew her nose like a trumpet. No, it's not. You think I'm crazy. I never said that. Shining took a long breath. I don't think you're crazy. He slowly picked over his words. I don't think you're telling me the whole truth. I am telling the truth. I can't make this stuff up. Shining held his hands up. Okay, maybe it's just me then. But right now, that's not the point. What matters is you're living on the streets, Sunset, regardless of the reason why. You're living broke and alone in an old factory. Sunset wiped her eyes. I'm doing just fine. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? No. But I can take care of myself. I've been doing it for almost 3 years. Shining shook his head. Sunset, the heart of the matter is, you're homeless. Whether or not you can take care of yourself is irrelevant. I can't go on with my life in good conscience knowing that you're not in a safe place and eating well. Sunset stopped dabbing at her eyes. Wait, really? I told you, Sunset, I became a cop to help people. He took off his hat and ran a hand through his hair. Regardless of what's going on between you and Twilight right now, I know she still cares about you. And it's not like I don't care about you, Sunset, I just don't trust me with your sister. Shining passed his hat back and forth between his hands. Big brother instinct, you know. No, but I understand. She sniffled again. I appreciate that you care about me, Shining, but what are you going to do with me? There was a pained look on his face. Sunset, I can't let you go back to that factory. Where else am I supposed to go? Shining put his hat back on. Listen, there's a shelter not too far from Canterlot. Shining, no. Sunset shouted. You're still a minor. You'd just be there until we can get you into the system. Didn't you hear me? I can't leave. I screwed things up and I need to fix them. What else am I supposed to do, Sunset? Just let me keep living on my own. Shining grit his teeth. You know I can't do that. I'm already trying to ignore your felony of creating false documents. I'm not going to let you keep living on the streets. Tears started welling up in Sunset's eyes. Please, Shining. I'm sorry, Sunset, but I can't. Sunset twisted her fingers together. She couldn't leave, she just couldn't. But what else could she do? Beg to stay with Shining. He'd never agree to that. What about one of her other friends? As much as it pained her to ask them for a favor this large, she just couldn't leave Canterlot the way things were. But which friend would be willing to put up with her? And that was assuming none of them were mad at her as well for the fight earlier that evening. She slipped her hands into her pockets while she thought, and her fingers brushed against something slim and papery. No, she thought. It's too crazy. He'd never. She pulled out the card and turned it over in her hands. She'd known them for the least amount of time out of all her friends. She was pretty sure Trixie still hated her in some way. But Artemis had said to call if she needed anything. It was an impossible long shot. Sunset didn't even want to consider the long-term complications. She just needed someone to take her in, even for one night, to get away from Shining. She looked back over to him. Shining, what if I found someone to take me in? Shining raised an eyebrow. Right now. Sunset, it's nearly midnight. Even if I said yes, who are you going to find to take you in at this hour? Asterisk 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 asterisk. A buzzing on the nightstand interrupted Artemis' light snoring. He cracked an eye open and saw it was a phone ringing, though he couldn't identify if it was his or Selena's. He rolled over, choosing to ignore it. Turtle Dove, it's for you. Selena snorted and placed her head under the pillow. That's your phone, Artie. You sure? Just answer it and make it stop. Artemis released a dramatic sigh and groped around until he found the phone. Hello, you've reached the supreme and mystical Artemis Lulamoon, he said in a dull voice. Please leave a message after the snore. Artemis. It's me, a female voice said. I'm sorry, I don't know anyone by that name. It's sunset. The voice snapped. A small portion of the fog smothering Artemis' brain dissipated. Ah, sunset. He stifled a yawn. Wonderful to hear your voice. A bit late for a party, though. What? No, that's not why I'm calling. Listen, I need a favor, a really big favor. As in, you can dock my pay forever if you say yes. I like money. Artemis grinned deliriously to himself. Anything for you, Sonny Bun. Really? Great. I need you to come pick me up from the police station and maybe let me live with you for a while, please. Sunset begged. Artemis yawned again. Of course, Sunset. Easy peasy. He sat up and arched his back. I'll be there in a few minutes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The phone clicked off, leaving the silence to ring in Artemis' ears. Selena stirred underneath the pillow. Was that Sunset? Yep. Artemis crawled out of bed and trudged over to the closet. What did she want? He picked out one of his blue suits. Needs me to pick her up from the police station. And something about living with us for a while. He yawned again. Selena slowly pulled her head from beneath the pillow and gave Artemis a blank stare. What? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset sat on a stool in Shinning's cramped office. The rest of the space was taken up by a filing cabinet and a desk where Shining sat tapping a pen against his chin. Several folders, a phone, and 2 photographs, one of his family, and the other of Cadence, filled the space on his desk. They hadn't spoken much after Sunset had made her phone call. It was just a waiting game now. The anxiety was eating Sunset alive, making her change her position every 10 seconds. What if Artemis never showed up? What if he changed his mind and refused to take Sunset in? Shining grumbled to himself. This is so against protocol. I'm sure this isn't even legal. Sunset fidgeted in her seat. Or what if Shining decided to follow the rules and throw her in jail, or the asylum, or the homeless shelter? I guess saying sorry won't make things better. Shining swiveled his chair to face her. It's just, he tapped his pen against the armrest. I don't know what to do with you. You don't have any official records. Which actually begs the question, how do you have a license? Forgery. Sunset tugged on the collar of her shirt. Really not helping my case here. The pen tapping stopped. Shining turned to his desk again and planted his face against it. I really can't believe I'm doing this. You do know I have every reason to arrest you, right? Yes, I know. Shining, I didn't have any choice, I'm not from here. Yeah. Shining lifted his face up. I think I'm starting to believe you. He faced her again. I'm breaking a lot of rules tonight, Sunset. Half the reason is because I really don't know what to do in this scenario. The other half, a ghost of a smile crossed his face. I believe you're a good kid. Sunset looked away, her cheeks heating up. Thanks. Don't prove me wrong, Sunset. If I let you walk away, you have to promise me something. Sure, anything. Shining fixed her with a stare that looked into her soul. You said you wanted to make everything right. So promise me you will. Promise me you'll help your friends. And promise me you'll make Twilight happy again. I promise, Sunset said immediately. She didn't know what she was going to do, but she knew she had to try something. She had just made friends, she wasn't in the mood to lose them now. The desk phone rang, and Shining clicked the speaker button. Yes. Shining, the Wizard of Oz is here to see you. Shining cast a look at Sunset, who nodded fervently. Send him back. There was a knock on the door, and Shining opened it up, allowing Artemis inside. He looked tired but still managed his boyish smile. Sunset almost couldn't believe he had actually come. You must be Artemis Lulamoon. Shining stood up and shook his hand. I'm Officer Armor. He paused and gave Artemis a scrutinizing look. Wait, you, didn't happen to tie up 4 members of the Griffin gang and leave them in a construction site last week, did you? Artemis gave a very subtle wink in Sunset's direction. Nope, doesn't ring a bell. Right. Shining looked between the both of them, then shrugged it off. Well, I'm glad you came, Mr. Lulamoon. Please, call me Artemis. Mr. Lulamoon is the name of my aging father. He pointed his nose up. I refuse to be called such a title until I am his age. Shining cleared his throat. Sorry, I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, Sunset's not in any real trouble, well, sort of. It's just that, he looked at Sunset. You know what, it's probably better if you explain it. Sunset stood up. Artemis, I'll give you the long version later. The short version is, she rubbed her arm. I've kind of been lying to you. I don't exactly have a home or a guardian of any sort. I've just been living in an old factory for the past 2 years. Artemis gaped at her, his facial expression rapidly changing from surprise to anger to sympathy, and back to surprise. You've been living in a factory. Sunset flinched. Yes. Sunset, why on earth didn't you tell anyone? Because I didn't think it was a big deal and I didn't want to bother anybody. She kicked at a dust mite on the floor. I didn't want to be a freeloader. Artemis held a hand over his face and sighed. Sunset, there is a difference between being a freeloader and asking for help. Either one was a blow to Sunset's fragile pride. Even with all the support around her, she thought things were best if she could do them by herself. You're better off alone. Sunset shook her head. No, that's why she had friends, so she wouldn't have to be alone. She looked up at Artemis. You're right, there's a big difference. That's why I'm asking for help now. She swallowed her pride. I know this is really sudden and you can say no, but please, Artemis, I need somewhere to live. Of course. What? Artemis crossed his arms. Of course you can stay with us, Sunset. I already said yes over the phone, even if I wasn't in the right state of mind. Sunset blinked. Jay, just like that. You're going to take me in on the spot. I don't see why not. You need my help, I'm here, and there's a spare room at the house. I don't think this decision needs any more thought. But what about? Sunset, do you want to stay with us or not? Artemis asked with a frown. I want to stay with you. Her heart swelled like a balloon, and before she knew it, she was running into Artemis' arms and giving him an enormous hug. Thank you so much. You don't know what this means to me. Artemis put his arms around her and smiled. I think I have a pretty good idea. Shining cleared his throat. Well, that's that, I guess. Sunset, you're free to go. Artemis looked up. Wait, don't I have to fill out some paperwork or something? Shining dropped into his chair. Normally, you would. But Sunset seems to be a special case. I don't know what paperwork would be suited for this occasion. He sighed. I'll try to get back to you on that. Special case. Artemis looked back at Sunset. What does he? I've got a lot to tell you later, Sunset said, still smiling. She looked back at Shining. Thank you. Shining gave a flippant wave of his hand. Don't mention it. He looked at Sunset with a grave expression. Seriously, don't. Sunset gave him a thumbs up and turned to follow Artemis out the door. Wait a sec, Shining called. Are you really a magician? He asked Artemis. Artemis grinned, twirling his goatee. I don't know. Is that a chair or a hog you're sitting on? Shining looked at Artemis like he was crazy. Pretty sure it's a chair. Lulamoon. In a puff of smoke, the chair turned into a grown hog lying contently on the floor. It snorted a few times when Shining jumped off it, yelling in terror. Sunset roared with laughter, holding the door frame for support. Okay, you're a magician. Shining gestured to the hog, now sniffing his desk. Can you change it back now? Artemis tapped his wand against his chin. I'm waiting for the magic words. Please. Actually, they're Lulamoon. Shining rolled his eyes in exasperation. Lulamoon. Lulamoon. Just like that, the hog was a chair again. Shining poked it just to make sure, then collapsed into his seat again and rested his head on the desk. Artemis chuckled and slipped his wand away. Come, Sunset. Let's go home. Sunset's smile continued to light up her face. Yeah, let's. Step 35, Long Night of Solace. Shining impatiently tapped his finger against the steering wheel. He sat third in line at what had to be the slowest light in all of Canterlot. There wasn't even any crossing traffic, the light just seemed content to keep him in place. He took another large slurp of his coffee, finding he had reached the bottom. He was going to have to get another cup for the long night ahead. With all the late-night patrols he'd been stuck with, he'd be lucky if he got to have another date with Cadence before the new year. The light finally changed, and traffic progressed smoothly. Everyone always took extra caution when a cop was around. Not that Shining minded, it meant less paperwork for him. He coasted down the road, windshield wipers keeping the snow at bay. The clock in his car read 10:04 p.m. Only 4 more hours until the end of his shift. 4 long hours. He groaned. Being a police officer had been his dream and he loved doing it. But this week had worn him out, though it was partly his fault. Chasing the enigma that was Sunset Shimmer had left him confused and frustrated. And wasting time in that crazy cat lady, Goldie Delicious house hadn't helped. It had crossed his mind to just ask Twilight, but judging by her sullen mood the entire week, Sunset was still a sore topic. And something told him, she wouldn't say anything anyway. Friend code and all that. I really should just trust her, Shining muttered. If Twilight knew the truth of whatever Sunset was hiding and still wanted to be her friend, then maybe it wasn't that bad. Twilight made good judgment. Of course, that's if Twilight knew the truth. Whatever that truth was. Shining constantly weighed the pros and cons of Twilight's interaction with Sunset. On one hand, aside from her snark and mode of transportation, Sunset seemed like a decent girl. Yet on the other hand, Shining felt something was off about her. Not to mention everything on file about her was a lie. In the end, it came down to his gut instincts. It was his job to keep Twilight safe, something he had already failed at once. Even with his personal feelings out of the equation, he needed to talk with Sunset the first chance he got. He pulled into a quiet parking lot and put the car in park so he could eat his dinner. Cadence had packed him a large sandwich, a salad, a cookie, and a note that said, "Love you, have a great night at work." She had dotted the exclamation mark with a heart. Shining smiled to himself. "I love you too. All the guys in the world," and she picked him. Soon, very soon, he'd take the next step and ensure they'd belong to each other forever. He was glad no one could see the goofy grin on his face. Taking a bite of his sandwich, Shining spotted something in his rear view mirror. He squinted, trying to see through the layer of frost built up on his back window. There was no mistaking that fiery red hair, however. Shining put his sandwich down and watched Sunset move from his rear view mirror to the side view. She walked very slow and had her scarf down instead of pulled around her mouth. Shining was about to get out and talk to her when an idea struck him. Perhaps this was his chance to find out where she was hiding. He waited until Sunset had passed the parking lot, then shifted back into drive and slowly pulled out after her. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset didn't care about the freezing wind biting her face. She didn't care that her hands felt raw from all the dishwashing she had done at Marinera's. She didn't care that at the rate she was walking, she wouldn't get home until Christmas. It was incredible how fast the universe could turn on her. 1 hour, they were having a snowball fight. The next, her friends were flinging pizza at each other. And of course, to add insult to injury, since Sunset was the only one left, she had to help the staff clean up the mess. Not to mention pay for everyone. Twilight wouldn't talk to her. Her friends hated each other. The rest of the school was united against her. She was broke. She hadn't thought it possible, but she was actually in a worse position than when she had climbed out of the crater 3 months ago. Back then, she hadn't cared about anyone else's opinions of what they thought of her. Back then, she didn't have any friends to worry about. Back then, she didn't have a bookworm wrapped around her heart. Tonight, her entire soul ached. She wanted to rip it out and throw it away, she wanted to not care anymore. She was tired of being knocked to the ground every time she stood up. Her victory at the science fair seemed so long ago, she wondered if she hadn't dreamed it. Maybe this is all a fantasy. Maybe I'm still in the crater and this is my real punishment. She pushed the existential thoughts away. This was reality, plain and simple. And in this reality, everything she did came back to bite her in the end. The beginning of her plan, the start of her tyrannical rule over a single high school. Breaking up all the students into manageable cliques and turning them against one another. She sat back and laughed while she carved up friendships left and right, then watched them snap at each other, further fueling their own disdain for one another. And it had come back to her. This one didn't bite Sunset, it devoured her. Never did she think her grand plan would come back to hit her like this. Because of her, her friends had secretly dealt blows to each other during their 2 years of animosity. It was all her fault. Everything was her fault. She wanted to curse Princess Twilight at the top of her lungs, but Sunset knew the princess had nothing to do with this one. Neither did her curse. This was merely the past, returning to her once more. Her legs wobbled, and she leaned against a light post. Hot tears trickled down her freezing cheeks. Why did she have to be such a terrible person? Because her parents hadn't paid enough attention to her. Because Celestia wouldn't let her be a princess. Sunset kicked the post, sending a pile of snow down on her head. She screamed in frustration. Why'd you have to be such a spoiled, little brat? Look what you've done. A trail of hot air poured from her mouth. I hate you. She continued down the road, a new pain in her foot. Home was only a block away though. Her cold, dark, lonely home. Face it, Sunset, you're better off alone. Alone. Her friends were fragmented and turned against each other. And she was the root of it all. Maybe the sick voice in her head had a point. Maybe she was better off alone. She couldn't hurt anyone that way. She slipped into the alley and forced her shoulder against the door. It didn't open. Sunset tried again, only to succeed in bruising her shoulder. Come on. She rammed it once more, but the door remained stuck. Come on, come on. She slammed her boot against it, but nothing happened. She screamed again and pounded her fists against the door. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it, stop it. The blue door continued to mock her, refusing to allow her inside. I will not be beaten by a damn door. Sunset ran down the alley to the kitchen window, only to find it closed and only opened from the inside. Let me in. She picked a rock off the ground and drew her arm back. Ahem. Sunset turned her head, the rock dropping from her hand. Shining Armor stood at the mouth of the alley, his arms folded over his chest. Confusion, surprise, anger, panic, Sunset's brain couldn't settle on one. Not even the cold fazed her anymore. She didn't shiver, she just stood, staring condemnation in the face. There was no escape now. If she ran, he would chase her. If she stayed here, he would ask questions. Her life shattered around her, falling into thousands upon thousands of glittering pieces. There were too many to pick up, most of them were lost in the snow. She had nothing now. No ace in the hole, no trump card, no strings to pull. Maybe I can knock him out and tie him up. Keep him my prisoner. Stop, you're making it worse. But it could work. I just need to find something heavy. Sunset shook her head. She couldn't go crazy, not now. She had to keep it together. Hard as it was, Sunset managed a smile. Hello, Shining. What's up? Shining looked towards the door. I could ask you the same thing. You know this building is off limits, right? Yes. Quick, find the rock again. So, what are you doing here? Sunset fought with all her might. She bit her tongue, she covered her mouth, she held her breath. But the truth blurted out of her in one breath. I live here. Shining kept his face neutral, not even his eyes gave anything away. You live here. Sunset's back hit the wall. Yes. As in this factory. Yes. Why? Because I don't have anywhere else to live. She shoved her hands in her pockets. I'm homeless, okay. She ground her teeth together, her rising anger driving the cold away. So before you ask, yes, I was lying at dinner, okay. I lied. Before she even knew what she was doing, Sunset snatched a handful of snow off the ground and flung it at Shining. I'm a liar. Are you happy now? You've got another reason to hate me. She threw more snow at him. I lied right to your face. You're freaking happy now, right? Shining let the snow bounce off him. He kept his face calm and his expression soft. No, Sunset, I'm not. And clearly, you're not either. Sunset threw another wad of snow. Don't pretend you care. You haven't liked me since day one. Well, here it is. I'm homeless. I forged all my documents to get into school. I fooled all of you. Ha! Shining took a few short steps forward, brushing the snow off his face. Sunset, I just want to talk. I'm tired of talking. Talking always gets me in trouble. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to anyone ever again. The last snowball dropped from her hand. Her knees buckled, and she collapsed into the snow. All I do is hurt people. All I do is make a mess. Tears poured down her face. Why? I tried so hard. The snow crunched in front of her, then there was a strong hand on her shoulder. Shining knelt in front of her, an earnest look in his eye. Sunset, I want to help you. No, you don't. You just want a reason to take me away. Shining brushed away the tears under Sunset's eyes. She didn't bother pushing him away, she didn't have any energy left to fight back. I became a police officer to help people, not throw them in jail. I'll admit, I was trying to turn up some information on you, but it wasn't so I could take you away. I was curious about who you were. Now I see, you're someone who looks like they need a friend to talk to. Sunset gnawed on her lip, torn between desperation and anger. Stop coddling me, she said between sobs. I don't want your freaking pity. I'm not here to pity you, Sunset. Shining stood up and held a hand down to her. I'm here to help. Sunset stared at the hand in front of her, utterly perplexed. What is it with you Sparkles? Always sticking your nose into others' business, always trying to help someone. Shining smiled. Guess it's just in our blood. The wind whisked through the alley and brushed against Sunset's cheek. Her boiling anger had ebbed away, leaving her cold again. She tried to weigh her options, but realistically, she only had one. Running would do nothing for her. She had nowhere to hide. Maybe he'll show me mercy. Sunset looked into his honest eyes. He would listen to her. But what would he do when he thought she was crazy? Or decided she was just a common criminal? Only one way to find out. She reached up and took his hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Since she had only eaten one slice of her pizza, the sandwich Shining had given her was delicious. After she had pulled the meat off, of course. They sat in his police car with the heater on, restoring feeling to Sunset's fingers and toes. She devoured the sandwich with desperate fervor, while Shining picked at his salad in silence. Sunset didn't understand how she was able to eat now of all times when most of the week her anxiety had kept her nauseous. It seemed her stomach had told her brain to shut up for 2 seconds so it could have a proper meal. When she finished eating, Shining asked, feeling any better? Not really. But I was starving, so thanks. You're welcome. Shining drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. So, Sunset balled up the sandwich wrapping. Is there any way for me to get out of this without you asking any questions? Shining shook his head. You gotta talk to me, Sunset. Yeah, I thought so. Sunset leaned back in her seat. Well, go ahead, ask me anything. I'll tell you the truth, but you're going to think I'm crazy. We'll see about that. I've heard some pretty crazy things. He pulled a cookie from his bag and broke it in half, handing one piece to Sunset. You promise to tell the truth. Sunset took the chocolate chip cookie. Yes. Trust me, Shining, I don't have much of a choice. All right. So, why are you living all alone in a factory? I told you, I don't have anywhere else to live. She took a bite out of her cookie. What happened to your parents? They're back in Equestria. Sunset closed her eyes, knowing what was about to come next. There was a pause before Shining asked, what is Equestria? A mirrored reality of this one. Except in it, everyone is a pony. To be more specific, you're either an earth pony, a Pegasus, or a unicorn. I was born in Equestria as a unicorn and came to this world via magic mirror. She opened an eye, watching confusion and disbelief overtake Shining's expression. Sunset, are you taking any drugs? No, I'm not. She took another angry bite of her cookie. I knew you weren't going to believe me. Shining sighed and rubbed his forehead. You just told me you're a pony from another world. That's not something you hear every day. I thought you said you've heard some crazy things. Sunset brushed the crumbs from her mouth. Mine just happens to be true. Shining slid his hand down his face. Okay, I'll entertain the notion of another dimension full of magical ponies. Why'd you leave? Sunset pulled her legs against her chest. Because I was a spoiled brat who couldn't get what she wanted, so as an act of rebellion, I disobeyed my teacher and ran away. Through a magic mirror. Yes, through a magic mirror. Opens once every 2.5 years for 3 days. Seems pretty convenient. Sunset dropped her legs and reached for the door. I don't even know why I'm bothering. You clearly don't believe any of this. Shining put a hand on her shoulder. Okay, I'm sorry. You're right, I'm a little skeptical right now. But I promise, I'll listen to everything you have to say, and I'll try to keep an open mind. Sunset took her hand off the door, glaring at Shining all the while. She settled back in her seat and said, fine. What else do you want to know? Well, how have you been surviving in this world? At first, I bullied and manipulated the students at Canterlot High into giving me anything I needed, mostly money. Recently, I got a real job since the students aren't afraid of me anymore. And you forged transcripts to get into school. Yep, it wasn't easy, I'll tell you that. I didn't know how technology worked when I first got here. Shining nodded like he understood. But if you're from another dimension, why would you waste time going to high school? Onrent, there are other things visitors from other worlds would rather do. Sunset couldn't tell if he was mocking her or not. I didn't know what else to do. I was just trying to think of how I was going to get my revenge against Princess Celestia. And I needed to stay close to the mirror when it opened again. Princess Celestia. You mean Principal Celestia, right? Nope. In my world, Celestia's a princess. Shining furrowed his brow in confusion. You said your world was a mirror of this one, except we were all ponies. Sunset shrugged. Okay, that was a bit of a simplification. It's not an exact mirror. Equestria has its own geography, history, everything. There are a lot of inconsistencies between our worlds. For instance, your Celestia is a high school principal, mine is an immortal princess. So our worlds are different, but everybody has a doppelganger. Seems like it. Shining was silent for a minute. So, what happened to the you of this world? I don't know. Kinda glad I haven't run into her. Who knows what'll happen? That at least got a snort out of Shining. What, are you afraid if you two touch hands, it'll tear a fabric in the space-time continuum? I am now, thanks for putting that scenario in my head. Shining laughed, which in turn made Sunset smile just a little. It was short-lived as they lapsed into silence a moment later. Sunset brushed some hair out of her face. So, what are you going to do with me? Nothing yet. I still want to talk. About what? Shining looked at her with genuine concern. You were pretty upset when I found you. You wanna tell me what's going on? The ache in Sunset's soul returned. Her dinner threatened to return as well, albeit in an even less pleasant way. She nodded, deciding that if she didn't talk, she'd probably scream again. Yes, I messed up. I keep messing up. I told you, I used to be a bully. That's an understatement, really. I was a horrible person. I set up everyone around me to fail. I twisted words and spread rumors until everyone hated each other and kept the infection spreading. It wasn't until a few months ago when I learned how wrong I was about everything. I finally made friends, and I hated them at first, but now they're the most important things in the world to me. She wrung her hands. And then, earlier tonight we were getting pizza, and they found out about things they had done to each other while they were fighting a year ago. Things that were originally my fault. They all hate each other now because of me. Sunset blocked her face with her sleeve, trying to hide her tears. They hate each other. Twilight still won't talk to me. Everyone in the school wants me gone, and now, you're going to take me away before I can fix any of it. Shining pulled some tissues from the glove box and handed them to Sunset. Hey, it's going to be all right. Sunset blew her nose like a trumpet. No, it's not. You think I'm crazy. I never said that. Shining took a long breath. I don't think you're crazy, he slowly picked over his words. I don't think you're telling me the whole truth. I am telling the truth. I can't make this stuff up. Shining held his hands up. Okay, maybe it's just me then. But right now, that's not the point. What matters is you're living on the streets, Sunset, regardless of the reason why. You're living broke and alone in an old factory. Sunset wiped her eyes. I'm doing just fine. Do you honestly expect me to believe that? No. But I can take care of myself. I've been doing it for almost 3 years. Shining shook his head. Sunset, the heart of the matter is, you're homeless. Whether or not you can take care of yourself is irrelevant. I can't go on with my life in good conscience knowing that you're not in a safe place and eating well. Sunset stopped dabbing at her eyes. Wait, really? I told you, Sunset, I became a cop to help people. He took off his hat and ran a hand through his hair. Regardless of what's going on between you and Twilight right now, I know she still cares about you. And it's not like I don't care about you, Sunset, I just don't trust me with your sister. Shining passed his hat back and forth between his hands. Big brother instinct, you know. No, but I understand. She sniffled again. I appreciate that you care about me, Shining, but what are you going to do with me? There was a pained look on his face. Sunset, I can't let you go back to that factory. Where else am I supposed to go? Shining put his hat back on. Listen, there's a shelter not too far from Canterlot. Shining, no. Sunset shouted. You're still a minor. You'd just be there until we can get you into the system. Didn't you hear me? I can't leave. I screwed things up and I need to fix them. What else am I supposed to do, Sunset? Just let me keep living on my own. Shining grit his teeth. You know I can't do that. I'm already trying to ignore your felony of creating false documents. I'm not going to let you keep living on the streets. Tears started welling up in Sunset's eyes. Please, Shining. I'm sorry, Sunset, but I can't. Sunset twisted her fingers together. She couldn't leave, she just couldn't. But what else could she do? Beg to stay with Shining. He'd never agree to that. What about one of her other friends? As much as it pained her to ask them for a favor this large, she just couldn't leave Canterlot the way things were. But which friend would be willing to put up with her? And that was assuming none of them were mad at her as well for the fight earlier that evening. She slipped her hands into her pockets while she thought, and her fingers brushed against something slim and papery. No, she thought. It's too crazy. He'd never. She pulled out the card and turned it over in her hands. She'd known them for the least amount of time out of all her friends. She was pretty sure Trixie still hated her in some way. But Artemis had said to call if she needed anything. It was an impossible long shot. Sunset didn't even want to consider the long-term complications. She just needed someone to take her in, even for one night to get away from Shining. She looked back over to him. Shining, what if I found someone to take me in? Shining raised an eyebrow. Right now. Sunset, it's nearly midnight. Even if I said yes, who are you going to find to take you in at this hour? Asterisk 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 asterisk. A buzzing on the nightstand interrupted Artemis' light snoring. He cracked an eye open and saw it was a phone ringing, though he couldn't identify if it was his or Selena's. He rolled over, choosing to ignore it. Turtle dove, it's for you. Selena snorted and placed her head under the pillow. That's your phone, Artie. You sure? Just answer it and make it stop. Artemis released a dramatic sigh and groped around until he found the phone. Hello, you've reached the supreme and mystical Artemis Lulamoon, he said in a dull voice. Please leave a message after the snore. Artemis. It's me, a female voice said. I'm sorry, I don't know anyone by that name. It's Sunset. The voice snapped. A small portion of the fog smothering Artemis' brain dissipated. Ah, Sunset. He stifled a yawn. Wonderful to hear your voice. A bit late for a party, though. What? No, that's not why I'm calling. Listen, I need a favor, a really big favor. As in, you can dock my pay forever if you say yes. I like money. Artemis grinned deliriously to himself. Anything for you, Sonny Bun. Really? Great. I need you to come pick me up from the police station and maybe let me live with you for a while, please. Sunset begged. Artemis yawned again. Of course, Sunset. Easy peasy. He sat up and arched his back. I'll be there in a few minutes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. The phone clicked off, leaving the silence to ring in Artemis' ears. Selena stirred underneath the pillow. Was that Sunset? Yep. Artemis crawled out of bed and trudged over to the closet. What did she want? He picked out one of his blue suits. Needs me to pick her up from the police station. And something about living with us for a while. He yawned again. Selena slowly pulled her head from beneath the pillow and gave Artemis a blank stare. What? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset sat on a stool in Shinning's cramped office. The rest of the space was taken up by a filing cabinet and a desk where Shining sat tapping a pen against his chin. Several folders, a phone, and 2 photographs, one of his family, and the other of Cadence, filled the space on his desk. They hadn't spoken much after Sunset had made her phone call. It was just a waiting game now. The anxiety was eating Sunset alive, making her change her position every 10 seconds. What if Artemis never showed up? What if he changed his mind and refused to take Sunset in? Shining grumbled to himself. This is so against protocol. I'm sure this isn't even legal. Sunset fidgeted in her seat. Or what if Shining decided to follow the rules and throw her in jail, or the asylum, or the homeless shelter? I guess saying sorry won't make things better. Shining swiveled his chair to face her. It's just, he tapped his pen against the armrest. I don't know what to do with you. You don't have any official records. Which actually begs the question, how do you have a license? Forgery. Sunset tugged on the collar of her shirt. Really not helping my case here. The pen tapping stopped. Shining turned to his desk again and planted his face against it. I really can't believe I'm doing this. You do know I have every reason to arrest you, right? Yes, I know. Shining, I didn't have any choice, I'm not from here. Yeah. Shining lifted his face up. I think I'm starting to believe you. He faced her again. I'm breaking a lot of rules tonight, Sunset. Half the reason is because I really don't know what to do in this scenario. The other half, a ghost of a smile crossed his face. I believe you're a good kid. Sunset looked away, her cheeks heating up. Thanks. Don't prove me wrong, Sunset. If I let you walk away, you have to promise me something. Sure, anything. Shining fixed her with a stare that looked into her soul. You said you wanted to make everything right. So promise me you will. Promise me you'll help your friends. And promise me you'll make Twilight happy again. I promise, Sunset said immediately. She didn't know what she was going to do, but she knew she had to try something. She had just made friends, she wasn't in the mood to lose them now. The desk phone rang, and Shining clicked the speaker button. Yes. Shining, the Wizard of Oz is here to see you. Shining cast a look at Sunset, who nodded fervently. Send him back. There was a knock on the door, and Shining opened it up, allowing Artemis inside. He looked tired but still managed his boyish smile. Sunset almost couldn't believe he had actually come. You must be Artemis Lulamoon. Shining stood up and shook his hand. I'm Officer Armor. He paused and gave Artemis a scrutinizing look. Wait, you, didn't happen to tie up 4 members of the Griffin gang and leave them in a construction site last week, did you? Artemis gave a very subtle wink in Sunset's direction. Nope, doesn't ring a bell. Right. Shining looked between the both of them, then shrugged it off. Well, I'm glad you came, Mr. Lulamoon. Please, call me Artemis. Mr. Lulamoon is the name of my aging father. He pointed his nose up. I refuse to be called such a title until I am his age. Shining cleared his throat. Sorry, I'll keep that in mind. Anyway, Sunset's not in any real trouble, well, sort of. It's just that, he looked at Sunset. You know what, it's probably better if you explain it. Sunset stood up. Artemis, I'll give you the long version later. The short version is, she rubbed her arm. I've kind of been lying to you. I don't exactly have a home or a guardian of any sort. I've just been living in an old factory for the past 2 years. Artemis gaped at her, his facial expression rapidly changing from surprise to anger to sympathy, and back to surprise. You've been living in a factory. Sunset flinched. Yes. Sunset, why on earth didn't you tell anyone? Because I didn't think it was a big deal and I didn't want to bother anybody. She kicked at a dust mite on the floor. I didn't want to be a freeloader. Artemis held a hand over his face and sighed. Sunset, there is a difference between being a freeloader and asking for help. Either one was a blow to Sunset's fragile pride. Even with all the support around her, she thought things were best if she could do them by herself. You're better off alone. Sunset shook her head. No, that's why she had friends, so she wouldn't have to be alone. She looked up at Artemis. You're right, there's a big difference. That's why I'm asking for help now. She swallowed her pride. I know this is really sudden and you can say no, but please, Artemis, I need somewhere to live. Of course. What? Artemis crossed his arms. Of course you can stay with us, Sunset. I already said yes over the phone, even if I wasn't in the right state of mind. Sunset blinked. Jay, just like that. You're going to take me in on the spot. I don't see why not. You need my help, I'm here, and there's a spare room at the house. I don't think this decision needs any more thought. But what about? Sunset, do you want to stay with us or not? Artemis asked with a frown. I want to stay with you. Her heart swelled like a balloon, and before she knew it, she was running into Artemis' arms and giving him an enormous hug. Thank you so much. You don't know what this means to me. Artemis put his arms around her and smiled. I think I have a pretty good idea. Shining cleared his throat. Well, that's that, I guess. Sunset, you're free to go. Artemis looked up. Wait, don't I have to fill out some paperwork or something? Shining dropped into his chair. Normally, you would. But Sunset seems to be a special case. I don't know what paperwork would be suited for this occasion. He sighed. I'll try to get back to you on that. Special case. Artemis looked back at Sunset. What does he? I've got a lot to tell you later, Sunset said, still smiling. She looked back at Shining. Thank you. Shining gave a flippant wave of his hand. Don't mention it. He looked at Sunset with a grave expression. Seriously, don't. Sunset gave him a thumbs up and turned to follow Artemis out the door. Wait a sec, Shining called. Are you really a magician? He asked Artemis. Artemis grinned, twirling his goatee. I don't know. Is that a chair or a hog you're sitting on? Shining looked at Artemis like he was crazy. Pretty sure it's a chair. Lulamoon. In a puff of smoke, the chair turned into a grown hog lying contently on the floor. It snorted a few times when Shining jumped off it, yelling in terror. Sunset roared with laughter, holding the door frame for support. Okay, you're a magician. Shining gestured to the hog, now sniffing his desk. Can you change it back now? Artemis tapped his wand against his chin. I'm waiting for the magic words. Please. Actually, they're Lulamoon. Shining rolled his eyes in exasperation. Lulamoon. Lulamoon. Just like that, the hog was a chair again. Shining poked it just to make sure, then collapsed into his seat again and rested his head on the desk. Artemis chuckled and slipped his wand away. Come, Sunset. Let's go home. Sunset's smile continued to light up her face. Yeah, let's. Step 36, The Trouble with Trixie. It was the eeriest thing Sunset had ever experienced. Students filled the halls, talking, laughing, walking around and conversing with each other. One dribbled a basketball around. Yet none of them made a sound. Sunset walked past them, her footsteps ghost-like. She couldn't hear her own breathing or the beating of her heart. Even the ringing left in the absence of sound was gone. It was utterly, wholly silent. But everyone was so animated. Their mouths moved, their bodies functioned. So why was Sunset deaf to everything? She stopped in front of Flash and tried to say hi. Her mouth formed the words, but sound never escaped. In fact, Flash didn't seem to notice Sunset at all. She waved a hand in front of him, but his eyes looked through her. Sunset stepped away, a foreboding bubble expanding in her stomach. She tried again when Lyra walked past, but she neither saw nor heard Sunset. A cold frost spread through her veins, and she ran down the halls, desperate to find her friends. Her heavy footfalls still made no noise whatsoever. She even stopped to bang her hand against a locker. Still silent, she made her way to the gym, where she found 5 of her friends scattered across the room, their backs all turned. She approached Rainbow first, standing with her arms crossed and her nose turned up. What's going on? Sunset gasped, relieved she had her voice back. Rainbow, however, continued to ignore her. She occasionally glared in Applejack's direction, but she made no acknowledgement of Sunset's presence. Sunset moved on to Applejack and waved a hand in front of her face. Come on, you can hear me, right? Evidently, Applejack couldn't. Girls, what's going on? Why are you ignoring me? Sunset noticed Rarity's mouth move, prompting Pinky to spin around and point a finger at her. Rainbow turned around as well, shouting nothing. All of them soon gathered at the center of the gym, yelling in silence and making wild gestures at one another. Sunset danced around them, trying to get their attention. Girls, hey, stop. Whatever this is, I'm sure we can work it out. Stop fighting, you're supposed to be friends. And what do you know about friendship? Twilight stood in the doorway, arms folded across her chest, eyes narrowed and mouth set in a thin line. She walked forward, thunderclapping with every step she took. Sunset's mouth dried, and she backed away. Twilight, well, answer the question. What do you know about friendship, Sunset? She bowed her head in defeat. How could she describe friendship? It was a maze of confusing ideas and scenarios. It was something that made her happy, she knew that. It involved helping others without expecting something in return. It was a jumble of experiences that made Sunset stop and think about herself as a person. She shook her head. It's complicated. Maybe I don't really understand all of it. But I know they shouldn't be fighting like that. She looked up and found Twilight inches from her face, still scowling. It was so exaggerated, so alien. It didn't sit right on Twilight's face. But it's your fault they're fighting like that in the first place. Time doesn't heal all wounds, Sunset. Twilight jabbed a finger at her. You sabotaged their friendship all those years ago, and look what happened. Sunset raised her hands in defense. I know, but I was different back then. I don't want them fighting now. I want to fix it. The corners of Twilight's mouth twisted upwards into a smug grin. You want to know how to fix it? Maybe I'll tell you if you can catch me. Twilight took off back down the halls, laughing gleefully. Sunset cast one more look at her screaming friends, then chased after Twilight. The hallways bent and twisted around her as she tried to close the gap between the two of them. Sunset was surprised at how hard she pushed herself just to keep up. Twilight stopped at the top of the stairs, leaving Sunset to catch her breath. What's the matter, Sunny? Tired already? She cooed, the same smug grin tugging eerily at her lips as she flipped her hair over her shoulder. I guess you really don't want to find out how to help your dear friends, Sunset tightened her fists and ran up after her. Twilight glided down the halls, staying just out of Sunset's reach. The rest of the students had vanished, taking their silence with them and replacing it with Twilight's bouncing laughter. The chase continued on for some time until Twilight had run herself into a corner, illuminated by flickering lights. She looked straight at Sunset with a cocky smile. I got so bored being ahead of you, I kinda stopped paying attention. Well, I've caught you either way, so start talking. How do I fix this? Twilight twisted a finger through her hair. Look at the proud Sunset shimmer, asking me for help. How the mighty have fallen. Sunset squared her shoulders. I'm not afraid to ask for help. A book flew from one of the lockers and smacked her in the head. Ow, what the hell? That's a lie and you know it, Twilight said, slowly sauntering around Sunset, her cocky smile never faltering. I seem to recall you outright saying no when your friends wanted to help you in that dingy factory you called a home. Or how about when the princess offered you a hand of friendship? She looked up at Sunset, eyes shining with mischief. You hate people pitying you, remember? Sunset pressed her teeth together. Why are you being so mean? Why are you being so stupid? She threw her hands up, curled her fingers, and took a deep breath. All right, I get it, you're mad. You don't have to be a jerk about all this, though. Twilight's smile finally melted and she glared at Sunset. I don't have to be a jerk. Excuse me, who spent their entire life walking around like she was holier than thou. Who tormented everyone she considered beneath her just for giggles. Who nearly drove Fluttershy to suicide. Sunset's entire body trembled, suppressing the urge to slap Twilight across the face. I've learned, okay. I know I screwed up before, but I'm learning. Yes, bravo, you're not an evil, vindictive, narcissistic megalomaniac anymore. You're just a scared girl who can't take a few hits to her pride. Sunset growled, her resistance to hitting Twilight slipping by the second. My pride isn't an issue here, I know when to swallow it. Twilight spread her arms wide. And yet, you continued to sleep in a factory after you made friends. You still refused to even acknowledge that Princess Twilight helped, her head snapped to the side as Sunset held her hand out. Sunset's face flushed an angry red. Don't you dare talk to me about that princess. See, there it is, right there. Twilight grinned again. That pride just oozing all over your soul. You can't even accept that she helped you in some small way. She's the reason the elements put that damn curse on me in the first place, all it's brought is trouble. It doesn't matter how much good I do for others, those stupid elements have just continued to set me up for failure. I can't even explain why I acted like a big, stupid jerk to the girl I've fallen in love with. Sunset felt her throat tighten up and her knees give out beneath her. She bit her lip as she looked up to Twilight. Twilight sneered, showing off pointed teeth. There she is, the scared, little girl. How does your pride taste? Does it taste like failure? Stop. Please. You want it to stop. Twilight extended a hand to Sunset, her nails sharper than normal. I'll show you how to make it stop. The sclera of her left eye turned black. Sunset curled her fingers. You're. A bright light erupted from behind the imposter Twilight, making her shriek in pain. Her features dissolved into a familiar shadow, then sped away across the lockers. From the light came a second Twilight, only her features weren't warped in any way. There was no superiority in her step, and she smiled at Sunset the way the normal Twilight did. Are you okay? Sunset sat on her knees. I don't know. I don't know what to do. Twilight took her hand and pulled Sunset to her feet. You're almost there. Don't listen to the darkness, it's only there to make you feel worse. You know more about friendship than you think you do. Maybe, but I still feel so lost. Friendship and in love. She made a limp motion with her arm. It's all just one big mess. Twilight gently pulled her arm away and stepped back toward the light. Friendship isn't always easy, but she mouthed something that Sunset couldn't make out before the light consumed all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset stirred, turning her face against the soft pillow. She pulled the warm sheets higher, trying to lull herself back to sleep, even if it had been uneasy. Luckily, the bed was incredibly soft, making falling back to sleep a breeze. Her eyes snapped open. Her bed wasn't this soft, it was hard as a rock. She bolted upright, finding herself in a blue room, the window across from her showing off the snow-covered rooftops of other houses. Where am I? What's going on? Her heartbeat skyrocketed. She scrambled out of the queen-sized bed and onto the soft blue carpet. She looked down at the pajamas she had on, and everything became clear. They were midnight blue and had stars and moons on them. Right, Sunset murmured to herself. The events of the previous night played back in her head. Shining armor, her breakdown, being taken to the police station, and then being taken in by Artemis. She looked around the guest bedroom. It was fairly large, certainly larger than her space at the factory. It had a desk and a nightstand, a dresser, and even a closet. A mirror hung on the back of the door, showing Sunset the severe bags under her eyes. She didn't linger on her reflection for long, choosing to look out the window instead. A fine layer of snow covered the neighborhood. It had stopped falling from the sky for now, the sun had broken through the clouds and smiled down on the world. Some kids were already outside, having a snowball fight. So this is going to be my life now. Artemis had allowed her to stay here, for how long remained to be seen. But she had finally moved on from that factory. Sunset sat on her bed, a whirlwind of emotions spinning through her. Part of her felt like she had given up some freedom by accepting this deal. Yes, the factory had been terrible and she hated it, but she didn't have to answer to anybody. Now, she was a guest under someone else's roof, she'd have to play by their rules. Come on, it beats sleeping in an office and always worrying about my next meal, right? Besides, it was warm in the house. Sunset was used to waking up freezing, but she could feel a blast of hot air coming from the vents. See, you can do this, you're adaptable. Sunset thought about returning to sleep for a while now that she knew where she was. The last dream haunted her, however. She couldn't remember all of it, just bits and pieces. And the impression it had left on her heart. What do I know about friendship? Sunset asked herself. She could remember the last words Twilight said to her. Friendship isn't easy, but what? She sighed, already the dream was becoming hazy. Still, she remembered her resolve to fix the rift between her friends. She didn't know how yet, but she would find a way. In the meantime, she had this to deal with. She looked around the spacious room again, brushing her socks against the soft carpet. The whirlwind returned, sending her emotions into a tizzy. This wasn't hers, she had to remember that. She was just borrowing this room until she could find a way to escape and continue living on her own. See, there it is, right there. That pride just oozing all over your soul. Sunset flinched at Twilight's scathing words. It hadn't really been Twilight though. Dream or not, Sunset should have known better. Even at her angriest, Twilight was never cruel. This isn't about pride, Sunset said with defiance, curling her hands into fists. This is about me being a freeloader. I'm not afraid to ask for help, but I can't mooch off of them forever. Face it, Sunset, you're better off alone. I am not. Sunset lifted her fist toward the mirror, but dragged it back at the last second. She looked at the little scars on her knuckles from the last time she had done such an act. Her reflection looked back at her, wide-eyed and afraid. They narrowed into annoyance. Why was she fighting this? She had a house to live in. She had been found out by the police and wasn't on her way to a homeless shelter or a government research facility. She had finally pulled herself back from the brink. Then why did everything still feel like a tangled mess? Sunset ran a hand through her bedraggled hair. It was too much to think about. One thing at a time, Sunset. First, your new home. She opened the door and poked her head out. A gentle silence filled the house. Was she the only one here? She glanced back at the wall clock in her room. It was a little after 9. Perhaps the Lulamoons were just late risers. Sunset stepped into the hall. She wanted to look around a little, but felt like she was intruding. Even more so, she wanted to take a shower and clean herself off from last night. She still had pizza sauce under her fingernails. Again, the problem of intrusion came up, along with the realization that she didn't have anything to change into. Out of curiosity, Sunset went over to the dresser and rummaged through it. There were all sorts of clothes of various patterns and sizes, few of them looked like they'd fit though. Sunset pulled out a light blue shirt with a ruffled blouse along the bottom. Hey, you're pretty cute. She turned it over and hummed to herself, then put it away. She had just gotten here, she couldn't be borrowing clothes. A door opened up, and Sunset ran back to the hall to see who was awake. Trixie stepped out of her room, wearing a long blue nightgown. She stretched her arms out and yawned, freezing when she saw Sunset. What are you doing in Trixie's house? I kinda live here now. Sunset put on a lopsided smile. Trixie worked her jaw. Since when? Last night. What? But, you can't. Why? How? Trixie pointed a finger at Sunset and broke into an uneasy grin. Oh, Trixie knows what you're doing, haha. This is a joke, isn't it? Ha 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 ha, well, it's not funny. She's not joking, Trixie. Artemis called from downstairs. She's our newest guest. Trixie ran to the top of the stairs and looked over the railing, then to Sunset, sheer horror painted on her face. No, no, no. Sunset held her hands up. Listen, Trixie, No, 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 no. Trixie stomped her feet against the floor and marched downstairs, screaming, no, 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 no. No. Sunset sighed and followed after her. She took that better than I thought. As she descended the stairs, the smell of roasting coffee beans tickled her nose. Inside the kitchen, Artemis and Selena were at an island table separating the kitchen from the dining room, reading the morning paper and scribbling in a notebook respectively. Trixie slammed her hands on the table. How could you do this to Trixie? Sunset already works at the shop, you want her to live with us too. Artemis folded the paper. Trixie, Sunset here had nowhere else to go. I'm not going to turn a blind eye to someone who needs a little help. Besides, she's your friend. Trixie dragged her fingers down the sides of her face. No, she isn't. Trixie tolerates her at best. She's just. Trixie flailed an arm in Sunset's direction. There. Trixie admits Sunset saved her life, but that doesn't make us friends. Sunset sighed deeply, looking away from Trixie as she tried to organize her thoughts. Look, I know we haven't gotten off on the best foot, but I'm willing to make an effort if you'll do the same. Truce. She offered a hand, eyes locking with Trixie's. Trixie stared obstinately at Sunset's outstretched hand for a solid minute. She then turned on her heel and marched upstairs. A slamming door told Sunset the conversation was over. Artemis sighed in frustration and rubbed his temples. I don't know where she gets this stubbornness from. He raised his finger as Selena opened her mouth to speak. Even I'm not that stubborn. Selena lightly cleared her throat. Well, you did kind of just spring this on us, Artie. She looked sincerely at Sunset. Not that I'm not glad to have you here, Sunset. Goodness knows, I would never let you just freeze outside. She looked back to Artemis. But you know how much Trixie hates change. Sunset hung her shoulders and kept her eyes on the floor. Listen, I don't want to create a rift or anything. If this is going to cause problems, I can. Nope. Artemis smacked his palm on the table. I refuse to let you go back to some run-down factory. You can stay here as long as you need to. Trixie will calm down eventually. If not, I'll just get her another Christmas present. Selena propped an arm up and rested her head in her hand. She sighed and said, you can't keep bribing her with gifts. It's been working so far. Artemis waved a hand. But that's neither here nor there right now. He pulled up a bar stool for Sunset and patted the seat. I believe you have some splainin' to do, Sunset. Sunset hopped up onto the bar stool, still keeping her head down. She tapped her fingers together. Yeah, I did promise to explain things later. Inside, she growled in frustration. It seemed like she was telling everyone her private past now. She raised her head to the ceiling, avoiding any eye contact. Where do I start this time? Well, Selena said, lightly tapping her pencil against her notepad, you could tell us why you were living in a factory for starters. Sunset let out a hollow laugh. Yeah, that's kinda a long story. She looked down again and tapped her fingers together. Hey, you'll probably get a kick out of this. See, I'm not exactly from here. I was born in a parallel dimension in a land called Equestria. That never gets any easier to explain. There was a long pause, in which Sunset could feel Artemis and Selena's eyes on her. Come again, Artemis asked. I was born in another dimension in a land called Equestria. So, you're an alien? Selena asked. In a matter of speaking, yes. Artemis let out something that sounded caught between a cough and a laugh. I see. Do continue. Sunset moved her hands to her lap. Well, it gets better. In the land I'm from, we weren't exactly human. Sunset swallowed. Equestria is inhabited by magical ponies, including Pegasi and unicorns. I was a unicorn back home. She dared to inch her eyes up and saw Artemis pressing a hand over his mouth, his cheeks red. MMHMM, he said in a restrained and muffled voice. Please, keep going. Sunset got in a sigh before her mouth kept making words. So, yeah, I was a unicorn. One of the best of my time. She allowed herself a guilty grin. The best if I let my ego run free for a second. Regret and shame draped themselves over her face, covering up her smile. I was taught by the ruler of Equestria herself, Princess Celestia. Isn't that the name of the high school principal? Selena asked. Yes. Forgot to mention, when I said Equestria is a parallel dimension, I mean, everyone here has a pony counterpart somewhere there. Artemis had both elbows up on the table and was resting his cheeks against his closed fists, looking at Sunset with stars in his eyes. So, the principal of a high school here is a unicorn princess in your world. His voice cracked from the enthusiasm he was holding in. Actually, she's an immortal alicorn. Alicorns are combinations of all three pony types. Anyways, back then I was, not a nice person, pony. Sunset wrung her hands. I was a spiteful, narcissistic jerk looking for power to prove a point. She sunk lower in her chair, to the point that she was eye level to the island. Let's try to keep the self-loathing down to a minimum today. She nodded to herself. To make a really long story short, I didn't get what I wanted, threw a tantrum and ran away through a magic mirror that only opens once every 2.5 years to this world. Since I had nowhere to go, I had to find a place to lie low. Hence the factory. Once I got here I continued to act like a petulant child. Sunset dug her nails into her palm. Trixie isn't wrong to dislike me. But, I'm trying to get better. She was half tempted to look up and see if Artemis was still grinning, but couldn't bring herself to do it. I spent years keeping everyone around me down and turning them against one another. She sighed, noting how similar this sounded to her talk with Shining Armor last night. Anyway, to make another long story short, I ran back home when the mirror opened up, stole a crown to give me infinite power, brought it back here, put it on, turned into a demon, then 6 girls stood up to me and blasted me with a rainbow beam of friendship. I saw the error of my ways, tried to get better, and here we are. She finally lifted her head again, seeing Artemis' twitching smile. So, the core of this story is, you're actually a pony from a magical dimension. Yes, Sunset said with a sigh. MMHMM. Artemis fell onto the floor and erupted into gales of laughter, clutching his sides. He rolled onto his back and kicked his legs in the air. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Sunset stared at him, then looked to Selena. Is he going to be all right? Give him a minute. He'll be fine. Artemis' laughter slowly subsided, and he picked himself up, using the chair for support. He looked at Sunset and broke into another fit. Nope. It's just too perfect. You did hear the whole story, right? Sunset threw her arms out. I used dark magic and turned into a demon. This isn't all sugar and rainbows. But you said you got blasted by a rainbow beam. Artemis. Selena snapped. The poor girl is trying to be serious. You're right, you're right. Artemis straightened up and fanned himself. Phew. Okay, I think I'm good. Haven't laughed that hard in a while. He sat on the stool again and faced Sunset, a childish smile still scribbled on his face. Okay, so you made a few mistakes. Last I checked, didn't you say you were trying to be better and that you were sorry? Yes, I did, and yes, I am. Sunset lifted herself up again, but kept her shoulders low. I don't know. I knew you would probably take this in stride, but. Artemis raised his eyebrow. What? Did you think we'd turn you away after we found out you dabbled in some dark magic? Sunset made an uneven roll of her shoulders. A little. Selena reached a hand over the table and laid it across Sunset's. Sweetie, you told us a while ago you were trying to be a better person, and we believed it. If you're willing to turn over a new leaf, then we're willing to help you. A small laugh rose up in Sunset's throat, and she shook her head. Ponies and humans have a lot of things in common, you know. Most of you are just so ready to forgive someone. Keyword being, most, Artemis said. He leaned back in his chair and stroked his goatee. If you're going to be living here, Sunset, we need you and Trixie to get along. Well, I've done all I can do. Sunset turned her head away. Yes, you've made an effort. Perhaps the two of you just need some more quality time together. He snapped his fingers. And I know just how you'll get it. He stood up and made a shooing gesture with his hands. But first, go wash up and put on some fresh clothes. Sunset opened her mouth. Yes, anything in your room is yours to wear. Sunset closed her mouth. Well, if you insist. She got up for the stairs when a thought struck her. She looked over her shoulder. Does your bathroom have hot water? Selena nodded. Of course. Why wouldn't it? Tears filled Sunset's eyes, and she looked away. And no reason. I just wanted to know. Thank you. Sunset ran upstairs before they could ask what was wrong. She grabbed a towel from the hall cabinet and rushed into the bathroom. Like everything else in the house, it was painted blue, with 2 sinks, and a toilet adjacent to the shower. Sunset twisted the shower knob to hot, and stuck her hand out, feeling the water heat up against her palm. Her lip quivered and tears fell from her face in earnest. She stripped herself of her clothes and threw herself under the scalding water, relishing every drop on her skin, even if she started to turn pink at some point. Steam rolled off her and filled the room, clouding the large mirror. Sunset lifted her face, her tears indistinguishable from the falling water. This is the best day ever. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Warm and squeaky clean, Sunset stood on the fluffy bath mat brushing her teeth with a new toothbrush she had conveniently found in one of the drawers, still in its packaging. The bathroom was still covered in a fine layer of steam, and Sunset had to rub a spot in the clouded mirror to see her reflection. This is nice. She let out a calm sigh through her nose. A long, hot shower was a luxury Sunset had been denied since she had hidden away in her factory. Living here, she could take one whenever she wanted. The thought almost brought her to tears again. Would you hurry up in there? Trixie yelled, pounding on the door. Guess I'll have to deal with that too. Sunset spat into the sink and rinsed her mouth out, her body running on autopilot. Give me a second. Trixie's already given you an hour. Get out. With her towel secured around her middle, Sunset opened the door and brushed past Trixie. Trixie glared at her before stepping into the bathroom and slamming the door shut. You're welcome, Sunset said to the door. She shuffled to her room, feeling the warm draft of the heater tickle her bare skin. It was a foreign feeling, this basic comfort of heat, the smell of pancakes coming from downstairs, and collapsing onto a bed she knew hadn't come from the curbside of a garage sale. Sunset was still used to the frigid air that permeated the factory, the stale must that clouded her room, and the hard mattress she had called her bed. This room wasn't hers, Sunset knew that. Nothing in here belonged to her. She was a stranger, nothing more. Then why did she feel so comfortable? Why was she letting herself get comfortable? Everything could be taken away from her in an instant. Artemis and Selena said they didn't care about her past, but what about the future? What if she messed up or did something to make them regret taking her in? Sunset looked around her room, noticing the lack of a certain squeaky voice to assuage her fears. She shifted her mouth to the side and said in a high-pitched voice, "You're being too hard on yourself. They see you're trying to be better, have faith in them having faith in you." In her normal voice, she asked, "What about Trixie? She can't stay mad at you forever. Just give it some time." Sunset stood up and pressed her palm to her forehead. "Okay, so today we learned, it's not the doll, I'm just crazy." Sunset removed the towel and got dressed, pausing to think that she was putting on someone else's panties. They were at least clean, so she tried not to think about it too much. She put on a long-sleeved shirt and covered it with a festive sweater decorated with Christmas trees. For pants, she selected a pair with stars decorating the legs. A little mismatched, but she liked it. She stepped out of her room and followed the smell of food back downstairs, where a spread of pancakes, eggs, and bacon was laid out on the island table. Trixie had already helped herself to breakfast, seating herself at the larger table in the dining room. Sunset looked at the food anxiously, her stomach growling. She meant to grab a plate, but realized she didn't know where anything was. Artemis and Selena were nowhere around, so Sunset fell back to Trixie. Where are the plates? Trixie stoutly ignored her. Come on, Trixie, what's it gonna take for us to at least be civil toward each other? Trixie swallowed her food. You living anywhere else but here? Sunset raised her hands to shoulder levels. Come on, Trixie, can't we at least try to get along for once? Hating you requires more energy than I'm willing to spend right now. I'm using most of it on myself. Lowering her fork, Trixie eyed her with suspicion and indifference. It was just a touch softer than the look she had given Sunset an hour ago. She pointed with her eyes. Cabinet closest to the fridge. Thank you, Sunset said, being extra careful to keep the sarcasm out of her voice. She pulled a plate from the cabinet and looked around again. Where are the forks? Eat with your hands. Sunset gripped the plate tighter, a consolation for not using it as a lethal weapon. Artemis walked into the room, proving to Sunset that he could appear without a puff of smoke. Oh good, you're both here. I have a special little bonding mission for the two of you. Trixie stiffened. What? Oh, come on, Trixie, it'll be fun. Artemis clapped his hands together. We're leaving it to you two to get a Christmas tree. Just the two of us. Artemis reached into his pocket and pulled out his wallet. Maybe it'll get you two to agree on something. Here's $100. He held it out to Trixie, and as she reached for it, he pulled back. Try not to spend all of it. He handed her the money. Trixie took it and stuffed it into her jacket pocket, grumbling all the while. Trixie is doing this under protest. Ha! Artemis patted her head. That's what your mother said to me when I proposed to her. He straightened his cape, then snapped his fingers, causing his hat to appear. Guess I'm running the store on my own for a little while. You two have fun. He narrowed his eyes. And I do mean try. Lulamoon. And like that, he was gone in a puff of smoke. Sunset held a hand out. Wait, where are the forks? Her arm fell. Trixie wiped her mouth with a napkin before getting up and grabbing her keys. Let's go. The sooner we get this over with, the better. She marched into the hall, refusing to make eye contact. Sunset stared at the food remaining on the table. She grabbed a pancake, shoved it into her mouth, and hurried after Trixie. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Trixie drove a bright blue buggy. Sunset wasn't sure what she expected, but it was a decent fit, even if the car smiled more than its driver. There was no music. Sunset and Trixie drove down the freeway in absolute silence. Trixie wore an impassive face, completely still save for the blink of her eyes and the occasional pucker of her cheek. Sunset kept a tight grip on her seatbelt, unsure if this was just how Trixie drove or if she was hardly paying attention to the road. Snow had been pushed to the far sides of the freeway where it now melted in the late morning sun, leaving runoffs of asphalt-tainted water. The light reflecting off the water and remaining snow made the world brighter. Sunset watched the houses turn into apartment complex, then into the block buildings of the city. Sue, she said between pinched lips. No talking. Trixie tensed her shoulders. Trixie needs to focus. Sunset pressed her head back into the seat. So much fun. They pulled into the Barnyard Bargains parking lot. White tents had been erected over a large section of it, housing emerald green trees Sunset could smell from the car. Trixie cut the engine and stepped out. We go over, we pick one, we go home. Sunset got out, keeping her hands snug inside her sweater pockets. You can't just not talk to me forever, Trixie. Sure I can. You won't be staying in my house too long. Trixie started for the tents. Okay, look, Sunset said, briskly walking to keep up. I'm not 100% thrilled at the idea either, but I don't have anywhere else to stay, so I'm kinda stuck here. No, you're not. You can go back to that whatever place you came from. Sunset put a little extra force in each of her steps. Well, if you were eavesdropping on the whole conversation, you would know that I can't for another 2 years. So, I'm literally stuck here. Trixie stopped and wheeled on Sunset, pointing a finger off into the distance. Go be stuck here somewhere else. She exhaled a cloud of hot air. Okay, sans the clear fact you still don't like me, why don't you want me around? Trixie put her hands on her hips. Trixie was starting to warm up to you until you went and pulled this stunt. Sunset threw her hands out, regretting the decision as soon as they felt the air. What stunt? Trying to weasel your way into my family so you can do who knows what with our magic. Trixie's cheeks began to turn pink. Sunset ran a hand down her face, then shoved it back in her pocket. I don't want your magic, Trixie. Magic is half the reason I'm in this mess in the first place. Then why did you call Trixie's father of all people to help you? Because he was the only person I could call. And because he told me I could ask for help from him if I really needed it. Trixie flared her nostrils, letting out more steam. Well, it won't matter once Trixie tells them what really happened at the dance, that not only did you turn into a demon and tried to destroy the school, you also brainwashed most of us. That's right, Trixie remembers everything now. And trust me, I have ways of changing my parents' minds. Sunset cringed, punched by Trixie's words. Look, Trixie, I already said it, I'm not proud of how I used to be. She curled a fist in her pocket. I'm sorry about the dance, okay. But that's not who I am and I'll never go back to being that way for as long as I live. Trixie's mouth formed a thin frown. And how does Trixie know you're telling the truth? Because if I hadn't changed, I would have left you on the scaffolding for Gilda to deal with you. The implication behind her words set in, and Sunset refused to meet Trixie's eyes. She was thankful the surrounding parking lot was nearly empty. For her part, Trixie had turned her back on Sunset but hadn't said a word. A cloud blocked out the sun, casting them in shadows and making the air even chillier. Sunset quickly ran a hand through her hair. Listen, I'm sorry. But that was the truth. You don't like me, you don't want me around, I get it. But I'm not here to make your life miserable, or steal your magic, or take away your parents' love from you. She kicked a stray pebble. Honestly, I just want to stick around so I can get my friends to stop fighting, and to apologize to the right people. She looked up at Trixie again. Once I do that, if you still want me gone, I'll leave. Trixie looked over her shoulder. Her eyes gave nothing away. Without even a nod, she resumed her walk to the cluster of trees. Sunset sighed, the tension leaving her shoulders, replaced by heavier disenchantment. She followed after Trixie, hoping the smell of pine would at least cheer her up some. Asterisk 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 asterisk. An hour later, they were back in the highway heading home, a new tree strapped to the top of the little buggy. Trixie had been surprisingly thorough in her tree search, and when she finally stopped at a tree for longer than 10 seconds, she had asked if Sunset liked it. For a brief moment, Sunset thought she might have gotten through to Trixie, but those were the only words spoken between that moment and when the selected tree had been properly secured. The stony silence returned with a vengeance, stifling any chance of Sunset having a small amount of enjoyment. She looked out the side view mirror, seeing the scattered trail of pine needles they were leaving behind. I hope there's still some left on the tree when we get back. Sunset. She almost jumped at the sudden voice. Yeah. She looked at Trixie. Why didn't you tell my parents about me blackmailing you over the science fair? Because I didn't want to. Sunset straightened up. I mean, you stealing our project is really the reason Twilight and I won in the first place. Her heart twisted at the mental image of Twilight's joy over the blue ribbon. And, well, who would benefit from knowing at this point? I told you, Trixie, I'm not here to make your life miserable. Trixie stared ahead at the road, but Sunset could see a softness in her normally hard eyes. 10 minutes later, they pulled into the driveway and parked, the motion scattering one last layer of pine needles. After Sunset undid the buckles, Trixie managed to lift the tree in a shaky blue glow. It was a healthy, medium tree with wide boughs and, thankfully, most of its needles still on. The tree slipped through the open door and into the living room where a stand was already waiting for it. Trixie set it down and was rewarded with a round of applause from Selena. That was very good, sweetie. Trixie blushed. Thank you. Selena turned to Sunset. So did you two girls bond? In a manner of speaking, Sunset said, carefully maneuvering her words. Well, that's good to hear, Selena said, looking honestly relieved. She turned down the hall. Well, I guess I should stop procrastinating on getting those ornaments out. Of course, your father probably buried them in the hardest spot to reach. With Selena gone, Sunset was left to stand awkwardly in the living room while Trixie admired the tree. Deciding she was no longer needed, Sunset headed upstairs, to do what not even she knew. Where are you going? Trixie asked. Sunset looked down at her. The guest room. Trixie regarded her for a second. You should stay down here and decorate with us. Really? Sunset raised a suspicious eyebrow. Trixie crossed her arms. Well, if I didn't tell you to do it, my mother would anyway. Yes, really. A tiny smile graced her lips. I'm sure we can find one ornament for you. Sunset matched her smile. There were no lights on the tree yet, but the whole room seemed brighter. Step 37, Determination. Wrapped in a blue scarf and wool jacket, Sunset walked up the frosted steps of Canterlot High, dreading what she would find beyond the front doors. With everything else that had happened over the weekend, the thought of confronting her broken circle of friends had seemed more distant than it really was. She pushed the doors open, stepping into the central rotunda. I'm going to fix this. Don't know how, but I'll put everything back together. She took a right, weaving through students until she got to her locker. After pulling out her history book and slamming the door shut, Sunset saw Twilight standing down the hall at her own locker. She caught Sunset looking at her and stared back with hesitant longing. Sunset's breakfast churned in her stomach. She could approach Twilight now, talk to her again. Maybe she still couldn't tell her the truth, but saying anything was better than nothing at this point. Yet Sunset's legs refused to work properly. She tried to smile, but it came out as a lopsided grimace. Twilight took a step forward, but the first bell stopped her advance. She gave Sunset one more look before turning the other way. Sunset slumped against her locker, regaining the feeling in her legs. Only you can make me feel like an idiot, Twilight. She picked herself up and made her way to class. Rarity was already seated at the front, and Sunset mentally crossed her fingers, hoping Rarity wasn't mad at her as well. Quite the contrary, when Sunset sat down, Rarity gave her the widest smile Sunset had seen on her. Why hello, Sunset. How's my closest friend this morning? Okay, I guess, Sunset said evenly. How are you? I'm doing great, thanks for asking. I spent all weekend working on different dress designs for the ball. Which reminds me, you have to come over so I can work on yours. Really? You'd do that for me? Rarity held a hand to her mouth and laughed. Darling, of course. That's what friends do for each other. You appreciate my style and charms. She clenched her teeth. Unlike a certain group of people whom I shall not mention. All right, so this is going to be harder than I thought. As Sunset pondered the right words to diffuse Rarity, Mr. Noteworthy walked in, ending all side chatter. Sunset pulled out her notes but hardly paid the lecturer any mind. If Rarity's still mad, the others are as well. Sunset tapped her pencil against the paper. Bringing them back together was going to take every ounce of cunning and planning she had. And a lot of luck. She bit her tongue. With her recent run of luck, well, it could go either way. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset hadn't seen anyone else during passing period, and her second class contained none of her friends. She devoted it to more planning, but realized, until she had a good gauge of just how mad the girls were at one another, it'd be hard to come up with the perfect plan. All the while, Twilight's hesitant look flashed in her mind. How do I fix us, Sparky? I'll do anything for you to talk to me again. Sunset shot up straight and tightly clutched her pencil. Does Twilight know about what happened on Friday? Oh Celestia, she's going to hate me even more when she finds out what I did. Sunset whined and slammed her face against her desk. Is something wrong, Miss Shimmer? Miss Cheerily asked. Sunset groaned and looked up. All my friends hate each other, and my best friend is about to hate me even more. Miss Cheerily opened her mouth to respond, but hesitated. Oh a bead of sweat ran down the side of her face. Well, I hope things get better soon, Sunset. Thanks. Sunset buried her head into her desk again. Thankfully, Cheerily found the destruction of friendships a good enough excuse to not bother Sunset for the last 20 minutes of class. When the bell rang, Sunset hastily grabbed her things and left, acknowledging the smile of encouragement from Miss Cheerily. After stopping to put her things away in her locker, Sunset made her way to the lunchroom, bracing herself for what lay on the other side. She slipped in and scanned the room, and while she wasn't surprised at what she saw, her heart still ached. Her friends were scattered about at different tables. Applejack sat in one corner with Apple Bloom, a few students from the garden club, and some of the marching band. Rarity sat near the middle with Sweetie Belle, and a combination of fashionistas, drama students, and cheerleaders. Rainbow and Fluttershy sat against the east wall with Scootaloo, and Flash and his band. Pinkie was nowhere to be seen. Oddly enough, none of the Canterlot motley crew looked excited to be where they were. As Sunset took a few steps further into the cafeteria, Rarity got up and approached her. Sunset, there you are. Come, I saved a spot for you. She looped an arm around Sunset's. Just then, Applejack came up from Sunset's left. Hey, Sunset. We got a spot saved just for you. Why don't you come and sit with us? Sunset gave her a pained smile. Well, actually. Rarity cut in. I'm sorry, I believe I asked first, she said, her smile now laced with malice. And she'd rather sit with me anyway. Applejack put a hand on Sunset's shoulder. Why? 'Cause are more cultured. I don't think Sunset wants to be bothered by your tales of high fro fashion. Ain't that right, Sunny? Well, I mean, Rarity gave a gentle tug on Sunset's arm. Don't presume to speak for her. And unlike you, I'm sure Sunset appreciates my high fro fashion, as it were. Girls, please. Applejack took Sunset's other arm and pulled. You were the one speakin' for her first. Come on, Sunset, would you rather sit with this fuss bucket, or with me? I want. That's not fair, Applejack. Rarity tugged harder on Sunset's arm. Sunset, you'd rather have an engaging conversation with me than this country rube, wouldn't you? What I really want is. Applejack pulled harder. I ain't no country rube. Now quit trying to hog my friend. Rarity pulled back. Quit trying to hog my friend. Girls. Sunset shouted, getting them to stop pulling her arms from their sockets. I'm not the last slice of cake. Rarity gave her a sympathetic pout. Oh sweetie, of course not. She glared at Applejack again. You see what you're doing. You started it. Applejack said, fuming. Hey, hey, hey. Rainbow stomped over, glaring at both of them. Quit playing tug of war with Sunset. Applejack narrowed her eyes. Stay out of this, Rainbow. Oh, I'd love to, but something tells me you'd drag me into it anyway. Sunset groaned in pain. This is going to get worse before it gets better. Rainbow pushed Rarity off of Sunset and took command of her arm. Let go, Apple Fat, Rainbow said, ignoring Rarity's outraged cry. Today's my day with Sunset anyway. No, it ain't. And even if it were, the calendar's null and void anyway. Sunset stopped gritting her teeth and looked between the two of them. Calendar. What calendar? All of three of them switched from anger to guilt in the blink of an eye. Aw, shucks, Applejack said, her cheeks pink. A while back, we sort of made a schedule of when each of us would get to spend some personal time with you. You know, get to know you on a one-on-one basis. I knew you guys were up to something. Sunset shouted. Hey, we were doing you a favor, Rainbow said, tightening her grip. We were trying to keep you out of that dingy factory for as long as we could. Well, you don't have to worry about that anymore. Rarity put both her hands on Sunset's shoulders, trying to ease her out of the other's grasp. We had your best interests at heart. Just like I do now. Come with me, and we can start the designs for your ball gown. No fair, Rainbow shouted. You can't bribe her. It's not a bribe, it's a generous offer. I give it to all my friends. The cafeteria door opened up, and Twilight walked inside, pausing at the scene across from her. All four girls stopped their struggling and stared at her. Sunset glanced at each of them, seeing ideas build themselves in their heads. Eyes wide, Sunset looked at Twilight and mouthed, "Run." Twilight quickly backed out of the cafeteria. With the girls distracted, Sunset pulled her arms back, shaking them out and rolling her shoulders. Look, she snapped, this is stupid. You're all friends, you shouldn't be fighting over. She made a wild gesture with her newly freed arms. This. Rarity crossed her arms and turned her nose up. I refuse to be friends again until I get an apology. Applejack put her hands on her hips. An apology for what? It's tellin' the truth. Rainbow scoffed. Yeah, you telling the truth. That's rich. Stop it. Sunset gripped her hair. Yes, you were all terrible to each other, but I'm the cause of all this, remember? Come on, how about you all band together and remember how good it felt to stand up to me? Sunset put on a strained smile. Rainbow shook her head. At least you apologized afterward. Applejack gaped at her. Hey, I apologized, too. Yeah, after hiding it for years. You targeted me for something I didn't even do. Rainbow threw her hands up. I could have had a boyfriend by now. You don't care about boyfriends. Don't tell me what I do and don't care about. Rarity tittered under her breath. Immature children. Both of them rounded on her. Oh, don't you start again. Applejack said. Wow. Sunset's scream drew the attention of anyone who wasn't already watching them. Be friends, damn it. They all looked at each other, then gave an uneasy glance to Sunset. Fine, fine. Keep acting like idiots. Sunset backed up, pointing a finger at them. But mark my words, I'll get you all to make up with each other, even if it kills me. She hit the wall and realized she was a good foot from the door. She repositioned herself and backed out, pointing from her eyes to theirs. Out in the hallway, she made another short scream and stomped off, not entirely sure where she was going. Her stomach growled, but returning to the cafeteria would destroy the meaningful exit she had made. Still, her stomach persisted for food, rumbling obnoxiously. She walked down the halls to the nearest snack machine and purchased a fruit bar to tide herself over. Chewing thoughtfully on the strawberry-flavored bar, Sunset pondered what she could do for the next 20 minutes until class. She thought of chasing after Twilight, but her nightmare from 2 nights prior reared its ugly head. Twilight isn't a jerk though. She's not going to act like that. Yet the question of what Sunset could potentially say to her stopped any advance. Sunset still couldn't give Twilight a reasonable explanation. Sunset tore the last bit of her snack out of the wrapper and practically swallowed it whole. She tossed the wrapper away and resumed her aimless wandering. Twilight and the rest of her friends teeter-tottered back and forth in her mind, with the winter ball balanced between them. The ball. Maybe I can. Sunset turned the corner and crashed into someone, knocking both of them to the floor. The growl building in her throat died when she lifted her head and saw Twilight sitting across from her, rubbing her nose. Twilight. I'm so sorry, are you okay? Sunset got up and offered her a hand. Why yeah, I'm fine. Twilight looked tentatively at the hand for a moment before taking it. As soon as she was on her feet, she pulled away. Thank you. You're welcome. Sunset's stuck tongue came not from the curse this time. Try as she might, she couldn't think of how to move the conversation forward. Both girls stared at different spots on the ground. Twilight finally looked at her. Sunset. Yes, she asked, a little too eagerly. The pause carried on for a few tense seconds. How are you doing? Sunset opened her mouth but wasn't sure how to respond. To explain exactly how she was doing would take the rest of the day, so feeling the pressure on her throat, she simplified it to, have been better. Oh. Twilight looked down again and twirled a finger through her hair. Listen, Shining told me about what happened a few nights ago about how he found out where you were staying. Sunset hunched her shoulders. Yeah, should have figured he'd mention that. So, does that mean the Lulamoons really took you in? Yeah. Sunset couldn't fight the guilty smile slipping across her lips. It's actually pretty nice, not having to wake up in an old factory. That's good. Twilight smiled. I'm really glad you found somewhere to stay. If you left, in that empty space, Sunset found a spark of hope. Twilight. Sunset snatched at the hope, and subsequently Twilight's hand. I know you want to know why I said those things that night. And I swear, one day, I'll tell you everything. She squeezed Twilight's hand. I made a mistake. I made a lot of mistakes. But in the end, it doesn't matter why I made them, what matters is how I'm going to fix them. Sunset took a breath. And I don't know how I'm going to fix them, but I'm going to fix them. Sunset refused to look anywhere else but Twilight's eyes. Twilight stared right back at Sunset. Neither of them blinked. Sunset could see her face reflected in Twilight's eyes, determined yet still vulnerable. Slowly, Twilight lifted her other hand and placed it on top of Sunset's. Okay, she said softly. I believe you. Sunset blinked, returning moisture to her eyes. Really? Yes. I still want an explanation, but I can tell you really are sorry. She nibbled the bottom of her lip. And I really missed talking to you. Sunset suppressed a sniffle, and instead flung her arms around Twilight in a tight embrace, graciously returned. The smell of lavender graced Sunset's nose, and she never realized how much she had appreciated it until then. I really missed talking to you too, Sparky. Twilight sighed. I really don't get you. I don't get me sometimes either. They pulled apart so both of them could try, and failed, to discreetly wipe their eyes. Twilight jerked a thumb in the direction of the cafeteria. So, what was? The bell sounded at that moment, and the first rumblings of the student stampede could be felt. Sunset was almost grateful that the lunch period was over. I'll explain later, she said, hoping that when she did, Twilight wouldn't take back her belief in her. Have you seen Pinky today? Twilight shook her head. The stampede approached from the west, bringing with it the calamitous racket only high schoolers could make. Twilight and Sunset pressed themselves against the lockers to avoid getting swept away. Well, Sunset said, I guess she spotted a head of cyan hair with a white streak slowly moving closer to her position. Oh no, not today. She poked Twilight on the shoulder. Got to go, talk to you later. She quickly slipped into the crowd and kept her head low. Her heart was swelling with joy now. She wasn't about to let Lyra ruin what was in all likelihood a temporary happiness. Positive thoughts, Shimmer, positive thoughts. You've started to repair one friendship, now you just have to fix 5 more. She made it to her classroom and sighed audibly. It's going to be one of those weeks, isn't it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. During her last class, Sunset received a text from Pinky, telling her to go to the gym after school. With only 4 days left until the ball, she assumed she and Pinky were going to be working overtime to make sure everything got done. Sunset had a sinking feeling the others weren't going to be of much assistance now. The last bell rang, and students began their flock home. Sunset stored her things in her locker and headed for the gym, let down that it still lacked any decorations. Pinky, she called. She put her guard up in case Pinky was trying to get the drop on her. No matter which way she looked, however, Sunset found no sign of anything pink or puffy. Her phone went off, and she flipped it open. Hello, are the girls with you? A scratchy voice asked. No, Sunset said slowly. Good. The speaker broke into a fit of coughs. Sunset gripped her phone. Pinky, why do you sound sick? Because I may have caught the flu over the weekend. Oh no. Sunset moved the phone in front of her. No, no, no. You are not allowed to be sick now of all times. Pinky sneezed and sniffled. Sorry, Sonny, but I can't help it. Even in a nasal tone, Pinky still sounded upbeat, albeit drowsy. If I hadn't already thrown up 3 times today, I'd totally be there. Sunset tugged at her hair with her free hand. Pinky, what am I supposed to do then? Easy. You'll have to be in charge of the dance. No. Yes. Pinky, I don't know what I'm doing. I can't organize a dance in 4 days. Sure you can. I believe in YY Yaku. You. And don't worry, I'll text you all the things you need to remember. You'll make a great head party planner. Her voice became serious. You'll have to find someone else to cater the party though. Why? Because Applejack is a butt. And you can tell her I said that. I'm not telling her that, Pinky, Sunset deadpanned. And if I'm in charge now, then I'm keeping her as the caterer. Pinky tried to growl, but ended up in another coughing fit. Fine. I'll text you some other ones in case you change your mind. Or, she acts like a butt. Sunset sighed. Anything else? Yep, we have just over $2,000 for the budget. If you still want ice sculptures, they're kinda expensive, but I bet, achoo. I bet you can manage money super well. I'll text you everything else. Thanks, Pinks, Sunset said unenthusiastically. She flipped her phone shut and stowed it in her pocket instead of flinging it against the wall. Okay, no big deal. Pinky is sick, so you're officially in charge of the ball. Everyone is thinking you're going to mess up. Your friends are still mad at each other and will probably never work together even if it is with you. You have 4 days to put together said ball, which is also the last time all your angry friends will be together in one place. And if it fails, you're banned from everything between now and graduation. Oh, and there's finals. Sunset threw her head back and screamed, stomping her foot repeatedly against the floor. She took a deep breath and raised her hands. Okay, I'm cool. This just seems like a large problem, but it all has one simple solution: don't mess up the ball. And look on the bright side, Twilight isn't mad at you anymore. Sunset. Twilight. Sunset spun around, her heart racing. When did you come in? Right about when you stopped screaming, I think. Are you okay? No, I'm not. Sunset started pacing the floor. I have to put on a dance so great, it'll stop the school from hating my guts, and stop our friends from hating each other's. Twilight's face paled, coinciding with her wide eyes. They hate each other. Why do they hate each other? Sunset threw her arms in the air. Because on Friday, we went to go get pizza, and Rainbow found out Applejack started the rumor that she was gay, but she only did that because Pinky told everyone she worshipped an apple god, but Pinky only did that because her punch got ruined, which Fluttershy accidentally caused because she brought animals to the party, and then, of course, they start insulting Rarity and her tendency to be high society and whatnot. And then, there was pizza flying and dirty bras, and I tried to sing a song and it didn't work, and it's all my fault. Twilight put a hand on one of Sunset's arms and gently lowered it. Okay, first, calm down. Sunset's eye twitched. You know I hate. Twilight took Sunset's hand and gave it a squeeze. Calm, she said firmly, looking Sunset in the eye. Had it been anyone else, Sunset was certain she would have ignored them and continued to panic. Yet Twilight's touch and strong expression were enough to make Sunset take pause and gather her wits. She took a breath and exhaled slowly. Okay, I'm good again. Good. Twilight's hand slowly retreated. So, I'm guessing this is the mistake you were talking about earlier. Yeah. Sunset took a seat in the extended bleachers. I thought after the princess had brought them back together, they had put aside all their petty differences. Turns out there was a whole list of things they did to each other while they weren't friends. She hung her head. My stupid, evil plan worked even better than I thought it would. Twilight took a seat next to her. Well, I won't lie and say you didn't have a hand in it. But don't you think you're blaming yourself too much? No, I'm blaming myself just the right amount. I'm the root of all evil and backstabbing at this school, Twilight. Everyone lived in peace and harmony until I showed up. Okay, I'm sure that's an exaggeration. Sunset leaned back and looked at the ceiling. Exaggeration or not, I still screwed up. Twilight twiddled her thumbs. Well, maybe you did single-handedly make some of the students miserable. She smiled at Sunset. But that doesn't mean you have to single-handedly fix everything. Sunset sat up, giving Twilight her full attention. Her dream returned, and she remembered the other Twilight's cold look. Sunset squeezed her eyes shut, driving the image out. She opened her eyes and replaced it with the real Twilight's sweet face. Twilight, will you help me organize the winter ball and reunite our friends? Twilight nodded. Of course I will. With an eager grin, Sunset stood and offered her hand to Twilight. She wanted to do a lot more. She wanted to take Twilight and spin her around, praising what a wonderful human being she was. Sunset wanted to dance with her and spill every secret she had been hiding. Sunset wanted to finish the kiss they had started Thanksgiving night. But that would all come later. She had just gotten Twilight back, she wouldn't take any chances to lose her right now. Besides, they had a mission to accomplish. Sunset was content to just having Twilight's hand in hers, electricity running up her arm and into her heart. I hope you have a pen and paper, Sparky. Sunset looked at the empty gymnasium. Because we have a lot of work to do. Step 38, Princess Royale. Monday, 6 p.m. 96 hours until the winter ball. Sunset had never been more grateful of Twilight's compulsive organization until that afternoon. She walked down the street, looking over Twilight's extensive notes on all the things they had to get done and potential ways they could do them. Along with them were budget charts, lists of pros and cons to every potential decision they could make, lists of things their friends liked, and side notes on how to get them to stop fighting. While it was all well compiled, it just made Sunset realize how much work they had to do, and how little time they had to do it. They started with one of the few things the girls had decided on before splitting up and called the number of an ice sculpture Pinky recommended. Unfortunately, 6 ice columns and an ice pedestal took $900 out of their budget. Sunset had cringed when she heard the price, but since it was key to their theme, she had agreed. Sunset flipped over their notes considering hiring a florist to provide them with real holly and mistletoe. It was a sound idea, but Sunset wanted to see what their funds would look like after catering and music, the latter of which still hadn't been decided. And, of course, there was still the lack of promotion. Sure, everyone knew the dance was on Friday, but Lyra had been on point by saying Sunset hadn't done anything so far to give anyone a reason to go. Aside from the flock of princess hopefuls, it was going to be an empty dance if they didn't get the word out. So, Sunset and Twilight had marked time tomorrow to make posters and flyers. That was on top of their individual efforts to try and get their friends to talk to one another again. In studying for finals which started Wednesday, Sunset stopped and groaned, pressing the papers against her face. Yep, it's going to be one of those weeks. She continued down the road, opposite of her new home. The path was so familiar to her, she wondered if she would have gone down this way if she hadn't had a purpose, instead, just doing it out of habit. But, she had a reason to return to the factory one last time. While it had never been a home, she still had things in there she valued. Clouds swirled above her, bringing a frigid wind that threatened more snow. Sunset picked up her pace and arrived at the blue door. She steeled herself, rolling her shoulder before slamming into it. It budged, but only slightly. Sunset took a step back, then ran forward, throwing her whole body into it. The door finally gave way with a terrible screech, and Sunset fell onto the checkered floor. She lifted her face in time to see a large cockroach scuttle away into a crack in the wall. Her skin crawled and she stood up. I picked a great time to move out. Upstairs, she flicked on the lights, watching a rainbow run across her wall. She unzipped her backpack and started piling her belongings in, her laptop, her favorite clothes, the empty picture frame, and finally, Princess Twilight. Thank you, she squeaked as Sunset dropped her in. Yeah. Sunset took the wall lights down last, returning the room to its dim, single bulb state. Sunset turned it off and left, slamming the door behind her. She didn't stop to think of all the good times she had spent in there. There were none. She went into the kitchen and picked the fern off the table. Its leaves were starting to brown, but it was nothing some water and actual sunlight couldn't fix. Backpack filled to the brim, Sunset left the factory for good, hopping on her motorcycle and riding away without a glance back. Would she miss her independence? Yes. But having a hot shower to look forward to every day trumped everything from her previous independent experience. Sunset made it to the suburbs before the snow fell and the roads froze again. She parked by the curb in front of the house and quickly unfolded the tarp to cover her baby. When it was secure and protected from the snow, she lugged her overstuffed backpack up to the front door and paused. Do I knock, or just walk in? She did live here, but just walking in felt so intrusive. She was technically a guest. Would just walking in unannounced be rude? She raised a fist and gently pounded against the door. Better safe than sorry. A minute passed before Selena pulled the door open. There you are, Sunset. I was starting to get worried. Where have you been? She ushered Sunset inside. I stayed late trying to organize the school dance, then I went back and got some of my things from my old place. Sunset's cheeks turned red. Sorry I worried you. Selena breathed softly. Well, I suppose you're still used to total independence. She crossed her arms. Still, while I'm not your mother, I would like to at least know where you are. For peace of mind more than anything. That seems fair. Out of courtesy, Sunset slipped her boots off and left them by the front door. She admired the Christmas tree standing in the back corner of the living room. Decorating it had been surprisingly fun, even if Sunset didn't have any personal ornaments. Blue and white lights were coiled around it with strings of popcorn and silver ribbon between them. Multicolored bulbs hung from the branches along with golden rabbits, hats, little Christmas boxes, toy trumpets, and a plethora of other knickknacks. A star shone proudly from the top. So how was school? Selena asked as Sunset walked by. Sunset paused. It was good all things considered. Heck, even with the rest of her friends still fighting, the fact that Twilight was talking to her again was wonderful. That's good to hear. Well, dinner should be ready in an hour. Selena moved into the kitchen while Sunset headed upstairs. At the top, she found the study door open, and the room inside appeared to be the Emporium in miniature, with weird items lining the shelves, and a general mystical atmosphere. Artemis was seated at the desk, tinkering with a ship in a bottle of all things. He glanced up at Sunset for a second, then went back to adjusting the mast with a tiny set of tweezers. Hello, Sunset, how are you? All right. What are you doing? Indulging in a new hobby. He pushed the mast a little too far, and it toppled over. He bit his tongue and grunted. Little devil is a lot trickier than one would think. Sunset wasn't sure why, but she cracked a smile and continued on her way. Trixie's room door was open as well, and its only occupant lounged on the bed, headphones over her ears and notebooks scattered everywhere. Trixie caught Sunset's eye and gave her the smallest of smiles, hardly more than a muscle twitch. Sunset returned it and moved on to her room. Trixie no longer treated Sunset like she was the scum of the earth, but Sunset was sure they were still some ways off from being friends. In fact, Sunset wasn't sure if Trixie was still going to hold Sunset to her promise of leaving after fixing all her mistakes. Still, in the interim, it was nice to not have Trixie spitting venom at her every 2 seconds. Once inside her room, Sunset unpacked her bag and sorted through her items. She put the picture frame on the nightstand, the fern by the window, and the princess on top of the dresser. Sunset was about to hang the lights up, but felt that might be overstepping her bounds. She hadn't even been here a week, perhaps covering the wall with lights was being too forward. She stowed them under her bed, then flopped on top. She stood up and did it again, just to feel how soft the bed was. Yep, totally worth giving up a little freedom. After a few minutes, Princess Twilight spoke up from her high perch. So, what are you going to do now? Well, I should probably study. But let's face it, I'm going to ace everything anyway. Someone's a little overconfident. Sunset sat up and looked at her. I'm the smartest girl in school, I have every reason to be confident. Second smartest. Don't push it. Trixie stopped by Sunset's door and raised an eyebrow on her otherwise impassive face. Are you talking to yourself? Quote. Yes. Trixie continued to stare for a moment, then walked on. You're weird. Princess Twilight muttered, says the girl who speaks in third person. Sunset snickered. Asterisk. Tuesday, 12 p.m. 78 hours until the winter ball. On the eve of the first day of finals, panic was beginning to set in amongst the students. Many lamented over their poor study habits and semester-long procrastination. They begged their friends to tutor them, or crammed as much knowledge in as they could during their free time. It gave Sunset a warm feeling to know she wasn't among them. Other students had taken a more analytical approach to their tests, and instead of complaining how much they had procrastinated, took measured steps to ensure success. Though, Sunset felt Twilight might have been taking it a little too far. What's your opinion on the end-of-course exams here? Twilight had pinned down a rather intimidated-looking junior and was bombarding her with questions while jotting the nervous answers on a piece of paper. If you could rank their difficulty on a scale between fair and exceptionally challenging, where would you put them? I don't know, the girl said, trying to slide away from Twilight as subtly as she could. Maybe somewhere in between. Twilight scribbled on her notepad. I see. And do you think the material given in class was enough to prepare you for the tests? I don't know, maybe. And from what you know about private institutions, would you say the exams overall are easier in the public school system or harder? Yes. Yes, they're harder, or yes, they're easier. Twilight asked impatiently. The girl's eyes became large and brimmed with fear. Fortunately, before she could be pressed any further, Sunset came and grabbed Twilight by the back of her collar, dragging her off. You are impossible on all levels, Sunset said in exasperation, ignoring Twilight's squirming. But, I need to know how prepared I should be. Sunset stopped in front of the cafeteria door and let her go. We built a hydroelectric generator from spare parts in 2 days. I think you're prepared for anything. Twilight adjusted her collar. You can never be too sure. You'll be fine. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Sunset pushed the doors open. The cafeteria was in its usual state of noisy chatter with the overbearing stench of reheated frozen pizza. The spectacular 7 were still scattered across the tables, and none of them had noticed Sunset and Twilight walk in. Derpy was the first to approach them, handing them both pamphlets with a cute, hand-drawn face of herself. Vote for me for Princess of the Winter Ball. She pointed to the pamphlet Twilight was examining. If elected, I promise longer snack and lunch times, and mandatory muffin Fridays. Sunset met Derpy's focused eye. You do know princesses don't have any political power, right? It's just a title. Derpy blinked. It is. Then how come you got to make all the rules when you won? Because I was a manipulative jerk who could play with the student council like they were marionettes. Oh, Derpy held a finger to the air. Then my first act as princess is to give the role more political power in the school. Twilight opened her mouth, but Sunset rested a hand on her shoulder and raised an empowering fist. Right on, Derpy. Looking pleased with herself, Derpy skipped into the hallway. Just as she left, Rarity approached them, wearing her exaggerated smile. Sunset, Twilight. So good to see you girls. Here. She handed both of them a flyer similar to Derpy's, only it was a headshot instead of a drawing, and had a list of Rarity's achievements written at the bottom. You'll be voting for me, of course, won't you? Sunset shrugged. I guess. I mean, you're the only. Wait a minute. Applejack shouted, marching over. And here we go again. Don't assume they'll be voting for you. I'm running for princess too. Sunset and Twilight facepalmed while Rarity exclaimed, You are. Applejack crossed her arms, looking smug. That's right. I'm gonna prove to you that a country bumpkin can be a princess. Rarity huffed. I never said they couldn't, but considering it's you, I'll believe it when pigs fly. Twilight stepped between them. Girls, I think you're escalating this to unhealthy levels. I understand you all said some hurtful things to each other, but more competition isn't going to resolve this. Rarity flipped her hair. Trust me, it won't be a competition. Rainbow stepped over. She's right, because I'm going to run and wipe the floor with both of you. Sunset raised her head to the universe. You're doing this on purpose. Twilight looked flummoxed. You're running for princess. Why? Let me guess, Rarity said, to prove a tomboy like you can be feminine. Rainbow tilted her head to the side. What? No, I'm just doing this so you two won't win. And so I can make it mandatory that everyone comes to school sporting events. Sunset said in a deadpan tone, You don't get political power when you win. Lame. Twilight massaged her forehead. You're really going to stoop to sabotaging each other just to win a dance? Rarity waved a hand. Oh, of course not, I'd never stoop so low. Especially when I have you two to help me win. She wiggled her eyebrows. Applejack swatted Rarity's shoulder. And what if they want to help me win? Hey, what about me? Rainbow shouted. What about you? Twilight threw her arms out. Girls, we're not picking sides. And you're supposed to be helping us put on the dance, otherwise, there won't be a princess. Applejack raised her hand. Don't worry, I'm still catering the event. I'm reliable like that. She winked. Rarity slid in front of her. Well, I'm available to do more than just that. And don't forget, I'm making you both dresses for the event. Rainbow pushed her way to the front, violating Sunset's personal space. Oh yeah, well I'm awesome. I can do anything they can do. Sunset took a large step back. Applejack, you're still on catering. Rainbow, you're loud and obnoxious, you're on promotion duty. Rarity, we'll take you up on those dress offers, and you can look over the aesthetic plans of the dance. She clasped her hands together. Now, is there any way you can all work together? No, didn't think so. Rainbow slid close again. So, which one of us are you going to help? None of you. This whole thing is stupid. Well, you have to at least vote for one of us, Rarity said. I say it should be the one who helps the most. The other two nodded in agreement. Sunset gaped at them, her eye beginning to twitch. You're all stupid. Twilight gently pushed Sunset back. We're not going to drive you further apart by picking only one of you to be princess. Rainbow frowned. Then what do we get out of helping you? A dance. Sunset's voice cracked. Don't worry, Sunset, Rarity said, I plan on helping you even if I don't get anything out of it. That's what good friends do for each other. Applejack rolled her eyes. Oh, here we go. Sunset ground her teeth so hard, she was surprised sparks weren't flying off. A vein in her temple was fit to burst, and a scream rose in her throat. She closed her eyes, straightened her back, and exhaled through her nose. Twilight, she said calmly, we're leaving. She turned on her heel and walked out of the lunchroom, sparing no glance back. Twilight hurried in her wake. Sunset. Sunset held a hand up, silencing her. She waited until they were a good distance from the cafeteria, and there were no other students around. Then, Sunset stopped and slammed her boot into the nearest locker, leaving a sizable dent. Twilight jumped from the sudden racket. Sunset. Don't worry, it's Dexter's locker. Twilight pinched the bridge of her nose. Okay, well I wasn't prepared for that. Sunset leaned against the locker and sighed. And it's only going to get worse at this rate. If any of them win, we lose. This school really takes these dances too seriously. Sunset closed her eyes. What now? This added a new layer of complications to everything. The easiest thing she could do to diffuse some of the tension was make sure they all lost. Still, that only solved part of the problem. And how did she do that without resorting to her old methods of underhanded tricks? She glanced sideways at Twilight and cringed. I think I have a plan. Really? What is it? Sunset cringed again. You have to run for princess. Twilight's eyes devoured her head and her voice cracked at the highest octave. What? Listen, when it comes down to it, and when I'm not interfering, the princess ballot is a popularity contest. Rarity has the highest chance of winning, and if she does, Applejack and Rainbow will have more reason to spite her, though it might give them something in common. Sunset shook her head. But there is one student who could beat Rarity, hands down. And that's me. Sunset groaned. Technically it's Princess Twilight. Surprisingly, a lot of the students are still riding the high from the fall formal and they haven't gotten it through their thick skulls that you and she aren't the same person. Sunset raised a finger. But we can use that to our advantage. The princess is the one who united the school again and beat me in a landslide. Sunset swallowed the bile in her throat. The point is she, and by proxy, you, are a hero around here. If you run for princess, people will vote for you in a heartbeat. If Twilight had been a pony, this would have been the part where her ears folded against her head. She looked at Sunset with wide eyes. But, I've been trying to get people to not associate her with me. I know. Sunset placed her hands on Twilight's shoulders. We're not going to tell people you're the same person, we're just going to use her popularity to help you win. But I don't want to be a princess, that's her thing. And this feels a little manipulative. Please, Twilight, Sunset begged. If you beat those three, that'll at least prevent this from escalating further. Twilight held her hands up. But if I win, won't they be mad at me instead? This is kinda like going behind their backs. Sunset shook her head. It'll sting for a bit, but none of them have any issues with you. They'll get over it since you're still their friend. Twilight nibbled on her lip, an action Sunset found more and more endearing every time she did it. All right, she said. I'll do it for our friends and for you. Sunset pulled her into a hug. Thank you, Twilight. I promise I'll make all of this up to you. Over Sunset's shoulder, Twilight whispered, dance with me. Sunset pulled away. What? Twilight's entire face was red. She played with her hair, looking Sunset in the eye only to jerk back to the floor a second later. Sunset, would you? I mean, I would like you, she inhaled and said in one breath, would you go to the ball with me? She added in a smaller, quivering voice, as a date. Yes. Sunset said so fast, she might have beaten the curse. Yes, of course I will. Twilight smiled, frowned, smiled again, then shrank into herself, switching to a frown once more. You mean it? You're not going to take it back later, are you? No. Sunset took her hands. I promise, we'll go to the ball together and we'll dance, just the two of us. She squeezed Twilight's hands. I swear, I'm not going to hurt you again. The lunch bell rang, making them both jump and break apart. Twilight put on a goofy smile. Okay. It's a date. She giggled. Yeah, Sunset said breathlessly, a date. She savored the butterflies dancing in her stomach. Students began filling the halls. Come on, we should get to class. Twilight bobbed her head, still smiling. Class. Yes, let's go, do that thing. Class. She giggled again. Sunset rolled her eyes and took Twilight by the hand. Somewhere down the hall, their fingers interlocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tuesday, 3 p.m. 75 hours until the winter ball. Twilight ran off after class, claiming she had to gather supplies, leaving Sunset alone in her walk back to her locker. Along the way, she found Fluttershy scribbling on a piece of paper against her locker door. Fluttershy. Eep. Fluttershy jumped and hastily stuffed the paper in her pocket. Oh, Sunset, it's you. Sorry if I scared you. Sunset eyed the crumpled paper but decided not to press Fluttershy about it. How are you doing? Fluttershy sighed. Okay, I guess. Rainbow won't let me spend time with any of the other girls, and Pinkie won't answer any of my calls. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Fluttershy shifted from foot to foot. In fact, I know how hard you're trying to make everything better. So, I kinda had an idea. It's silly, but. Fluttershy. Eep. She jumped again as Rainbow popped up from behind. Oh, Rainbow. Come on, I'm running for Princess of the Winter Ball and I need your help. She looked at Sunset with a small amount of contempt. Since no one else is going to help me. Sunset creased her brow. I'm not taking any of your sides because this shouldn't be happening in the first place. Fine, but I'm not thanking you in my acceptance speech. Rainbow tugged Fluttershy along. We've got work to do, Shy. But, Rainbow. Fluttershy was dragged off despite her protests. She looked back at Sunset with wistful eyes. Sunset turned to go, but something caught her eye on the floor. It was the piece of paper Fluttershy had tried to hide. She picked it up and uncrumpled it, finding a set of incomplete lyrics and notes. Hey, Flutter, but she and Rainbow were already gone. Sunset looked over the lyrics, eyes growing wider the further she read down. This is really good, she whispered. She hummed the unfinished melody to herself, filling in some of the blank spots. Even incomplete, it stirred Sunset's heart. Was this the idea Fluttershy tried to tell her about? Reading them again, something clicked inside Sunset's brain. Crap, we still don't have any musical entertainment. She safely stowed away the lyrics and hurried to her locker, trading her bag for her mountain of notes. Let's see here, jazz bands, rock bands. She flipped through the notes. What would be perfect for a dance like this? Her eyes hovered over Canterlot Orchestra. Well, that'd be good for slow music, the second half of the dance. Perhaps she could get a band in the orchestra. The universe took a small pause in its hatred of her and had Vinyl Scratch walk by, grooving to the music in her headphones. Sunset facepalmed. Duh, DJ. Hey, Vinyl. Vinyl kept moving, deaf to Sunset's calls. Sunset jabbed her in the shoulder to get her attention. Vinyl stopped and turned around, removing her headphones. Oh, hey, Sunset. Hey, listen, I know it's kinda last minute, but I need you to DJ the ball. It was hard to read Vinyl with her shades on. They stared in Sunset's direction, with Sunset unable to tell what Vinyl was thinking behind them. She shrugged and said, sure, why not? Because you'd want to see me crash and burn like everyone else. Vinyl's eyebrow arched above her glasses. I mean, you were terrible, but I'm not a cynic like everyone else. Besides, you look like you've mellowed out. Sunset cracked a smile. Thanks. So, how much? 200 an hour. 200 an hour. Sunset pulled at her hair. You've gotta be kidding me. Vinyl shrugged, but Sunset saw a smile pulling at her lips. Hey, business is business. Sunset ran the numbers through her head and huffed. Fine, deal. You're only playing for 2 hours though. Hopefully, I can get the Canterlot Orchestra to fill up the rest of the time. You're getting the orchestra to play. Vinyl lifted her glasses in interest, revealing her magenta eyes. Hopefully. Octavia plays as a backup for them now. I might be able to ask her for a favor. Sunset's face lit up. Really? Vinyl, that'd be great. Yeah. Vinyl turned and stroked her chin. Buut, I dunno, she might still be mad about what you did to her last year. Sunset wilted. Oh, right. Yep, those were some pretty bad photos you took. Vinyl's eyes flickered back to Sunset. Fine, how about $50 to not mention my name? Deal. Vinyl shook Sunset's hand. Pleasure doing business with you, Sunset. She slid her glasses down and put her headphones on. Sunset took off in the other direction, grumbling. I hope that orchestra doesn't cost too much. When she got to the gym, she found it still devoid of Twilight. Sunset sat on the bleachers and looked through her notes again. Need to make posters, call the florist, we can start blowing up balloons Thursday. She felt the paper in her pocket. She needed to finish Fluttershy's song and find someone to sing it at the dance. If she can bring the school together with music, then so can I. The doors opened again, and Twilight stuck her head in. Good, you're here. She entered, pulling a small wagon of arts and crafts supplies behind her, but Sunset's attention was mostly focused on her hair. Instead of wearing it down like usual, Twilight now held it in a tight bun with 2 tresses hanging down to frame her face. Sunset stood and met her in the center. That's a new look, she said, flicking one of the bangs. Twilight blushed. Why yeah, I tied my hair back since we'd be working with paint and stuff. I like it. Really. Her blush rose to her ears. Yeah, I think it works for you. And, it distinguishes you from the princess. Twilight patted her bun. Then I guess I'll keep it for a while. She wheeled the wagon around. So, I got all the supplies we'll need to make as many posters as we can, both for the dance and me running for princess. Sunset frowned. You know, this is a lot of work for just the 2 of us. Glad you think so too. Twilight smiled. Because I asked a few people to come and help us. They should be here any minute now. Twilight, besides our friends, who in this school would want to help me? You'll see. As they laid out the construction paper and paints, the door opened again, and in walked Flash, Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo. Sunset stared at them, then at Twilight. You got all of them to help with the dance. She whispered. It wasn't that hard. Flash crossed his arms and grinned. Contrary to what you might think, not everyone wants you to fail. Yeah, Apple Bloom spoke up, we want to help you make a really good dance. She added in a surly voice, and because this is the only way we could hang out together. What do you mean? Sunset asked. Sweetie sighed. Since our sisters in Rainbow are fighting, they won't let us play together. Scootaloo tapped the toe of her shoe against the ground. I mean, Rainbow is still the coolest person ever, but I wanna hang out with them, too. She gestured to her fellow mischief makers. Sunset rubbed the back of her head. Yeah, I'm sorry you got dragged into their stupid drama. But, I appreciate the help. The door opened for a third time, and to Sunset's surprise, Trixie walked in. She stopped and raised an eyebrow at Sunset's befuddled expression. What? Is Trixie not allowed to be here? No, it's not that. Sunset shrugged. I just didn't expect you of all people to show up. Trixie crossed her arms. Don't take this the wrong way. Trixie is just here to make sure you don't screw anything up. Swell. Sunset looked at her 6 volunteers lined up in front of her and cleared her throat, a sudden lump forming in it. Thank you, all of you. She turned her head and wiped away a tear. Now, we've got a lot of work to do, so let's get to it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wednesday, 11 a.m. 55 hours until the winter ball. Pencil scribbled. Students sighed. The clock ticked the seconds off. Tiny noises filled the otherwise all-consuming void that came with finals. Sunset sat in Miss Cheerily's class, taking her second final, English. She had already completed her hardest one, history with Mr. Noteworthy. Compared to that one, Sunset flew through Miss Cheerily's. The multiple-choice questions were all finished, leaving Sunset with only the short answers to complete, though Miss Cheerily had left almost a full page for each response. She clearly was expecting anything but short. There were 2 questions on Shakespeare, then 2 more general critical analysis questions before a final passage where Sunset had to correct all the grammatical errors. It was child's play, but Sunset took her time to make sure her answers were all well thought out. Finished and satisfied with her work, Sunset closed the booklet and brought it up to Miss Cheerily's desk, being the first to finish. Miss Cheerily didn't look surprised at all and gave Sunset a nod and a smile. Sunset returned to her desk and pulled out Fluttershy's song. It was mostly finished, but still needed 2 more lines before the reprise of the chorus. Sunset tapped her pencil against her head, imitating the proposed melody. Together we stand, as the rain begins to fall, she said softly. What comes next? Outside, some of the clouds shifted, allowing the sun to peek through for a moment. A ray of light hit Sunset's desk, and she lifted her head up. She looked back to the paper and inwardly cried, brilliant. It took all her willpower not to stand up and cheer at the flash of inspiration. She wrote it down and kissed the paper. Now all she needed was someone to sing it at the dance. One by one, students around her finished their exams as the last minutes of the period ticked away. Sunset packed her bag, bracing herself for the next part of her plan. Hate to think I'd be the one to come up with a scheme to fix a friendship. The bell went off, drowned out by the collective sighs of the class. While everyone hurried off to lunch, Sunset took a detour back toward Twilight's locker, where she was already pulling out her violin. Her hair was still tied back in a bun. So, are you ready? Sunset asked. Twilight turned around, her eyes apprehensive. I don't know, Sunset. I'm having second thoughts. What? Haven't you performed in front of an audience before? No, I have. Twilight held her violin case close to her chest. Just I've never done a solo performance before. Sunset rested a hand on Twilight's shoulder. It'll be fine. Just close your eyes and pretend no one else is there. You're just practicing in your room. She gave a trembling nod and followed Sunset to the cafeteria. The hallway was lined with all the posters and flyers they had worked on yesterday, boasting that the winter ball would be the best one yet. Sunset had been bold and advertised the Canterlot Orchestra on a few of them. Now she just hoped vinyl would help her deliver. Inside the cafeteria, Sunset caught snatches of conversations, most of them about the tests students had just gotten out of, or the one they still had to cram for. A few of them were about the ball, and while Sunset didn't hear the full dialogue, she did hear a few students say they were interested in going. Sunset brought Twilight to one of the middle tables that was, thankfully, still empty. She moved a chair on top of it and gestured to Twilight. Twilight opened her case up and pulled out her violin and bow. She tuned both of them, then climbed up onto the table. Are you sure this is going to work? Nope, but we're gonna try anyway. Sunset gave her a thumbs up. Go on, knock 'em dead, Sparky. Some of the chatter died away when Twilight sat down, sitting higher than any of the students. She tucked the violin under her chin and took a deep breath, closing her eyes. She started with a few practice strokes on each string, catching everyone's attention. When most of the cafeteria had fallen silent, Twilight began her arrangement of Carol of the Bells. Sunset stepped back and admired Twilight. She looked elegant playing her violin, all of her features relaxed and steady. Around her, the entire cafeteria was mesmerized by her playing, enraptured by every chord, every rise, every fall. Twilight reached the last few chords and finished with a flourish. She opened her eyes, and her cheeks reddened. My name is Twilight Sparkle, and I'm running for Princess of the Winter Ball. The cafeteria erupted in loud cheers and applause, and Sunset pulled out the flyers advertising Twilight, handing them out to anyone trying to get past to talk to her. The princess has nothing on this Twilight. Eat your heart out, loser. Rarity marched up to Sunset looking torn between impressed and offended. Sunset, is this why you weren't voting for any of us? You were going to vote for Twilight. No, I wasn't going to vote for any you because I didn't want to pick a side. She jerked a thumb up to Twilight. But now that she's running, I don't have to. That's Rarity pressed her teeth together. Understandably fair. I can't say I'm surprised that you'd vote for her over us, but I am a little peeved. Twilight got down from the table. I'm sorry, Rarity, really. She gave Rarity her largest puppy eyes. No hard feelings. Rarity pursed her lips for a moment. Well, since it's you, Twilight, I suppose I can't stay mad. She held her hand out. May the best girl win. Of course. Twilight shook it. So I can still come over for a fitting tomorrow, right? Ooh, sorry, darling, but something important came up, and I'm booked for the rest of the week. Rarity found an interesting spot on the ceiling to look at. Oh, okay. Sunset narrowed her eyes. Before she could say anything, Rainbow flew over, her face scrunched into a mutinous scowl. She glared at Twilight. You're running for princess, too. Why? Twilight cleared her throat. To prove that beauty and intelligence can go hand in hand, and that nerds can be princesses, too. Sunset smirked. Just like we rehearsed. Rainbow rolled her eyes. We proved that at the fall formal. Princess Twilight was a pretty big egghead for a princess. Twilight scowled. Well, that was her. Besides, it doesn't count if you're from another world. Rarity tutted. At least she has a better excuse to run than you do, Rainbow. Rainbow opened her mouth, but Sunset clapped a hand over it. Aunt, we're done here. Twilight is running for princess and that's that. If you want to win, Rainbow, go tell all your jock friends to come to the dance. Sunset turned around and gave her a light shove. Rarity, I'll see you this evening for my fitting. Come on, Twilight, let's go study for tomorrow. Okay. Twilight quickly packed her violin away and hurried after Sunset. Wednesday, 5 p.m. 49 hours until the winter ball. Sunset waved as Twilight and her dad drove off. Today had been relatively easy since they had ordered everything else. Mistletoe and holly cost more than Sunset would have expected. In her hand was a draft of the schedule for the dance. Of course, there was one more event she had to plan for. She turned and ran back to the front steps, catching Flash and the Canterlot motley crew before they left. Trixie had departed as well but promised to tell her mom of Sunset's evening plans. Listen, Sunset said to the remaining four, I need one more huge favor from you guys. Flash nodded. Sure thing. What is it? Sunset pulled the paper from her pocket and handed it to him. I need you to play this song at the dance. He took it, and the other girls crammed their faces next to his. Flash looked skeptically at it. You wrote this. Not all of it. Fluttershy did most of the work. He nodded. Yeah, this seems a little too bright for you. Sunset crossed her arms. I'll ignore that. So, can you do it? Well, it doesn't look that hard to learn. But do you really want me to sing this? No, I want them to sing it. She pointed to the CMC. Us. They cried in unison. Yes, you. Sunset uncrossed her arms. Rarity told me you girls can sing when you're not trying to put on a show or do anything dramatic. I need you girls to sing this from the heart. Sweetie shook her head. After that last video we made, they'll laugh us off the stage. Besides, we don't sing that good. Apple Bloom slapped a hand against Sweetie's back. Are you kiddin'? You sing great, Sweetie Belle. It was me and Scootaloo wailing like cats. Hey, I sing just fine, thank you, Scootaloo said. But I'm still confused. Why do you want us to sing this? 2 reasons. Sunset held up 2 fingers. 1, because the students here will eat up any song thrown at them. Flash nodded his head from side to side. Well, you're not wrong there. And 2, because if you 3 sing a song like this it might be enough to get your sisters to stop fighting. The CMC looked at each other with wide eyes. You really think so? I'm hoping so. If those 3 stop fighting and make up, it shouldn't take any effort at all to get Pinky to apologize and make friends with them. Then everything will be back to normal, and I can stop pulling my hair out. A gleam of hope filled their wide eyes, and they brought their heads together for a huddle. It was a 5-second discussion ending with the three of them beaming up at Sunset. We're in. Excellent. Sunset pulled out 3 copies of the song. It was great to be prepared. Better start practicing, you've only got 2 days. Apple Bloom saluted. Don't worry, Sunset, we'll have it memorized by mornin'. Sunset gave them all a thumbs up, then walked off for the parking lot, resting her helmet free from her backpack. Hey, Sunset. Flash called. You're doing a great thing. For what it's worth, I would have voted for you this time. The heat rising from Sunset's cheeks repelled the cold air. She looked over her shoulder and smiled at him, fighting back a tear. Let's just hope it works. She put her helmet on for extra insurance that nobody would see her cry. Flash took the CMC home while Sunset drove over to Rarity's boutique. Inside, she found a handful of other girls sitting on the couches, looking through the fashion magazines. Sunset didn't doubt Rarity's skills as a seamstress, but sometimes she forgot Rarity owned a business. Rarity walked out from the back with Carrot Top, holding a yellow ball gown wrapped in a plastic cover. I'm sure you'll turn quite a few heads with this, Rarity said, turning the dress over. Thank you, Rarity. Carrot Top waved as she headed for the door. Of course, darling. Please, come again. She clapped her hands together. Sunset, you're just in time. Come, I've already laid out some designs for you. She took Sunset by the hand and led her beyond the curtain. A tornado had gone through the back room, tossing fabrics, swatches, and mannequins everywhere. Sunset had to navigate her way to the stage with supreme care. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to clean up after my last customer. No problem. Sunset hopped up onto the stage and looked at the trio of reflections behind her. They all looked tired and a little disheveled. One of them had a splotch of glitter on her cheek. Out of compulsion, Sunset scrubbed it off. Rarity shuffled over, holding rolls of fabric and construction paper. Here are a few ideas for dresses based on what the theme of the dance is. It was hard finding the perfect blue that complemented your hair. If it was just red, it'd be no problem, but the golden streaks you have make it a touch more complicated, though I do love a challenge. Sunset let her go on while she looked through the sketches. They were all nice, blue or white with wintry patterns, and even a gold one similar to the dress Carrot Top had carried out. Sunset bit her cheek, flipping through them a second time. You don't like them. Rarity's excited glow faded. They're nice, but none of them, pop. Rarity crossed an arm over her stomach and propped the other arm on top of it. Pop, Well, what did you have in mind? Sunset took a seat, dangling her legs over the side. I don't know. It's a nice castle theme and all, but none of these are really me. I can't see myself wearing any of them. Not you, huh? Rarity stared off into space. Then, a smile slowly worked its way onto her face, small at first, then splitting from ear to ear, then, her mouth was open, filling the room with soundless joy. She rushed over to her desk, nearly tripping on a roll of red. Idea. She grabbed several colored pencils and scribbled like mad on a fresh piece of paper. You want to, popped Sunset. My dear, I'll turn you into a firecracker. She sketched and colored so fast, Sunset swore smoke curled off the pencils. Voila! She turned around and held it out, eyes sparkling with triumph. Sunset leaned forward and grinned. Oh yeah, that'll do. Stage. Now, Rarity commanded with a finger. She grabbed her measuring tape and red glasses. You're going to have the second best dress, right next to mine. Sunset held her arms out. You mean well, so I'll ignore that. Her eyes narrowed. By the way, don't think I don't know what you did with Twilight. Rarity paused. To be fair, dear, I did her a favor. Disassociating her from me for anything having to do with the dance will ensure that both of us will run a clean race without harming the other. Her face turned red, and it stops the temptation of giving her the worst dress possible to ensure I win. She ran the tape down Sunset's arm. On a brighter note, I'm so glad you two are talking again. Sunset smiled, her entire body relaxing in response. Yeah, it's great. She's been a huge help with the dance. Rarity moved down to Sunset's leg. Sorry I couldn't have been more helpful, she said, guilt layering her words. I got more girls than I thought I would asking me for dresses, and well, I suppose I've been trying to avoid them as hard as I could. Sunset's smile reversed and her shoulders tightened. Rarity. I'll make up with them when they give me a proper apology. With the finality of Rarity's tone, Sunset knew it was pointless to keep pushing. Rarity made her way back up and measured Sunset's bust. When she pulled the tape away and examined it, her scowl deepened. 2 more inches, she grumbled as she hopped off the stage. Not fair. Sunset cleared her throat. So do you think you can do this in less than a day? Sunset, you insult me. Rarity picked up a needle and some thread, and looked over her shoulder, her inspirational glow having returned. In fact, Sunset swore Rarity had actually been glowing for a moment. Give me an hour. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thursday, 2 p.m. 28 hours until the winter ball. Sunset was glad she had taken that extra time to study with Twilight. Their advanced trigonometry test was surprisingly brutal. Sunset turned the page in the booklet, finding 6 more long equations. She rubbed her eyes and decided to take a quick mental break. She stole a glance at Twilight, who had her face nearly pressed into her paper while her hand raced at incredible speeds. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if she was actually an android. Sunset twirled her pencil in her hand as her mind wandered back to the dance. Pinkie had returned to school that day, but had said she'd be unable to help with the preparations since she would be making up the tests she missed after school. To Sunset's immense relief, Vinyl had confirmed the Canterlot Orchestra's appearance at the dance. During lunch, Sunset had walked past the music room, where Flash and the CMC were practicing their song. Sunset rubbed her hands together. Everything was coming along perfectly. She stopped and bit her lip. It's too perfect, which means something bad is going to happen. She sank in her seat. Was it too much to ask for just one of her plans to work out without any hitches? Calm down, nothing's happened yet. This plan can still go smoothly. You make the perfect dance, your friends get together again, you dance with Twilight, then you finally kiss her. Everyone wins. Sunset crossed her fingers. Sunset looked at the clock and found she only had half an hour left to finish the test. She steeled herself and plunged back into the equations and theorems. Not a minute had passed before Twilight got up and handed in her test. She sat down and pulled out a large book. Totally part robot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Thursday, 6 p.m. 24 hours until the winter ball. Sunset tried not to laugh as Twilight collapsed against the front of the stage, gasping for breath. No more balloons, please. Flash, let her have a turn with the helium tank. Sunset tied the knot on a white balloon and let it drop to the floor. Okay, Flash said in a high-pitched voice, making the CMC laugh. Trixie looked down from her spot on the ladder near the door and rolled her eyes. Immature children, she muttered, resuming her hanging of the ornamental bells. Twilight took over the helium tank while Flash sang Jingle Bells before his voice returned to normal. Balloons drifted around the ceiling, snowflakes drawn on their faces, identical to the few lying on the ground. Some of them were tangled in the streamers and silver snowflakes hanging from the rafters. The bleachers had been pushed back, and lights ran along all the walls. All in all, Sunset thought it was coming along nicely. The florist and ice sculptures were due to arrive tomorrow at 3, giving Sunset just enough time to put on the finishing touches. The door swung open, hitting Trixie's ladder and almost knocking it over. Trixie used the doorframe to steady it and scowled. Hey, Trixie is working up here. Lyra, wearing her casual business suit, a clipboard in her hand and a smile on her face, ignored Trixie and walked right up to Sunset. Wow, she said, looking around the room. This is coming along nicely. And according to my records, you haven't gone over budget yet. Yet being the keyword. Sunset tried to work even a small smile onto her face, but her jaw muscles refused to cooperate. What do you want, Lyra? Madam President. Quote. What do you want, Madam President? Lyra made a sweeping gesture with her arms. Just came to see how everything was progressing before the big event. Ticket sales have really gone up this week, and I'd hate to have the student body disappointed by a lackluster dance. Don't worry, your dance is going to be freaking fantastic. Just wait until tomorrow night. That's great to hear. Lyra swung her arm, then put it around Sunset's neck. Because if it isn't, remember. Sunset threw Lyra's arm off and started pushing her toward the door. Yeah, banned from everything, will of the students, and all that crap. Everything is going to be spectacular. Now, get out so we can work. Sunset pushed her through the door and slammed it shut, gripping Trixie's ladder so she wouldn't fall over. Thanks, Trixie said. MMHMM. No sooner had Sunset reached the center of the room again, did the door fling open once more, nearly knocking Trixie over for the second time. Would you watch the stupid door? Sunset turned around, surprised to find Pinkie, her nose red and her eyes droopy. She sniffled then said, Hey, this looks nice so far. She spun around to take it all in, stopping and wobbling for a moment. Bad idea, still dizzy. I couldn't have done it without you, Pinkie. Pinkie pulled out a hanky and sneezed into it. Silly, Sunset, you practically did. I just texted a few simple instructions. You did all the work. No kidding. The door opened yet again, this time knocking over the ladder and leaving Trixie to dangle from the doorframe. Trixie hates all of you. Also, get Trixie down from here. Flash ran to help, while Applejack walked up to Sunset. Well, soda's all nice and tucked into the fridge for tomorrow, and Granny Smith is working on all the snacks and appetizers. Her eyes narrowed in Pinky's direction. I'll make sure she properly sacrifices to the harvest gods this time. Pinky stuck a finger out. Aha, I knew, that was sarcasm, wasn't it? Applejack slowly clapped her hands. Guess she can learn something. Hey, I already apologize. Pinky quickly jerked her head away. Ahem, I already apologized for that. Yeah, and then you threw a pizza at me. You threw one at Rarity. That's not the point. Yes, it is. Sunset grabbed both of them by the back of the hair and slammed their heads together. They both held their foreheads and danced in place. Sunset, what did ya do that for? Applejack whined. To get both of you to shut up. Sunset inhaled slowly, regaining her composure. Look, you girls are best friends. You did a few mean things to each other, but are you really going to let this ruin your friendship completely? Come on, Applejack, she said she was sorry. And it's not her fault the rest of the school took what she said out of context. Applejack crossed her arms and looked down at the ground. Her shoulders fell, and her expression softened. Yeah, I reckon you're right. Guess I got a little too caught up in being mad at everyone again. Sorry, Pinky, no, it wasn't really your fault. Pinky smiled and threw her arms out. Apology accepted. She leaned forward. Applejack jumped back. No, I mean, sorry, Pinks, but you're still sick. Oh yeah, Pinky coughed into her sleeve. I should be all better by tomorrow night. Sunset took a deep breath and ran a hand through her hair. This went better than I thought. So, AJ, what are the chances of you making up with Rarity and Rainbow? Applejack scowled. Rarity, none. Rainbow, some, if she'll accept my apology first. And I know that won't happen anytime soon, so back to plan A. She clapped her hands together. All right, guys, I think that's enough for today. Tomorrow, we have all the big stuff coming in and only 3 hours to get it ready, so go home and get some rest. Twilight walked over, a balloon in her hand. This is surprisingly more fun than it should be, she said, her voice filled with helium. Sunset snorted, then burst into a fit of laughter, holding on to Twilight to keep herself from falling. You sound so ridiculous. Do I really? Twilight smirked. Yes, it's adorable. Twilight's smirk melted into a goofy smile. Really? Yes, now stop, you're killing me. Sunset wiped tears from her eyes. When she regained her composure, she found Pinky and Applejack had moved on toward the CMC, looking abashed at Applejack's presence. I hope she goes easy on them, Twilight said, her voice returning to normal. They were just trying to spend time with each other. Sunset cleared her throat, hiding the last of her laughs. I'm sure Applejack won't hold it against them. She looked back at Twilight. Sparky. Twilight looked up and fiddled with her left tress. Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks for all the help. A warm smile lit up Twilight's face. Of course. Sunset hesitated, her arm briefly locking up before she forced herself to take Twilight's hand and give it a gentle squeeze. And I promise, I'm going to dance with you tomorrow, right here. She cradled the warmth inside her heart, letting it flow through her entire body. Twilight squeezed back, making Sunset's heart jump into overdrive. I can't wait. Step 39, Miracle Worker I, Victory Road. Teachers were wise enough to know that on the last day of school, there was little point in trying to get students to pay attention to anything. With finals done, the ball only a few hours away, and the holidays next week, students had no focus left to spend on classroom instruction. Even Mr. Noteworthy passed on making an attempt. He handed out everyone's grade, then left them to their own conversations while a war documentary played on the projector. Naturally, Sunset had received an A, but it had been an A well fought for. Rarity had received a B, and while Sunset thought that was a notable accomplishment, Rarity seemed put out. I know it's passing, but I was really hoping to get all A's this semester. Well, maybe I can tutor you next time, Sunset offered. A smile turned Rarity's cheeks into dimples. That would be most appreciated. The bell rang shortly afterward, directing them to their next class. Periods were shorter today to fit all of them in before winter break. In Miss Cheerily's class, Sunset received not only an A, but an A+. She settled down in her seat, admiring the shiny black letter while listening to the mingling moans of disappointment and cries of success. A few minutes into the period, Luna came over the intercom with the last morning announcement. Good morning, students. I hope you're all reaping the rewards of your hard studying this semester. First, a reminder that, even if it is the last day of school, all rules are still enforced. Which means no snowballs inside the hallways. Sunset held her report card over her mouth to conceal her curling lips. She had witnessed Snips and Snails carry their snowball fight from the steps of the school and into the rotunda, where a stray slush ball hit Luna in the back of the head. Second, as you're all aware, the winter ball is tonight at 6 o'clock. Tickets are still on sale and can be purchased at the door. Voting for the Princess of the Winter Ball shall take place in 6th period. As another reminder, the position of princess is just a title, there are no political powers that come with it. Sunset facepalmed. That is all. Please, enjoy your dance and your holidays. School resumes the second week of January, so I expect to see you all then. Good day. Chatter bubbled up again when the intercom ceased to spit static. Sunset sat alone in the front, quietly contemplating her winter break. It had dawned on her in the past few days that she would be spending Christmas with someone whether she wanted to or not. Before, Sunset had opted to spend the holidays by herself, curled up in a warm coffee shop until she was kicked out. Begrudgingly, she would send Flash a gift just to keep up the facade of caring for him. Now, a mostly loving family surrounded her. How was she to fit in with the Lulamoon's traditions and ceremonies? Should she get a gift for each of them? It certainly seemed appropriate seeing as they had already done so much for her. But then, she would need to get something for all her friends as well. Sunset's wallet sobbed. Even if she didn't have to buy her own food now, she was sure she didn't have enough money to buy something for 9 people. 'Tis the season to be dead poor. Falalalalalalalala. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset sat with Twilight, Applejack, and Pinkie, all of them watching as Rainbow took center table and wailed away on a guitar. Fluttershy kept crouched near the closest pillar, her hand on the amplifier. I wasn't aware Rainbow knew how to play the guitar, Twilight said. Applejack shook her head, shoulders bent forward and arms crossed below her midriff. Rainbow is a girl of many talents. Most of them involve being loud or obnoxious. Sunset's finger tapped along to Rainbow's solo. That's a fair statement. Rainbow hopped on one foot toward the edge of the table, then jumped off, flipping the guitar in the air as she fell onto her knees. She caught the guitar and gave it a final strum before bowing her head to the tremendous applause. Perhaps it was her imagination, but like the instance with Rarity, Sunset thought she saw Rainbow glow as the last chord faded away. Thank you, thank you. Rainbow soaked in the praise like a sponge, waving her hands at her adoring crowd. Vote for me for princess. Applejack tilted her chair back, balancing on the back legs. Y'all know she stole your idea, right? She addressed Sunset and Twilight. Yep, they said together. What about you, AJ? Pinkie asked. Are you going to do anything to wow the crowd? Nope. Applejack picked up an apple and balanced it on her finger. The only thing I can think of doing is giving everyone free apples, and that seems like more of a health statement than anything. Add to the fact that it's also Bribin, and I don't bribe to win. She took a bite out of her apple and chewed thoughtfully. Nah, I put my name out there, that's all I really can do. Sides, with Twilight runnin', ain't much reason to put up a fight. Twilight played with her fork, testing the pointed ends on her pinky. No hard feelings, right? Applejack waved her apple. Course not. As long as you beat the prima donna and the glory hog, I couldn't care less. Sunset pressed her fingers together. Believe me, that's exactly what we're hoping to do. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Before Twilight returned to her seat, she danced over to Sunset's desk and hopped from one foot to the other while stars fell from her eyes. Sunset, Sunset, look. I got all A+, S. What? Sunset snatched Twilight's report card and gawked at the single line of A+, S. But you came in 2 months late, how do you have grades this high? Twilight plucked the paper with the tips of her fingers. Because unlike you, I study. I'm also not afraid to do a little extra work to catch up and stay ahead. Sunset puffed her cheeks out, glaring at her own 4 A+, S and 2 regular A's. Stupid smart Twilight. Ms. Vector stood from her desk, a stack of papers in her hand. All right, now that you've got your grades, here's the ballot for the Winter Ball Princess. I'm sure I don't have to tell any of you, but you can only vote once. When the slip of paper landed on Sunset's desk, a bark of laughter jumped out of her throat. At least 15 names were crammed onto it, including Twilight, Rarity, Applejack, Rainbow, Derpy, Rosaluck, and even Flitter. Sunset checked off Twilight's box and turned the paper over. Now, she just needed a majority of the school to do the same. Twilight needed to win. The CMC needed to sing. And Sunset needed to make sure everything ran smoothly. Once again, all of Sunset's hopes relied on the outcome of a dance. She sincerely hoped this was the last time it happened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. School had let out not with a bang but with an excited murmur. Perhaps because most of the students would be returning to campus in a few hours for one last school activity. Inside the gymnasium, Sunset marveled at the completion of the decor. 6 pillars of solid ice flanked the center of the dance floor, while on the stage stood a crystal podium. Live holly wrapped around the pillars, their red berries contrasting beautifully against the blue ice. Mistletoe hung from strings lined between the pillars. A light mist fell off the pillars and draped the room in a tickling chill, cold enough to give goosebumps, but not enough to make one shiver. It would be perfect with the amount of dancing bodies that would soon occupy the space. Against the wall, the multicolored lights glowed, and when Sunset turned the main light off, they reflected onto the pillars and bathed them in a rainbow. Excellent. Sunset cackled and flipped the lights back on. Everything is coming along nicely. Pinky spun around in the middle of the floor. Woohoo! This is gonna be the best ball ever. Flash stepped in from the hall. The janitor said the air conditioning in here should be set for tonight. Twilight pulled out her buzzing phone and checked the screen. Applejack says all the food is ready and prepared for transport. Trixie just got a text from Vinyl, Trixie said. She'll be here around 5:30 to set up. Perhaps it was preemptive, but Sunset leaned against the wall and let out a sigh of relief. Well, team, we did it. We put together a high-budget ball in 4 days. Sweetie threw her hands in the air. Why? It's gonna be so great. I can't wait to sing in front of everyone. Her eyes dilated. I have to sing in front of everyone, she said in a scratchy whisper. Apple Bloom roped an arm around her. Hey, I told you, me and Scoots are gonna be right there beside ya. Yeah, Scootaloo got on Sweetie's other side. The 3 amigos, right. Are right. 3 amigos. Sweetie's downcast eyes managed to convey less confidence than her voice. Sunset braced herself to give a pep talk when a hand tapped her shoulder. She pivoted and found Principal Celestia smiling down at her. This all looks quite impressive, Sunset. In fact, it might be some of the best decorations I've seen in a while. Hey. Sunset's tongue tied itself into a knot. Sunshine warmed her stomach, different from the kind Twilight filled her with, but still pleasant and nerve-wracking. Sunset flopped an arm toward the others. They helped. Celestia bowed her head in their direction. You're quite lucky to have such dedicated friends. Sunset's tongue knot tightened. Well, I just came in to see how the decorations looked before tonight. She leaned in toward Sunset. And to say how proud of you I am. You've come quite some ways this semester, Sunset. I hope to see you make even greater strides in the future. The warmth in Sunset's stomach was fit to melt her from the inside out. Her tongue finally unraveled and she spat out, "Thank you, Princess." Celestia quirked an eyebrow. "Princess. Principal," Sunset said quickly. "Thank you, Principal Celestia. That all meant a lot. More than you'll ever know." Celestia gave her one more radiant smile, then retreated beyond the doors. Sunset stared after her, letting the warmth fade away before she addressed the group. Okay, guys, we've got about an hour to go home and get ready, so make it quick. I want all of you lined up again at 5:15, got it? Got it. Everyone hurried for the door, displaying confident grins on their way out. Sunset turned to follow them, but paused and looked back, placing a finger on her chin. Everything looked great, but something still felt missing. Lights, decor, theme. It's got everything. Sunset pondered the sight for a minute longer but ultimately decided there was nothing she could improve upon. Entering the central hall, Sunset found Twilight pretending to examine the trophy case. Sunset stepped up behind her, and 2 girls made of gold stared at them from the water polo cup. It's going to be a great dance, Twilight said, barely moving her lips. She looked like a perfect golden doll. But, is this really going to bring our friends back together? It has to. Sunset saw the flame of determination in her own eyes. It's the only plan I've got. Otherwise, Rainbow, Rarity and Applejack won't speak to each other the entire break. Twilight straightened up, her back making a tiny pop as she moved to examine some of the photos. Her eyes fell on the trio of Sunset in her victory poses. Past victories. Sunset stared at the last one, her skin prickling and stomach churning at the sight of her own maniacal expression and cold, power-hungry eyes. Past failures. She balled a fist and turned away, the only actions she could take to stop herself from lunging at the picture and tearing it in half. Celestia had just praised her, Sunset didn't want to ruin it with vandalism. Warm, slender fingers curled around Sunset's wrist before making their way down to her fist. It softened and uncurled, allowing 10 digits to carefully wrap around one another. Sunset worked her tongue before it could knot itself again. I'd offer to pick you up, but I'm guessing you don't want to ride a motorcycle in a dress while it's snowing. No, that would be problematic. Yeah, figured. She inclined her head toward Twilight. So, I'll meet you in here. 5:15. Yes. Yeah, that sounds good. Twilight slowly and methodically pulled her fingers loose of Sunset's, though none of the digits wanted to part from their partners. Sparky, Sunset called as Twilight touched the front door. Are you sure? Sunset bit her lip. Are you sure you want this? Want me? Twilight gave Sunset an even measure with both of her eyes. Yes, I'm sure. She wilted like a shaded flower. But, only if you want me. I do. Sunset cleared her throat. I want to make sure you know what you're getting yourself into. Twilight held her knuckles up to her mouth and smiled. I think I've got a pretty good idea. She pushed the door open and walked out into the lazy snow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset put on the last of her mascara and took a step back from the mirror. Someone should call the police and the fire department because, not gonna lie, I look hot. She hurried out of the bathroom and into her room to get a good look at herself in the full-body mirror. She spun around once, then drank in her fiery image. The dress Rarity had designed was sleeveless and backless, held together by the choker in the front. It washed over her in waves, the top part a crimson red with slanting ruffles ending just above her hip. The second layer extended down her body and was orange, with the third yellow, both of them slanting as well, covering more of her right leg than her left. Her hair was done up in a high ponytail that curled at the end, and she had two large tresses that turned into ringlets. She borrowed a pair of red heels she had found in the closet to complete her stunning, flaming look. Rarity, you're a mad genius, Sunset whispered. You really do look beautiful, Princess Twilight said. Flattery won't get you anywhere, Sunset said, putting her earrings on. Downstairs, she could hear Artemis and Selena gushing over Trixie's dress and taking photos. Okay, just one more. Smile, sweetheart. Artemis laughed. Oh yes, that's a keeper. You look so beautiful, sweetie, but why don't you have a date? Selena asked. Because Trixie doesn't need a date. Good, then I don't need to beat anyone with a stick, Artemis said. Sunset examined herself one last time, twirling again. She breathed through her nose to steady her excited heart and rolled her shoulders. Okay, we can do this. Everything is going to turn out all right. By the end of tonight, all your friends will be together and everyone will be happy. Her thoughts drifted back to her dream from a week ago. Friendship isn't always easy, but she clenched a determined fist. She knew what it was now. Maybe she didn't know everything about it and maybe she never would. But she knew its worth. She nodded with resolve, something warm burning in her heart, making her feel light and free. With one last look at her amazing dress, she slipped on her evening jacket, grabbed her purse and flicked the light off. My, don't you look stunning? Artemis said, looking at Sunset through his camera as she came downstairs. Reaching the first floor, Sunset appraised Trixie's dress. It was slim and form-fitting and, of course, blue, with white ribbons on the sleeves and around the middle. Her hair was also done up in a ponytail. Trixie looked Sunset up and down. It suits you. Sunset smirked. Probably the closest I'll get to a compliment. Selena straightened Trixie's neckline. Both of you look gorgeous. Are you excited? I know how hard you've been working on the dance. Sunset shifted her weight to one side. I am, but I dunno, something feels like it's missing. Like, Sunset circled her hand through the air. Like it needs a little more ambiance. Artemis pulled on his goatee. Ambiance, you say? For a winter-themed dance. I think I can help with that. He was gone in a puff of smoke and back in another before Sunset could say anything. In his hands was a small white jar with snowflakes painted on the sides. Go on, open it, he said, handing it to Sunset. Taking it in one hand, Sunset opened the lid and a small flurry of snow flew out. She marveled at the fine powder, watching it fall to the floor. Snow. Not just snow, the perfect snow. Artemis threw his arms out. Cool but not cold, firm enough to make snowballs, but soft enough so they don't hurt. It's every child's dream. He tapped the jar. Guaranteed to last all night. That should give you your ambiance. Sunset rotated the container in her hand. It doesn't look like much. Well, much like you, my little pony friend, looks can be deceiving. He winked. She popped the lid back on. Thank you, Artemis. He snapped his fingers to open the front door. Think nothing of it. Now, come on, off with you two. He gave Trixie one more kiss on the forehead. Have fun, but not too much fun. He nudged them out the door. Both of you come straight home when it's over, Selena called after them. Yes, Mom, Trixie said. Sunset saw the subtle roll of her eyes. They got into Trixie's buggy, and drove off down the road, across the thin layer of snow. Thank you for the ride, Trixie, Sunset said. She kept the snow jar firmly in her lap. Meh, was her only response for most of the trip. When they were a few blocks from the school, she said, Trixie supposes she should thank you for not ruining this dance. Though, the night is young. I'm not about to ruin the dance I helped create. Sunset drummed her fingers on the lid. Thank you for your help this week as well. I appreciate it. Trixie blushed. Like Trixie said, she was just there to keep an eye on you. But, you're welcome. The school came into view, and Sunset's stomach clenched. Once more, there was the feeling that something was about to happen. She locked her jaw. This time, she would make sure it was something good. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Twilight began to have second thoughts about the situation. Not about going to the dance, or going to the dance with Sunset, but preparing for the dance with Cadence. She stood behind Twilight, running a comb through her hair while singing, Twilight's got a dot, Twilight's got a dot, Twilight's got a dot. Cadence. Twilight's shoulders shook a little harder every time Cadence got to date. Please just hurry, I'm going to be late at this rate. Cadence giggled. She set the comb down and grabbed Twilight's hair, rolling it into a bun. Yes, I know you'd hate to be late for your date. Twilight narrowed her eyes. That was on purpose. Quite a contemplate. No need to exaggerate. I'm just trying to make you look pretty for your mate on this date, so tonight will be great. You're trying way too hard now. I debate. My rhymes are innate. Now, hold still so I can put the pin in straight. Cadence picked up the starburst pin on Twilight's desk and stuck it in her hair to help hold the bun together. And now, you're ready for your dance of fate. Twilight stood, picked up the hem of her gown, and hurried into the hall to use the full mirror. She gasped at the pretty girl staring back at her, wearing an elegant dress of varying blue hues. An afternoon sky blue began at her middle and turned to night at the gown. White stars of various sizes lit up the hem. Along her arms were blue gloves also adorned with stars, and to complete her look, a collar hooked onto her dress, giving her an appearance of regality. Cadence popped into the frame next to Twilight and jumped up and down, clapping her hands together. Ooh, you look so cute, I can't stand it. You're going to knock Sunset off her feet. Twilight thoroughly examined her dress from every angle, making sure everything was in place and even. Does this mean you're done rhyming? Cadence pinched Twilight's cheek. I can't just debate something so great. Please stop. Oh, fine. No more cute rhymes, Cadence pouted. She took Twilight by the arm and led her back to her room. I'll just paint your face as a substitute. Twilight squirmed. On second thought, go back to rhyming. Too late. Cadence pushed her back into the chair and pulled out her makeup kit. Out of her handbag of horrors, she drew a brush, eyeliner, lipstick, and blush. I don't know why you're so opposed to this. You used to love having makeovers. That's because it was just between us, I never planned to go out looking like a circus clown. Twilight squeezed her eyes shut as Cadence approached with the liner. Cadence T-sked, rolling the liner down Twilight's eyelid. You're so dramatic sometimes. Wonder where I got that from. I'm not going to make you look like a circus clown. I'm just going to bring out your natural features. A little color here, a little blush there, a little makeup to cover that pimple. Pimple? What pimple? Twilight sprung out of her chair and grabbed the hand mirror on her bed. Where? I don't see it. She whipped her head back. Cadence was snorting into her hand. Cadence. I'm sorry. It was just too easy. Cadence cleared her throat and raised a hand. I swear, I'm done messing with you for the remainder of the night. Twilight set the mirror down and took a deep breath. Relax. She means well. At least one of us is having fun. She sat down and closed her eyes. Please just finish so we can leave. The longer Twilight stayed in the house, the more likely her nerves would explode. Cadence took her brush and dusted Twilight's cheeks a faint pink. I'm really glad you and Sunset made up. I bet she's looking forward to this as much as you are. The bristles of Cadence's brush made Twilight bite the insides of her cheeks like she could scratch the surface that way. Yeah, she said in a muted voice. Her heart had nearly burst when Sunset had hugged her in the halls on Monday. And whenever they held hands, Twilight had to pinch herself afterward to make sure it hadn't been a fantasy. Glad was only one word in Twilight's vortex of emotions. Apprehension was another. Sunset seemed sincere in all of her actions and words this week, and Twilight wanted to believe in everything she did and said. But Sunset had also seemed sincere in everything she did up until that moment. She still wouldn't, or couldn't, explain it, and it made Twilight keep her guard up just a fraction, waiting for the sucker punch she hoped wouldn't come. Still, attraction was also floating in the vortex. For as much as Sunset confused and befuddled her, Twilight was still drawn to her like a magnet. Perhaps that confusion was part of the reason Twilight was drawn to her. Sunset was the greatest puzzle she had ever faced, and Twilight needed to know how she worked. There was also the burning desire to kiss Sunset's lips. Two pink fingers snapped in between Twilight's nose, making her go cross-eyed. Huh. Cadence took her by the hand and stood her up, grinning voraciously all the while. All right, let's get out of here, you clearly have sunset fever. Looking into the hand mirror again, Twilight was glad the pink blush hid her embarrassment. She let Cadence lead her downstairs, where she was greeted by a bright flash of light. Oh, look at my baby girl. Nightlight cooed. Your mother is going to be so upset she missed this. He raised the camera again and snapped another photo, blinding Twilight a second time. She rubbed the spots from her eyes. This isn't my first school dance, Dad. Yes, but it is one of your last. And you look so beautiful. He held his camera up. Twilight quickly shielded her eyes. Dad, at least turn the flash off. I'm already visually impaired. Cadence steered Twilight for the door. We better get going. Twilight's got dance fever, and I wouldn't want to deprive her for too long. Give Shiny a big kiss for me, Mr. Nightlight. He chuckled. Sure, but I don't think it'll mean the same coming from me. Have a great time, sweetie. I'll be there to pick you up as soon as it's over. Twilight grabbed her jacket and purse off the coat rack and waved back before stepping out the door. She and Cadence hurried across the snow-dusted driveway to Cadence's cherry red car. They buckled in, and Cadence took a minute to let the engine warm up. She put her hands over her mouth and squealed. Your first date. And it's a dance. I'm so happy for you, Ladybug. Twilight twirled a finger around one of her locks. I'm excited but really, really nervous. Cadence's excitement dropped back to reasonable levels, and she turned in her seat. Her eyes shone with the sincerity and compassion of a true love expert. Twilight, no date is perfect, let me tell you that now. Don't lower your expectations, but don't assume everything is going to go the way you think it is. She put her hands on Twilight's shoulders. Now, with that said, everything is going to be fine. From what you told me, Sunset is really trying to make up for what happened. She just needed time to sort her feelings, and now, she's ready to lay it on the line. Or the dance floor in this case. With a steady breath, Twilight calmed the raging storm in her stomach. Cadence was right. The hand-holding, the look in her eyes, the determination to fix everything that was broken. It couldn't all be another act. Sunset felt something for Twilight. Twilight refrained from telling Cadence the other part of her nervousness came from possibly becoming princess of the winter ball. Instead, she pulled Cadence into a hug and said, thanks. Of course, Ladybug. Cadence broke it off and put her hands on the wheel. Now, she said, shifting into reverse, let's get you to my future sister-in-law. Cadence. Not sorry. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset paced the rotunda, pulling her phone out every 10 seconds to check the time, and cursing whenever another minute had passed. Maybe Twilight changed her mind. Maybe she doesn't want to give me another chance. Sunset gripped the sides of her head and groaned. Calm down. It's only 5:21, she's just a little late. The doors opened, and Sunset's hopes rose like a roller coaster, only to drop back down when she saw it was just Flash. He stepped to the side and held the door open, letting Rarity in. She brushed the snow off her gown and waved to Sunset. Sunset waved back and admired Rarity's dress. It was large and pink and reminded Sunset of theater curtains. Yellow frills broke the dress into 4 sections, each decorated with gemstones. The top half was a pink, lacy V-neck, with sleeves that ended above her elbows. Long white gloves took up the rest of her arms. She and Flash walked up to Sunset, arms linked together. Flash wore his best suit, and while it always pained Sunset to admit it, he cleaned up pretty well. I know I already said it, but that dress is stunning on you. Rarity said, breaking off from Flash to circle around Sunset. I impress even myself sometimes. Flash cleared his throat and avoided eye contact. You look good, Sunset. The praise only made Sunset's stomach flounder more. Thanks. You both look great as well. Rarity returned to Flash's arm and gently pulled him along. Well, we'll see you inside. Don't take too long. She winked. As she walked away, the front door opened again, and for a second time, Sunset's heart rode the roller coaster of disappointment. Pinky bounced up to her, close to her healthy, hyperactive self, though her nose was still red. She had on her costume from Halloween. Sunset supposed it did make a decent ball gown too. Are you ready for tonight, Sunny? Pinky sniffled loudly and smiled. As I'll ever be. Pinky leaned a little closer, pressing into Sunset's personal bubble. Waiting for Twilight. Sunset took a tiny step back. Yeah, how'd you know? It's written in your face. Pinky hopped up and down. Oh, this is so exciting. I can't wait to see you two. Daachoo. Dance. Wait a second. Sunset's gears turned, making loud clicking noises. You knew Twilight liked me, didn't you? Pinkie looked at the ceiling with an innocent smile. Mabe. How long? Since Halloween, when Maud found you two sleeping together in the kitchen. Pawn feathers. Well, you could have said something. Pinkie rolled her eyes. Because her gravitation towards you, wanting you to be her partner in the science fair, showing the most concern whenever you were in trouble, or just the way she looks at you weren't dead giveaways already. Yep, I probably should have let you in on this big mystery a while ago. I didn't hint that someone might want to ask you to the dance or anything. Sunset's jaw slackened. Did you just use sarcasm? Pinkie smirked. No, of course not. She turned and skipped down toward the gym. Sunset stared after her, jaw still hanging open. I'm proud of you, Pinks. She had just enough time to recover before the door opened once more. This time, Sunset's heart rose and didn't come back down. Twilight walked across the rotunda, her dress hanging just off the floor. She stopped a foot from Sunset, gazing open-mouthed at her figure. Sunset drank in all of Twilight's image, a true princess wrapped in a cloak made from the sky and stars. Having her heart in her throat made it extremely difficult to breathe. Neither of them spoke. They might have spent the whole night standing and staring at each other. Sunset wouldn't have minded. But she regained her composure and said, "So gonna stand there all night?" Twilight inhaled loudly, roused from her stupor. Yes, no, let's go into the dance. Yes. Sunset laughed and held her arm out. Twilight looped hers through it, and together, they walked off. Step 40, Miracle Worker 2, Shine Like Rainbows. A little after 7, the dance was in full swing. Students filled the gym, talking, laughing, eating, and dancing to their heart's content. The main lights were out, leaving the wall and the strobe light as the only source of illumination. Music pumped through the entire building as vinyl played her turntables, rocking her head to the beat. Sunset stood near the stage, a mic attached to her head and a clipboard in her hand. So far, everything was running smooth enough. The room felt a little warm, but she chalked that up to collective body heat. All of her friends were here, Rainbow, Applejack, and Rarity made sure not to cross paths. The rest of Flash Drive had arrived with their instruments, and she had seen the CMC running about a few minutes ago. In the back, Twilight stood near the food tables, a cup of punch in her hands. She gently swayed back and forth in time to the music. Sunset volunteering to run the ticket counter first was the only reason she wasn't dancing with Twilight yet. Well, I think I've earned my dance. Sunset set the clipboard on the stage and made her way to Twilight. She scooted around the dance floor, keeping to the back wall. Halfway down, she found some of the lights were out and a few more were flickering. Sunset's throat rumbled. Faulty wiring probably. She picked one of the flickering ones and made sure the bulb was tightly screwed on. The flickering stopped, and the unlit ones came to life. Sunset smiled. Much better. All of them blinked, then went out completely. Seriously. Sunset fiddled with a few of them, but they refused to come back on. She refrained from kicking the wall and tapped the button on her headset. Flash, the back wall went out. Static crackled before she heard Flash's voice. What happened? I don't know. Some of the lights were out, so I tried to fix it, then all of them went out. All right. Be over in 2 seconds. True to his word, Flash broke out of the swirling vortex of human bodies. He wiped a line of sweat from his forehead. Even with the ice, it's still warm in here. He went to work examining the lights, fiddling with the bulbs and running his hand across some of the strings. He followed them back to the outlet and stooped to unplug it and plug it back in. Nothing happened. Well, he said, standing up, my theory is, there's a fuse blown somewhere in there. If not that, then these lights have just decided to kick the bucket. Sunset huffed. Let's hope it's the former. Flash set the plug on the floor. If we got an extension cable, we could run it from the other wall. But the cables are in the maintenance closet. No problem, I've got a key. Flash looked at her curiously. You have a, his expression dropped to a nonplussed stare. Of course you do. Sunset waved a hand as she walked off, heels clicking against the floor. Hey, I haven't used it for anything in months. She detoured to the punch bowl, where Twilight was still doing her impression of an upright pendulum. You know you're offbeat, right? Twilight stopped and took a sip of her punch. I kinda stopped listening a while ago. Sunset rubbed the back of her neck. Listen, I know, you're not having the best time. What? Twilight's eyes caricatured. No. I'm having a great time, honest. Twilight. No, really. Twilight smiled with a force that couldn't have been healthy for her cheeks. Sunset took Twilight's free hand. I promised to dance with you, and I'm going to keep that promise. I just have to fix the lights, then it'll be you and I making fools of ourselves. Okay. Twilight turned down her smile. Okay. After tracing her thumb against Twilight's palm, Sunset hurried out into the hallway, where the music could still be heard plain as day. She followed the blue carpet that had been rolled out down the corridor until she reached the lockers, then quickly found hers. All right, where are you? Sunset reached her arm into the back, past the snow jar and her textbooks. Her nails scratched the cold metal of the locker, and she shuddered at the unpleasant chill that ran down her spine. Aha! Her ring finger traced over something small and rigid, her copy of the master key. She closed the locker and flipped the silver key through her fingers. Having a key that could open every lock in the school had proved invaluable during her tenure as Queen Tyrant. Planting evidence, sneaking into the computer lab for video editing, looking at student files in Celestia's office. Sunset strangled it, letting the teeth bite into her fingers. Maybe she'd never be absolved of her guilt, but at least she was using her powers for good now. The maintenance closet was far enough so that Sunset no longer felt the bass vibrating in her teeth. She stuck the key in the lock and twisted, opening the door. She slipped in, keeping her foot in the crack just long enough to find the light switch. The closet wasn't big, but there was enough room for Sunset to fully stretch her arms. She stepped inside, the door closing behind her with a soft click. Her eyes wandered the shelves, scanning over light bulbs, buckets of paint, boxes of nails, and more. Taking up some of the leg room in front of her was the wheelbarrow from the cleanup of the fall formal. To her left on a lower shelf was what Sunset desired, an orange extension cord. She threw the coil around her shoulder and turned to open the door, only for the handle to stick. What? Sunset wiggled it again, but it refused to fully turn. Oh no. Sunset jiggled it harder, flashbacks of the weekend prior drifting down on her like snow. Damn it. Sunset twisted around. Where's the key? In the lock outside. Sunset brought her leg back to kick the door, and paused halfway through, resulting in an upset of her balance. She grabbed one of the shelves for support and took a deep breath. Auto-locking door. How could I forget that? Okay, don't panic yet. She tapped her headset. Flash, can you hear me? Static screeched into Sunset's ear. She endured it for several seconds before common sense kicked in. Okay, guess I'm out of range. Still, don't panic yet. She pounded her fist on the door. Hello. Can anyone hear me? Anyone? Her cries sounded infinitely loud in the small space she occupied, but unless someone else was randomly wandering the halls, not a soul would hear her. Sunset paced back and forth, turning every 3 steps. Okay, locked in a closet away from the dance with no communication. You've been in worse spots before. She paused. Actually, when the dance ends, everyone goes home, and it's the weekend and winter break. She pulled her hair. Which means, who knows when maintenance will come back. Now seemed like a perfect time to panic. Before she could go full freak out, Sunset spotted a tool bag lying on the ground with a hammer inside. She looked at the hammer, biting her tongue in delirious glee. Smash the door open and get more detention for property damage, or stay stuck in here until you possibly starve to death. Sunset weighed the options on her hands, looking up at the ceiling. Celestia would be disappointed, but at least Sunset had a good excuse this time. She reached down for the hammer, stopped, and looked up again. A vent was positioned right over her head. Or, climb through the vent and break out that way. Cliché, but I'll take it. Securing the extension cable over her shoulder, Sunset climbed up onto the back shelf, pressing her body forward to keep it from tipping back. I suppose this is akin to getting shoved in a locker. She caught herself after tripping on an old light bulb, and reached the vent, pushing it open. My apologies to nerds everywhere. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Twilight had moved approximately 4 steps since talking to Sunset. It had only been to let someone else get to the punch bowl. One hand held her empty cup while the other was cradled close to her chest, Sunset's touch still lingering on her palm. She groaned. When did I become so sappy? Moondancer would be hysterical if she saw me right now. Deciding there was enough punch sloshing around in her stomach, Twilight threw her cup away and moved to the far wall, where the lights weren't working. A sigh rose up in her throat, but she forced it back down. Remember what Cadence said? It's just a little hiccup. Sunset will be back and we'll have fun. Twilight watched the fluctuating mass of bodies writhe and convulse, limbs flailing and bodies swiveling to a fast techno beat. In hindsight, Twilight knew she should have expected something like this. Sunset was in charge of the dance, a lot of her night would be spent making sure everyone else had fun. Hello, Twilight. Twilight swirled around, almost getting tangled in her dress. She straightened out and found Fluttershy looking like a frightened deer. Oh, hi, Fluttershy. You startled me. Fluttershy wore a long jade dress with lighter vine patterns on the hem, and an orchid in her hair. She softened from her rigid stance and laughed. Usually it's me saying that. Twilight was surprised she could hear Fluttershy over the music volume. Are you having fun? It's nice, Twilight said, wishing she had her cup to fiddle with. Fluttershy giggled again. I tried to come talk to you earlier, but her cheeks turned scarlet. A lot of guys keep asking me to dance. It's fun, but I'm not used to this much attention. Twilight twirled a finger into her hair. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Sunset wants everyone to have a good time. Where is Sunset? She went to go fix the lights, Twilight said, her sigh finally breaking free from her chest. Relax, Sugar Cube, a voice came from Twilight's other side. I'm sure she'll be back in a jiffy. Twilight gave a half-hearted nod in Applejack's direction, then did a double take upon seeing her outfit. She wore a sparkling red dress with her hair done up in ringlets, her hat completely absent. Even with her initial introduction, Twilight never saw Applejack as a dress-wearing girl, yet she pulled it off very well. Meanwhile, Fluttershy backed up and hid her face behind her bangs. Hi, Applejack. Applejack cocked her head. Hey, Shy. What's wrong? Fluttershy steadily emerged from her soft pink shell. You're not mad at me. Now why would I be mad at you? Well, Fluttershy started in a dour voice, if my animals didn't get into Pinky's punch, she wouldn't have made that comment about you worshipping apple gods, then you wouldn't have suggested Rainbow didn't like boys, then Rainbow wouldn't be mad at everyone and we'd all be friends. Tears welled up in her eyes. It's all my fault. Applejack held her arms out. Aw, Sugar Cube, come here. She pulled Fluttershy into a hug. It ain't your fault how we reacted. Don't go thinkin' for a second you're to blame. Radiant warmth bloomed in Twilight's chest, chasing the shadows of disappointment away. At this rate, all her friends would be back together by the end of the night. Applejack broke the hug and patted Fluttershy on the shoulder. Come on, how about you, me, and Twilight go dance for a bit? Fluttershy wiped her eyes and nodded. They turned to the dance floor and saw Rainbow emerge from it wearing a long baby blue dress with soft, cloud-shaped shoulder pads. There you are, Fluttershy, I was wondering where you went. Her grin fell as she looked at Twilight and Applejack. I hope you two are hungry, 'cause you're going to be eating my dust tonight. That analogy doesn't really work here, Twilight said flatly. Rainbow waved a hand. Doesn't matter. Point is, I'm gonna be princess this year. Isn't that right, Fluttershy? Well, Applejack scoffed. Please, you got as much a chance as a chicken learnin' to fly. Oh yeah, then what does that make your chances? Twilight stepped between them. Girls, we shouldn't be fighting like this. It's just a silly title. Rainbow crossed her arms. Says the girl who has the highest chance of winning. You know, behind me. Applejack massaged the spot just above her eye. Twi's right, Rainbow. I don't feel like wastin' energy fightin' with you anymore. Truce. Gee, AJ, that sounds really nice, but she took a step back and threw her arms up. I should really get back to my date Thunderlane first. She jabbed a finger in Applejack's direction. Suck it, Applefat. Twilight and Fluttershy each grabbed one of Applejack's arms as she tried to throw herself at Rainbow. I hope your plan works, Sunset. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Great plan, Sunset. Let's climb through the air vents. Really top-notch idea. Sunset gagged and coughed out a lungful of dust. She pressed her lips together. I should stop talking. Sunset shimmied her way through the tight vent. She had to scooch herself forward like an inchworm, dragging her dress through dust while cobwebs found a new home in her hair. All this to fix some stupid lights. Why'd I have to be a perfectionist? She finally came upon another vent opening, one that dropped into the hall. Thank you. She wrapped her fingers around the grate and wriggled it loose, setting it aside. All right, easy now. She scooted forward, crossing the gap first, then letting her legs dangle over it. She slowly eased herself down but knew she had no choice but to drop. Sunset let herself go, landing on her back, the poof of her dress cushioned some of the fall. Still, her tailbone ached, and she felt disgusting. She forced herself up and started dusting herself off, lamenting at the state of her dress. It was more gray than anything else. Cord around her shoulder, Sunset made for the maintenance closet first, snatching her key out of the lock, then went to her locker. She pulled out a lint roller and used up 3 rolls cleaning her dress. It didn't look perfect, but it was at least presentable again. After taking the cobwebs from her hair, Sunset finally returned to the dance. Better enjoy this while it lasts. Rarity is gonna kill me when she sees this. Sunset took the plug for the lights and connected them to the extension cord, then plugged that into the working outlet. The lights sparked to life, glittering in the dark. Sunset sighed in relief. There, now, yo, Shimmer, Vinyl called. She gestured for Sunset to come over with a finger. Sunset's sigh melted into a groan. She trudged over to Vinyl's setup. What? Vinyl examined her through her tinted glasses. She opened her mouth, then shook her head and closed it. Listen, I just got a text from Octa. Who? Octavia. She said they got a flat tire and might be a little late. Sunset seized up. Her throat constricted, making breathing and talking nearly impossible. How late? She choked out between clenched teeth. Vinyl shrugged nonchalantly. An hour, maybe two. 2 hours. The dance will be almost over by then. Sorry, ain't much I can do about it. I can keep playing, but you'd have to pay me for overtime. Sunset's voice cracked. Of course. Her eye made a violent twitch. Vinyl slipped her headphones back on, signaling the end of the conversation, and Sunset stomped away. Perfect, just perfect. I promised an orchestra, and now, I have no orchestra. It's going to be one of those nights, isn't it? A sudden crackle of static made her jump. Sunset. We might have a problem, Flash said in her ear. Sunset looked to the ceiling. That was a rhetorical question. She jammed her finger against her headset. What? I think the room is too warm. The pillars are starting to melt. Melt. Sunset jogged over to the nearest pillar. Sure enough, there was a puddle of water at the base, and when Sunset ran her hand down it, it was drenched. She wiped it on her front, relieved that it took some of the dust stains away. Okay, I'll go adjust the temperature, you start getting ready for the song. Got it. Sunset scanned the crowd. And if you see Twilight, tell her I said soon, okay. Sure. Amidst the intertwining bodies, Sunset couldn't find her star-studded date. She hoped Twilight was still here and hadn't left due to neglect. As Sunset turned for the door, Lyra strode down the court to intercept her. Hey there. Sunset held a hand out, and Lyra ran straight into it. Nope. Not in the mood for your bullshit. She pushed Lyra away and stormed out. Down the hall and back to her locker, Sunset snatched the master key again and picked up the snow jar. Now's probably the best time to use this. She closed the door with as much force as she could. Somewhere down the hall, there was a loud eep. Sunset scrunched her nose. What is Fluttershy doing out here? She hurried toward the noise and turned a corner, finding not Fluttershy, but Sweetie Belle huddled against the wall. Oh, hi, Sunset, she squeaked. What are you doing out here? Sweetie wiped her eyes. Just getting some air. It's kinda warm in there. Sunset took a knee in front of her. Come on, kid, what's really going on? Sweetie bit her lip and looked away. I'm scared to sing. What? Why? What if people laugh at us? Sweetie buried her head in her arms. Last time, it was just online and people just left mean comments. But now, they can make fun of us in person. Sunset put a hand on her shoulder. Sweetie, I've heard you girls practice this week. With a voice like yours, no one is going to laugh at you. Sunset grinned. And even if they do, I'm sure your sister wouldn't mind tearing them apart. Sweetie giggled lightly. Do you really think a song is going to make them stop fighting? With a voice like yours to sing it, yes. Sunset stood up and pulled Sweetie to her feet. Now, go and clean your face, you're on soon. Okay. Before she left, Sweetie wrapped her arms around Sunset's middle. Thanks for trying so hard, Sunset. She backed up and looked at the small dust stains now on her dress. What happened to you? Long story, Sunset said. She waved Sweetie off. Go on, it's almost showtime. They parted ways, Sunset heading back to the gym while Sweetie made a quick trip to the bathroom. Sunset made her way backstage. Flash and his band were setting up their instruments. She kept to the shadows and came to the door labeled, staff only, unlocked it and stepped inside, making sure to take the key with her. It was a plain narrow space with a ladder at the other end and the air conditioning control panel on the wall. The switch was stuck between the hot and cold symbols, and the temperature read 65 degrees. Sunset turned it down to 60 degrees and flipped the switch to cold. Or at least, she tried to. It stayed resolutely in the middle. Sunset put more force into it, but it refused to budge. Growling, Sunset set the jar down and put both hands around the little switch. She jerked it to the left, only to hear a snap, and fall to the ground. In her hand was a portion of the toggle, the rest of it was still between hot and cold. You know, Sunset said, all the emotion drained from her, this doesn't even faze me. I've become so angry, I've come full circle back to calm. She stood up and looked at the broken thermostat tapping her foot. Emotionally stunted or not, Sunset still needed to get the air conditioning on. She would need something strong to move what remained of the switch. She pointed to the jar on the floor. Stay. When Sunset was sure it wasn't going anywhere, she hurried from the back room, snuck out from the backstage, and briskly walked into the hall. She hurried to the maintenance closet and unlocked the door. This time, she used a small plank of wood to keep the door from closing on her while she rummaged through the tool bag. Let's see, she pulled out a flathead screwdriver. You'll do. Key in one hand, screwdriver in the other, Sunset backtracked from the closet to backstage. Sunset, Flash called as she put her hand on the knob. We're about to start in a minute. I know, I just have to fix the AC, but you're good to go. Flash adjusted his guitar strap and loosened his shoulders. Okay, but, are you sure you should be going back there? Someone has to fix this stuff. Sunset stepped in and closed the door behind her. She paused for a moment, then shrugged it off, turning her attention to the thermostat. She stuck the screwdriver into the space next to the toggle and pulled against it. Even with the additional force, it stayed jammed. Come on, you stupid thing. Sunset grunted. She dug her heels into the ground and pulled harder. Outside she could hear Vinyl's beats dying down. Crap, I'm gonna miss it. She gave one last desperate tug and stumbled backward as the screwdriver came out. Something clicked, and a second later, Sunset could hear a whirring sound in the walls. She checked the switch and saw it was finally at cold. Sunset punched the air, then grabbed the snow jar as Flash Drive's drummer counted off the beat. She hurried up the ladder, the jar tucked in her arm. The higher she climbed, the more she came to regret not grabbing a flashlight. The rafters were dark, the only illumination came from the ladder chute she had just emerged from. Still, she could hear the air conditioning unit humming loudly, and followed the noise to the machine. Do you really think any of this will make a difference? Sunset froze, her heart sputtering at the sight before her. It was faint, but Sunset could see the outlines of her body against the darkness. Her demonic eyes glared at Sunset in avarice. A little music. A little snow. How cute. Do you think any of them will care? Sunset tightened her jaw, moving her foot back. No one will remember this. No one will thank you. You struggle in vain, Sunset. A set of teeth appeared underneath the eyes, jagged and hungry. You can't pay back your sins. You'll wander the darkness forever. Her body shook, rattling the lid of the jar. Sunset bowed her head while the demon chortled. Is all of this pointless? What if this doesn't work? From down below, the voices of the CMC floated into Sunset's ears. Her heart swelled at their sweet voices, mixing together to make a beautiful harmony. Together we stand, as the rain begins to fall, and hold our head up high, as the sun shines through it all. Sunset raised her head, fire igniting her eyes. She pressed the jar close to her chest and leaned forward. You're wrong. With a fierce cry, she charged forward, plowing through her demon's shadow. Sunset skidded to a stop and looked back, but found she was alone again. Her breath quivered and came out in loud pants. She took a second to gather herself, then returned to the air conditioner, feeling around the machine for the intake latch. As she moved around, her dress snagged on something. Sunset, however, didn't notice until a step too late, and a loud shriek made her stop and groan. The bad news was part of the orange layer of her dress had been torn off. The good news was she wasn't revealing anything. The better news was, she had snagged her dress on the lip of the intake latch. And Sunset said, "Let there be snow." Sunset quickly opened the latch and took the top off the snow jar. She tipped it over and poured the snow down. The dazzling flurry of soft powder kept falling no matter how hard Sunset shook it. Sunset flipped it up and looked inside, finding it was still filled to the brim. So that's what Artemis meant. Sunset continued to shovel it into the machine. Well then, more snow for everyone. When she felt there was enough snow to blanket the gym, she walked back to the ladder. Disappointment weighed her steps and sat heavy on her shoulders. The song was over. Still, perhaps she'd be able to see everyone's reaction when snow began to fall. She reached the ladder, and halfway down, Sunset's foot slipped and she failed to catch herself in time. Once again, her dress broke most of her fall, but the collision against the floor still left her dazed. She stared up at the ceiling. I'm just going to lay here for a second. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Twilight broke to the outskirts of the dance floor just as Sunset disappeared backstage, a screwdriver in her hand. What is she doing now? Twilight. Rarity hurried over, holding up her dress for better maneuverability. Have you seen Flash anywhere? 1 second we were dancing, and the next, he was gone. Twilight's eyes flickered to the curtains. I'm sure he'll pop up soon. I hope so. We were having such a delightful time. Rarity scrunched her nose and put her hands on her waist. And why aren't you dancing with Sunset? Well, you know, Twilight wrung her hands together. She's been busy so far, so we haven't had a chance yet. The music faded out, replaced by Vinyl's voice. Alrighty, party people. Before we crown our new princess, here's a special performance from Flash Drive. The crowd gave an honest, though surprised cheer as the curtain opened up, revealing Flash and his band, along with 3 microphones at the front of the stage. I didn't know Flash was performing, Rarity said with a hint of irritation. The crowd's cheers fell into scattered applause and snickers as Apple Bloom, Sweetie Belle, and Scootaloo took their positions in front of the microphones. Rarity stared, open-mouthed. What are they doing up there? Twilight pressed her knuckles against her lips to hide her smile. You'll see. Sweetie adjusted the mic and brought it closer to her height. Hi, everyone. Her voice shook, and her eyes darted around the room. We'd like to sing a song written by a good friend, and finished by another. It's dedicated to their friends in the hopes that they can come together again. We hope you like it. She took a deep breath and nodded back to Flash, who nodded to the drummer. 1, 2, 3, 4. A soft, steady beat came from the drum, while Flash started strumming on his guitar before the bass jumped in. It was Apple Bloom who took the first verse. Once upon a time, you came into my world and made the stars align. Sweetie Belle took over, her voice no longer shaky, but rich and confident. Now, I can see the signs. You pick me up when I get down so I can shine. The instruments came into full effect as all 3 of them sang, Shine Like Rainbows, oh ho ho. Twilight turned back to Rarity, finding her mascara forming a black river down her cheeks. Oh my goodness, she whispered, holding her hands to her chest. She's so beautiful. Her eyes widened. Wait, I think I know this song. You do? Twilight asked. Fluttershy ran over and clutched Rarity's arm. Rarity, the lyrics I showed you last month. Yes, darling, I know. It was Scootaloo's turn to sing. Friends, you are in my life. And you can count on me to be there by your side. Sweetie took over again, a broad smile on her face. She looked completely at home on the stage. And when the music comes alive, we sing our song to lift us up so we can shine. The entire band sang in a unified voice, and the sound that we hear in our hearts makes a crescendo. And the light that ignites in the dark. It makes us all glow. And shine like rainbows, oh ho ho. We shine like rainbows, oh ho ho. Rainbow wandered over and poked Fluttershy in the shoulder. Didn't you show me something like this a while back? Yes. Fluttershy looked torn between excited and mortified. Rainbow looked back to the stage. Man, I didn't know Scoots could sing like that. Together we stand, as the rain begins to fall. And holding our head up high, as the sun shines through it all. Applejack wandered over, tears spilling from her eyes as well. Would y'all look at that? My little sister is growing up and has a voice like Ma. And the sound that we hear in our hearts makes a crescendo. And the light that ignites in the dark. It makes us all glow. And shine like rainbows, oh ho ho. We shine like rainbows, oh ho ho. Then, the whole room was singing, led off by Pinky. Shine like rainbows, oh ho ho. We shine like rainbows, oh ho ho. We shine like rainbows. A wild roar of applause engulfed the room before the last chord faded. The motley crew took a bow, smiles and tears on their faces, while their admirers threw corsages and flower petals at their feet. Rarity pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed her face. They were all so beautiful. She turned to Fluttershy. Your song was beautiful. She looked at the rest of her friends. You're all so beautiful. She broke into more tears. Applejack pat her on the shoulder. Come on now, Rares, I'm shedding enough tears already. Oh my gosh, Fluttershy. Pinky bounced over and pulled Fluttershy into a full-body hug. Was that your song they sang? It was amazing. I didn't know you could write music. Well, sometimes, she said, squirming in Pinky's grip. But, I hadn't finished that one yet. And I have no idea how they got it. It was sunset, Twilight said, wiping away a few of her own tears. Rainbow leaned forward. Sunset did this. Yes. She was hoping something like this would. Twilight went cross-eyed as something small and white drifted down in front of her. It was followed by another, then another. She looked up, finding hundreds of snowflakes twirling down from the ceiling. Applejack held her hand out. Is this snow? Pinky stuck out her tongue, letting several fall into her mouth. Yep. She smacked her lips. Sure tastes like snow. How on earth is it snowing? Rarity asked. Twilight broke out in a grin. She didn't know how, but she knew sunset had something to do with it. Everyone in the room was now marveling at the falling snow, jumping up and down and gathering as much as they could before they flung it at someone. Pinky quickly imitated them, grabbing a handful from the floor and throwing it at Rainbow. Ack! Pinky! She caught some snow for retaliation, but Pinky twirled out of the way, letting the snow clump hit Rarity. Rainbow! Rainbow held her hands up. Sorry, I was aiming for, aw. She shook the snow out of her hair and gave a surprised look to a mischievously giggling Fluttershy. Twilight joined in, throwing a spatter of snow at Applejack and receiving a face full in return. As the snow fell, their snowballs grew bigger and bigger, and their laughter grew louder and louder. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset stepped into a white wonderland full of laughing students. The mood was contagious, and while Sunset didn't laugh, it quelled her bad mood. She stepped through the snow, ducking under a poorly thrown snowball. Everyone's having a good time, but where are Sunset Shimmer? What have you done to my dress? Well, I lived a decent life. Sort of. She swiveled and found Rarity marching toward her, flames in her eyes. Now, Rarity, I can explain. You have dust and dirt stains all over it, and it's torn. How could you do this to me? Applejack swooped over and put an arm around Rarity's shoulders. Go easy on her, Rarity, I'm sure she has a good explanation. Does climbing through the vents to get out of a locked closet count as a good explanation? Rainbow walked over with the others, an impressed grin on her face. Sounds like you had your own party tonight. You have no idea, Sunset deadpanned. She looked at their collective smiles, save for Rarity, who looked ready to tackle Sunset, the snow in their hair, and pointed a curious finger at them. So, are you guys friends again? Applejack gave her ringlets a tug. Well, maybe not officially. She looked over to Rainbow. But I'd like to be. Rainbow rubbed the back of her neck. Yeah, maybe I'm holding too much of a grudge. School isn't much fun unless I'm with you girls, even if Sunset isn't terrorizing us. No offense. Shut up. Rarity relaxed and took a collective breath. I agree with Rainbow. We all said and did some hurtful things to each other, but I don't know. There's a certain bond I feel with you girls that I don't feel with anyone else. Perhaps it's time we forgive and forget. Start completely anew. Applejack dipped her head. I can agree to that. Woohoo. Pinkie cheered. The Spectacular Seven is back. Sunset beheld all of them. It had worked. Her plan had actually worked. Her friends were friends again. A lump swelled in her throat and hot tears ran down her face. Twilight put a hand on her arm. Sunset, are you okay? She stomped a foot into the snow and shouted, You're all so stupid. Aw. Pinkie held her arms out. Sounds like someone needs a group hug. They all piled around Sunset, locking her in a warm embrace that made her cry harder. I hate all of you. We love you too, Sunset. They stood locked together until the hum of a microphone grabbed their attention. The main lights came on, showing Celestia and Luna standing on stage. Everyone, it's time to announce this year's Princess of the Winter Ball. She waved an envelope. A cheer went up through the room. Rainbow stepped out of the hug. So, we're all cool, right? No hard feelings when I win. Rarity clicked her tongue. No hard feelings on whoever wins. Right, right. Celestia tore the envelope open. And this year's winner is, she pulled the card out. Twilight Sparkle. Really? Rainbow shouted over everyone else's ovation. Yes. Sunset cried, grabbing a fistful of air and pulling her arm down. She saw Twilight hadn't moved from her spot and gave her a gentle nudge forward. Go on, you won. Eyes wider than an owl's, Twilight made her way up to the stage and stopped in front of the icy podium. Celestia handed her the crown and she accepted it but didn't put it on. She stepped over to the microphone and cleared her throat, bringing calm to the approbation. Thank you for this. She looked down at the white crown, a blue gem in its center. The fact that you all voted for me does mean a lot, but she lifted her head, a sharp resolve in her eyes. I think it might have been for the wrong reasons. Some of you might not realize it, but I'm not the same Twilight Sparkle from the fall formal. In a hard to explain way, she and I are two separate people that just happen to look alike. I'm not a princess. Again, I'm honored so many of you voted for me, but I believe a real princess shouldn't be decided by a popularity vote, but by their actions and dedication to the school and to their friends. Twilight held the crown up. I believe there is one student here who is more deserving of this crown than anyone who ran. She persevered in the face of adversity. She spent all week organizing this dance for you, making sure everything was perfect. Twilight softened her voice. And tonight, she sacrificed her own enjoyment to make sure everything kept running smoothly. Sunset's eyes contracted to pinpricks. No. She took a step back, wondering how far she was from the door. She's shown all the qualities of a good leader. Maybe she has a few faults, but she's trying her hardest to fix them. Twilight locked eyes with Sunset. Sunset Shimmer, could you come up here, please? There was no jolt. There was no tickle. There was no subversion of her will whatsoever. And as much as Sunset wanted to jump, scream, and dance with joy, she was frozen in the snow with the entire school watching her. Her head was ready to float away, and the world tilted to one side. She might have fallen over if Rarity hadn't nudged her shoulder. Go on, darling, she whispered. Sunset's legs restarted and carried her toward the stage. The room was deathly quiet, making each footstep an avalanche. Hundreds of eyes haunted her as she walked, judging her, criticizing her, demanding to know why. Once again, she was stealing something that didn't belong to her. She did not deserve this crown. She did not want this crown. It never left her line of sight as she moved forward. The blue gem stared back at her, an eye of her demonic half. Come and rejoin me, it said seductively. Come and take back your lost power. But power was the last thing Sunset wanted. She was free, finally free of her penance. Her debt had been repaid. Yet the universe continued to insult her, mock her, then tempt her to fall back into darkness. Run away, her brain commanded. But she couldn't run. It wasn't the curse that spurred her on, but she couldn't stop her advance up the stairs. After a 1,000-year march, Sunset stopped in front of Twilight. Twilight smiled at her, but Sunset's jaw locked, rendering her unable to return it. I hereby forfeit my crown to Sunset, shimmered, Twilight said. She held the crown out to Sunset. Sunset's entire body trembled. Her breath was shallow, and she couldn't work her arms. Twilight pushed the crown closer. It won't hurt you, she whispered. Nothing is going to happen, I promise. Sunset looked up into Twilight's eyes and found solace in the starry universe behind them. It was just a crown. It wouldn't hurt her, it was nothing more than plastic. She raised her hands and took the crown, then raised it over her head. She shut her eyes and brought the crown down, hoping beyond hope that Twilight was right. The searing pain never came. Electricity didn't strangle her body. Black talons didn't dig themselves into her mind. Sunset opened her eyes and looked down at her hands, still pale and plain. Her eyes moved up to Twilight, still smiling at her. Ladies and gentlemen, Twilight said, stepping back and gesturing to Sunset, your true princess of the winter ball. Twilight started the applause, closely followed by the rest of their friends, then Celestia and Luna. Flash blew a whistle with his fingers, then joined the applause with the CMC. Trixie gave Sunset a rare smile and began to clap as well. The next thing Sunset knew, the entire crowd was clapping and cheering for her, and new tears rolled down her face. She stepped up to the mic, wiping her face. Thank you, she choked out. She cleared her throat and continued, I really don't know what to say. Her hand moved to the crown sitting atop her head. Actually, I do know what to say. I don't deserve this crown. Not after everything I've put you all through. I tried my hardest to make you all miserable for almost 3 years, and one dance won't fix all that. But, I hope it does at least help me say that I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the lying, the intimidation, and the blackmail. I've learned a lot in the past few months. About being kind and loyal, being generous and laughing with your friends instead of at them, about being honest. She laughed weakly. I learned a lot about honesty. But, I learned it all from having a great group of friends, something I tried to deprive you all of. So, I'm sorry for that too. Sunset squared her shoulders. I think the biggest lesson I've learned is friendship isn't easy, but it's worth fighting for. Had Sunset looked down at herself, she would have noticed the faint golden glow she gave off. Pinky leapt into the air with a shout of woo, prompting the rest of the audience to applaud again. The back door opened, and in walked several people lugging large instruments, led by a familiar face Sunset recognized as Octavia. Ladies and gentlemen, the Canterlot Orchestra is here. Sunset cheered, the last of her apprehension draining away. Octavia raised her eyebrow at Sunset, then shot a scathing look to Vinyl, who just smiled and shrugged. Octavia rolled her eyes and led her band up to the stage while Sunset ushered everyone else off. Sunset shimmer. Octavia's voice caught Sunset just before she got to the stairs. Sunset sighed and turned around, watching Octavia approach from the other side. She leaned her cello case upright and kept a hand against it. Why am I not surprised to see you with another crown? Sunset was glad most of the students had begun to whisper excitedly among themselves. She smiled sheepishly at Octavia. You just missed the part where I apologized and told everyone how great friendship is. I'm sure. Octavia set her case down and started pulling her instrument out. Well, we're already here, so I guess we'll play. But I'm only doing this because Vinyl asked me. And because we want to get paid. Sunset shrugged. Fair enough. She couldn't expect everyone to believe she had changed. In fact, she'd still be happy if no one else in the room had really accepted her apology. She had still made it, and she had 6 girls that already embraced her with loving arms. That was more than enough. Speaking of which, Sunset got off the stage and cantered over to her waiting friends. Rarity was the first to run up and give her a hug. That was a great speech, darling. She looked over to Twilight. And that was a very touching gesture you made. I'm so proud of both of you. PFFT. Rainbow blew air out the side of her mouth. It was totally sappy. She grinned. But, it was the best kind of sappy. Sunset stepped up to Twilight. Thank you, Sparky. Twilight folded her hands behind her back. You're welcome. An arm pulled itself around Sunset's shoulder and pulled her close to its owner. Wow, Sunny. Lyra sang in Sunset's ear. That was quite a speech, and this has been quite a ball. Sunset grabbed Lyra's wrist and brushed her off. So glad you enjoyed it. Her happy bubble was already deflating. Now, either get to the point or go away. Well, the dance was a great hit. Lyra wiggled a finger. Boo it, while you didn't go over budget, you still spent quite a lot of money which, so far, doesn't seem to be made up for with the revenue. She sighed, trying her hardest to look sad. And if you remember our agreement. You gotta be kiddin' me. Applejack shouted. She threw an arm out. Y'all are gonna ban Sunset after all this. Lyra shrugged. Listen, I don't make the rules, I just enforce them. We had a great turnout, but so far, the profit revenue isn't meeting the cost, so we're losing money. And if the dance wasn't a budget success? Rainbow rolled up her sleeve. Oh, I'll give you a budget success. What seems to be the matter, girls? Celestia walked in between the two parties, Luna right behind her. Lyra's eyes dilated. Oh, nothing, Principal. Just a little talk. Pinky pointed a finger. She has a petition to ban Sunset from all the school activities if this dance didn't go well, but it did go well, but since it didn't make enough money anyway, she still wants to ban Sunset. Luna raised an eyebrow. A petition to ban someone from school activities. Yeah, Rainbow jumped in. More than half the school signed it, and she was going to give it to you since you wouldn't be able to say no with that many signatures. Oh, Celestia looked from Lyra to Sunset. I see now. And did President Lyra mention that that particular clause came from the last edition of the rule book, which is 10 years outdated? The current one abolished such a rule for instances similar to this one. 7 pairs of eyes glared at Lyra. No, she didn't, Twilight growled. Lyra continued to smile, sweating bullets the entire time. Really? Huh, I wonder how I could have made such a mistake. A mystery for the ages, Luna said. Come, sister. She turned for the snack table. I think these girls have much to talk about now. Celestia nodded. Congratulations, Sunset. I hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Oh, we intend to, Sunset said, a thin line of malice layered on her voice. Her eyes never left Lyra. So that part just slipped your mind, Lyra took a step back, holding her hands up. To be fair, I didn't think you'd call my bluff. Rainbow rolled her other sleeve up. I knew it was BS. All right, so which do you like the taste of more, the floor or the wall? As your president. Viva la revolution. Pinky shouted. Sunset held her arm out, halting her friend's advance. Thank you, girls. But I don't think a beatdown is necessary. Lyra lowered her arms a little. Wait, you're not mad. Oh no, I'm absolutely livid, Sunset said calmly. She nodded her head to one side. If not slightly impressed that you knew I wouldn't go crying to the principal. From the corner of her eye, she saw seething anger still boiling beneath Twilight's rigid exterior. But, as much as I'd love to kick your ass across the dance floor, I'm not going to continue this cycle of aggression. I made your life miserable, you made my life miserable. Let's call it even now. After a brief hesitation, Lyra relaxed her whole body. Really? Wow, Sunset, that's pretty big of you. Now I kind of feel bad. She cleared her throat. Of course, I was doing it on behalf of the students. It's my duty to carry out their wishes to the best of my ability. Still, after tonight, I'm sure they won't mind you attending the rest of the school functions with a great attitude like that. So, water under the bridge. She stuck her hand out. Of course, Sunset said, her voice still calm. She shook Lyra's hand and took a step back. Lyra turned to Twilight. Sue, Miss Sparkle, care to elaborate on what you meant when you said you weren't the same Twilight Sparkle? Slap. Lyra staggered back, cradling her face with both hands. She stared blankly at Twilight. Sunset's calm mask broke, and she grinned wildly. I never said they were even with you. Rendered speechless and with a large hand mark across her cheek, Lyra walked away, disappearing into the crowd. The spectacular 7 burst into triumphant laughter, with Applejack and Rainbow praising Twilight and punching her shoulder. Sunset leaned in. What happened to taking the high road? The world isn't all sunshine and gumdrops, Twilight said with a deviant smile. Sometimes, you have to be demanding. I'm a terrible influence on you. The orchestra began to play, and the lights grew dim again. A soothing waltz began, and students around them partnered up with their dates to dance. The music dispelled the last of the negative energy Lyra had delivered to Sunset, leaving only a happy bubble in her stomach and a fluttering heart. She held her hand out to Twilight, the strobe lights gliding over them. May I have this dance, Twilight? Twilight's face lit up brighter than any Christmas tree. Her smile was small and shy, but had it contained any more joy, Sunset was afraid Twilight might explode. She gave her hand to Sunset. Yes, you may, princess. Their friends broke into giggles and quickly scattered, leaving the two alone in the middle of the dance floor. Their fingers curled around each other's, while Sunset kept her other hand around Twilight's waist. They stepped together in time with the music, rotating and making small dips. Sunset wasn't sure if her heart had stopped, or if it was beating so fast she couldn't feel it anymore. The close contact with Twilight made her entire body tingle like she had stuck her finger into a socket. The electricity spread to her cheeks and made her smile. I thought you said you couldn't dance. Sunset said playfully as they turned again. Cadence gave me a few lessons. They pulled apart and came back together. I thought you said you didn't dance. Never said I couldn't. Snow swirled about them, catching the revolving lights and turning into multicolored fairies. The rest of the room melted away until it was just Sunset, Twilight, and the music. Twilight, Sunset said softly, about all those things I said on Thanksgiving. Twilight stared up at her with fear and hope. I didn't mean any of them. Then why did you say them? Sunset let out a slow breath. She took a moment to savor the lack of pressure on her throat. The elements of harmony left me with a parting gift the night of the fall formal. They gave me a penance that demanded I had to do whatever anyone asked me to do and tell the truth to any question. Twilight's curiosity turned to horror. You were cursed. In a nutshell, it was so nice not having to give a direct answer. But then all those things you did, Twilight's horror fell to discouragement. A lot of them weren't done by initial choice. You guys said, please, so I had to do it. Their dancing had slowed to a simple back and forth pacing. But they never said I had to enjoy it. It was more like a shove to get me out of my solitude. And I came to like just about everything I had to do. It wasn't the most orthodox method, but it did push me down the road to friendship. Twilight was silent, her eyes processing this new information. She blinked. But then, at Thanksgiving, you asked me to lie, remember? When you asked me how I felt about you, I was still under the compulsion to lie. Twilight blinked again. Wow, that explains just about everything. Wait, is it still active? Nope. I'm not sure when it wore off, but it's gone. Sunset smiled. I'm doing this purely because I want to. They made a small rotation. Magic and curses, Twilight mumbled. A few months ago, I would have thought you were crazy. Her eyes rose to Sunset's. So then, how do you really feel about me? Sunset opened her mouth, then closed it. As she gazed into Twilight's eyes, her big, stupid, adorable, violet eyes, Sunset realized she didn't need to repeat what she had said to Rarity. Instead, she closed the distance between her lips and Twilight's. It was not like when Sunset had kissed Flash. Back then, it had been wilder, more passionate, even if the passion had been forced on her end. She had kissed him with all the force she could muster, working her way around his mouth to make sure he was satisfied. But this, it was softer, less passionate and more curious. Less aim for contentment and more for understanding. Kissing Twilight's soft lips, Sunset found there was actually a purpose. She wanted to do this. She grabbed Twilight by the waist and pulled her a little closer. Twilight made a small noise of surprise but didn't back away. Sunset didn't invade Twilight's mouth just yet, she kept it simple, tilting her head up and gently kneading Twilight's lip. Their eyelashes fluttered against each other, making smaller kisses of their own. Sunset peeked an eye open to see Twilight's back foot popped into the air. They had stopped moving. Snow began to pile on top of their heads. It didn't matter anymore though, nothing around them mattered anymore. Sunset pressed against Twilight's mouth a little harder to tell her that nothing mattered but that moment. She didn't care if Twilight looked like her mortal enemy. She didn't care about winning or losing. She didn't care about the snow falling on them. She didn't even care if her friends were ogling them from around the room, secretly cheering at the spectacle. All Sunset cared about was Twilight. Finally, they broke apart, their first desperate breath visible in the cool air. Their hands and arms were still wrapped around one another. Both of their faces were scarlet. That was Twilight fumbled, apparently having forgotten how to use her tongue. Why yeah, that was, Sunset found she couldn't finish the sentence either. But, looking into each other's eyes, an understanding passed between them. The kiss had said everything that needed to be said. Off to the side, Rarity and Pinky were jumping up and down, squealing in delight. The others nodded and smiled in satisfaction. Flash's face was red and fluctuated between surprise, interest, and disappointment. Well, that explains just about everything. Sunset brought her attention back to Twilight. Her face was still glowing from the kiss. With the red in her cheeks, it looked like she had coals in her mouth. Have I ever told you, you're cute when you're flustered? Twilight giggled, starting at a higher pitch, then bringing it back down to its regular octave. She led them into their next dance, another slow waltz. So, does this mean we're dating? Sunset grinned. Do you want us to be dating? Very much so. Yes, please, Twilight squeaked. Sunset laughed, lifting a hand under Twilight's chin. Only because you asked so nicely. She pulled Twilight in for a second kiss. Step 41, Rising Sun. The room was dark and quiet, and a warm breeze blew from the vent. Outside, the snow had finished falling, leaving a perfect blanket over Canterlot. Sunset slept peacefully, tucked under her blankets, her hair wildly spread across her pillow. She floated in bliss, her body tired but light, for the weight she had carried for so long was gone. She turned over and curled herself tighter. All was as it should be, even in her dream world. A buzzing sound on her nightstand pulled her from her dreams of strawberry ice cream and flying motorcycles. She cracked an eye open to see her phone vibrating. Uugh. She reached over, pushing aside her new crown, and flipped it open. Hello, she said groggily. Hi, Sunset. Twilight's voice came through in an apologetic whisper. I'm really sorry for waking you up. Again, Sunset added. Quote. Again, Twilight agreed. I just wanted to make sure one more time. We did dance together at the ball, right? Sunset smiled in spite of her ornery mood. Yes, Sparky, we danced. And then, we kissed, right? I didn't dream that. No, Twilight. We kissed. We're dating. I promise it wasn't a dream. Even if it feels like one. Okay. I just wanted to make sure, you know. I'll let you get back to sleep now. Good night, Twilight. Good night, Sunset. Sunset flipped her phone shut and turned over again, getting comfortable. She could understand Twilight's disbelief, it was a lot to take in. Sunset just wished Twilight had waited until the morning to bug her about it. She let out a dreamy sigh. Still, it was a great feeling, if not an odd one, waking up and knowing Twilight Sparkle was her girlfriend. It created a warm bonfire in Sunset's stomach. Twilight was her girlfriend, her friends were back together, the school, hopefully, didn't hate her, and she had a warm house to live in. Perhaps the universe had finally cut her a break. Sunset closed her eyes and drifted off, smiling at her change of luck. Her phone rang again, and she slammed a hand over it before answering. Sparky, listen to me, she said in a calm but demanding tone. Yes, we danced, yes, we kissed, yes, we're dating. Anything you think happened at the dance, happened, but I swear, if you call me again before the sun comes up, I will take it all back. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's okay. Just go to sleep. Good night. Good night. Asterisk. Good morning, Canterlot. Cadence's voice rang out of the radio. This is your mi amore in the morning. I hope you're all having a lovely day so far. If not, maybe I can help with some soothing love songs. But first, a shout out to my favorite girl in the world. Happy birthday, Twilight. I hope you have a special day with your special friend. Sunset fought the urge to roll her eyes. From behind his morning paper, Artemis let out a snicker. Cadence ended her monologue and played the latest love pop song by someone named Countess Coloratura. Christmas Eve served as another normal morning in the Lulamoon household. Sunset had gotten up and joined everyone downstairs for breakfast. Artemis and Selena had cooked pancakes, eggs, and bacon, or in Sunset's case, tofu bacon, which she found quite enjoyable. The radio played in the background as they ate. As Sunset had found out a week ago, the Lulamoons rather enjoyed Cadence's station. She supposed she couldn't fault them. Cadence could be entertaining at times, and it was fun to listen to whiny teenagers complain about their love lives to her. Cadence could give out sound advice, however. Sunset supposed the only thing that really irked her were the songs. She never could stand songs about how wonderful love was, or how bad breakups hurt. While today was Christmas Eve, it was also Twilight's birthday, as Sunset had only found out a few days ago. Twilight had tried to tell her it wasn't a big deal, but Sunset wanted to do something special for her, girlfriend or not. Luckily, Sunset remembered they had 2 passes to the Canterlot Aerospace Museum. While they had gotten together at the dance, Sunset hesitated to call it a proper date. So for Twilight's birthday, Sunset would treat her to a real one by taking her to the museum. It wasn't much, but it was a start. Artemis had suggested buying her something out of the Emporium. He seemed to get a kick out of Sunset dating another girl. With her breakfast finished, Sunset excused herself from the table to get ready. She still had a few hours, but she planned to make full use of the bathroom and shower. However, when she got to the top of the stairs, she found Trixie already at the bathroom door with a change of clothes in hand. "Trixie wants to wash up before you hog the bathroom again," she said with mild annoyance. Of course, most things Trixie said were in mild annoyance, so Sunset knew everything was fine. Sunset made an exaggerated gesture for Trixie to go in. When the door closed, Sunset muttered, "She's lucky she can teleport." With the shower occupied, she went to her room to read. Since Selena was a writer, an abundance of books filled the house, a lot of them penned by her. She ranged from short children's stories to young adult novels. Sunset particularly enjoyed the series about a wizard and his girlfriend and their adventures around the world. She often stopped to think about how much of it might be based on true stories. During her stay, the Lulamoons had tried their best to integrate Sunset into the family dynamic and make her feel welcome. She played board games, watched movies, and took part in the family magic shows put on by Artemis. She even tried a little fencing with Selena. And while they still weren't best friends, Trixie accepted Sunset's presence in the house and made an effort to be friendly. If she had any lingering resentment towards Sunset, she took it out during game night. So, Sunset no longer felt like a stranger in their home, just the estranged cousin that had to live with them for a while. She did her best to not be a burden, helping out with chores when she could, and keeping to her room when there wasn't a family activity. She stretched out on her bed and looked at the ceiling. She still hadn't put her ornamental lights up, feeling she still wasn't that comfortable with her new living arrangement. Turning her head, Sunset's eyes fell on the picture frame, now holding a photograph of her and her friends on the night of the dance. They were huddled together, giving the camera their largest smiles. If one looked closely, they could see Sunset and Twilight's hands locked together. Sunset smiled, then cringed, remembering the aftermath of the dance. While the rest of the night had gone off without a hitch, cleanup had been a long nightmare. Sunset hadn't counted on shoveling snow out of the gym or trying to move the ice pillars before they finished melting. She also had to explain to Celestia how she had gotten up to the air conditioning unit. There was a day of detention waiting for her when break ended. All things considered, it was worth it seeing as she had accomplished everything she had set out to do. She let out a short yawn, then picked up the book sitting on her nightstand. She had taken a break from Selena's works to read The Wizard of Oz. It was even better than Rarity had described it. Sunset got a few pages in before Trixie knocked on her open door. "Shower's all yours." "Thanks, Trix." Sunset marked her page and got up. While she tried her hardest to make her presence barely noticeable, Sunset did have one guilty pleasure: long, hot showers. After going several years without them, she thought she deserved it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At 1 in the afternoon, Sunset pulled into the parking lot of the Aerospace Museum downtown. She triple-checked she had her ticket in her pocket, knowing that, with her luck, it could have easily flown out on the drive over. She stowed her helmet in the space under the seat, then made her way to the front entrance. Seeing Twilight was nowhere in sight, Sunset guessed she was early. The museum was 3 stories high and painted chrome to give it a futuristic appearance. 2 large domes sat on the east and west sides, one of them had a large telescope pointed to the clear sky. Sunset took a seat on the front steps and enjoyed the sunlight. It had been sunny all week, melting the remaining snow and returning Canterlot to its normal state. 3 voices caught Sunset's attention, and from around the corner came Twilight, Shining, and Cadence. Sunset's heart sank. "I hope this didn't turn into a double date." Twilight waved and ran up to Sunset, hugging her and giving a quick nuzzle. When she pulled away, Sunset realized Twilight was wearing a pair of thick glasses. Sunset bit her lip to hold back her laughter. "Happy birthday, Sparky. Those are new." She tapped one of the lenses. "Actually," Twilight said, moving to adjust them, "they're kinda old. I ran out of contacts before my new dosage got here, so I had to use these today." Her cheeks reddened. "They're not bad, are they?" No, Sunset said, helping to straighten them. "I think it works for you. You look more adorable than usual." "Really?" Twilight brightened up. "Then, maybe I'll keep them." She squinted her eyes. "I might have to update the prescription though." Ahem, Shining coughed, making the girls jump apart. "Before you two go off on your own, I'd like to have a word with Sunset." "Shining," Twilight warned. Shining raised a hand and put on an easygoing smile. "Relax, it's just a little talk, I promise." Sunset rolled her eyes and hopped down the steps, leaving Twilight alone to pout. Shining's smile faded into a neutral expression as Sunset came close. So, how's everything going, Sunset? Everything's going pretty great, Sunset said with a relieved laugh. In fact, I haven't felt this good since I can't remember when. Guess I have you to thank in some small part. The corners of Shinning's mouth tipped upwards. Just doing my job. Or at least attempting to. I'm glad everything worked out for you, Sunset. His mouth reset to a thin line. Now, about Twilight. Oh no, here it comes. She seems to still be under the delusion that I don't know you two are dating. According to her, you two are just hanging out today. Shining made quotes with his fingers. Now, she can tell me whenever she's ready, I'm not going to say no. But, if you hurt her again, Sunset, I promise you, there will be consequences. Cadence pulled Shining off to the side, keeping a firm grip on his ear. All right, that's enough of that. She came back over and smiled at Sunset. Don't mind him, he's just playing the role of the protective big brother. You'll get used to it. She held up a finger, stopping Sunset's response. But, he does have a point. I think you're a good girl, Sunset, and I think you'll treat Twilight right. Now, most first relationships don't make it to happily ever after, so I won't ask you to make any vows. The shining light left her eyes, a cold warning replacing it. But, if Twilight comes home a sobbing mess or with shattered ideals of love because of something you did, just know that I can break your heart into so many pieces, you won't be able to find them all. Sunset stared, eyes wide, mouth closed, and a shivering wind swirling in her stomach. Understood, she said hoarsely. Good. The warmth returned to Cadence's eyes, and she gave Sunset a friendly hug. Have fun, you two. She waved and winked to Twilight before linking an arm around Shining and walking off down the street. The cold wind dispersed, though it had left a lasting impression on Sunset. She had to admit, she respected Cadence for being able to shake her up like that. Footsteps sounded behind her, and Twilight appeared at her shoulder. What did they want to talk to you about? Oh, they just wanted to see how I was doing, Sunset said with a wave of her hand. It felt good to lie again. Though she swore she wouldn't tell deceitful lies, white lies went for miles. Twilight scrunched her nose in suspicion, and Sunset gave it a little tweak. She moved her hands around Twilight's waist and said, Don't worry, it's nothing. Promise. Promise. Sunset pulled her closer. It's your birthday, just relax. She leaned in for a kiss, and Twilight closed her eyes in anticipation. Oof. Ow. They both flinched back. Twilight's glasses were askew and pressed closer to her face. She took them off and wiped them on her shirt. Sorry, Sunset said. That's going to take some getting used to. Twilight slipped them back on and leaned up to try again. Sunset navigated carefully around Twilight's glasses and graced her lips with a tender kiss. When Sunset pulled away, Twilight made a high-pitched giggle, a sound that had become quite common to Sunset. Shall we go in? Sunset gestured with a hand. Twilight took it and led her up the steps and to the front entrance, skipping the entire way. No matter how happy and nice Sunset got, she would never skip. There's so much I want to see, Twilight said after handing the receptionist their tickets. There's a black hole exhibit, and a 3D viewing of the known galaxy in the planetarium, and a lecture on the sustainability of life on Mars, and a collection of moon rocks that you can hold. Twilight squeaked. We get to hold rocks from space. Oh. And then there's all the fun attractions like the gyrosphere and the rocket launch simulator. Twilight took both of Sunset's hands and jumped up and down. Can we go on it? Please, please, please. There wasn't a jolt down Sunset's spine, but after feeling one every time someone said, please, it still tickled. Twilight, it's your birthday, we can do anything you want to do. Eeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeeee Oh, I should have made a list. Moon rocks. Let's go touch moon rocks before all the little kids break them. She pulled Sunset down the main hall, Sunset laughing all the while. Asterisk 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 asterisk. With it being Thursday and Christmas Eve, the museum was reasonably devoid of people. Sunset was glad, 1, because she never liked crowded areas, and 2, Twilight could talk all she wanted without fear of being told to shush. Like in the case of the planetarium, where she gave full commentary to the stunning 3D visual tour of the galaxy. There had been a narrator, but with the number of facts Twilight spat out, Sunset felt he was redundant and unnecessary. Quote. And that's why, even if Betelgeuse were to explode in our lifetime, it would take 600 years before anything catastrophic would hit Earth. And at worst, it would be some extra ultraviolet radiation. But the explosion would be bright enough to see, even in the daytime, so that would be fun to watch. Sunset tossed her pair of 3D glasses into the bin as they exited the planetarium. Twilight's enthusiasm was infectious, and Sunset couldn't wipe the smirk from her face. You really get a kick out of this stuff, don't you? Twilight did her impersonation of a bobblehead. It's all just so exciting. Astronomy was my first scientific passion. My dad bought me my first telescope when I was 6. Her shoulders fell with the deflation of her excitement. My first dream was to be an astronaut and go to space. Sunset frowned. What happened? Twilight pointed to her eyes. My vision is too poor, even with corrective lenses. She sighed. Plus, astronauts have to go through a ton of physical training and I can barely run a mile. She gestured to the exhibition hall they were in, posters on the walls and models on the ceiling. So, I'll have to settle with books and computers. Hey, it's not all bad. Sunset squeezed Twilight's hand. There's a lot you can do from here. Besides, how many discoveries have actually been made by astronauts? The scientists do all the work. Yeah, Twilight shifted her weight from one foot to the other. But it'd be so cool to float in space or travel to another planet. Well, take it from someone who's already played the part of alien visitor, it's not all it's cracked up to be. You spend most of your time wondering how you're going to survive. They paused in front of a fact chart for the Horsehead Nebula. You're from another world, Twilight said, eyes filled with wonder. I know that, but my mind still feels like it's processing it for the first time. You act so normal most of the time. Sunset arched a sarcastic brow. Oh, would you like me to start neighing and eating hay? Or maybe you'd like a ride on my back? Twilight gave her a playful shove. Come on, I'm trying to be serious. Well, ponies and humans have a lot more in common than you think. Sunset wiggled her fingers. The only real difference is, we walk around on 4 hooves and have magic. And we can weaponize friendship. I bet that keeps your military budget low. We'll never have to build any nuclear bombs, I'll tell you that much. Puts a whole new meaning on, kill them with kindness. Twilight turned back to the poster and got lost somewhere in the countless stars. I know you're from another place, she said, her voice becoming misty. But, what if you're not actually from another dimension? Sunset tried to follow her line of sight and thought, and failed at both. What do you mean? I mean, what if Equestria isn't in some parallel universe, but in this universe? Just really, really far away. She pointed to a random star. There's a billion worlds out there. Maybe your home is one of them. While the portal did turn you into a human, maybe instead of taking you to another dimension, it just pushed you across space. Sunset stroked her chin. Interesting theory, Twilight. It's possible, I suppose, but how do you account for all the mirror differences between our worlds? Well, like I said, there's a billion different worlds, meaning a billion different possibilities. Fair. Sunset rolled her hand. Then how do you explain our ability to move the sun and the moon? Twilight jerked her head. You were serious about that. Sunset rolled her eyes. Yes, I was serious. Anything I've told you about Equestria so far has been true. Oh. Twilight's attention returned to the poster, and for a while she said nothing. Sunset waited patiently, amused by the concentrated scrunch of her nose. The only theory I have to explain that insults your entire species' intelligence. She sighed in defeat. So, I'm just going to say, magic, and leave it at that. Sunset steered her down the hall, patting her on the head. You tried, Sparky. You tried. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You sure you want to do this, Twilight? Why yes, just hurry up before I change my mind. Sunset stood behind a rail while Twilight, shaking like a leaf with sweat pouring down her forehead, was strapped into the gyrosphere. Sunset had never seen such a contraption before. It was spherical in shape with a chair on a central axis, surrounded by metal rings. The operator of the stand brought the harness down and made sure it was firmly secure before heading to his stand. Twilight gave Sunset a compound look that said, "Help, and don't you dare try to stop this." Sunset gave her a thumbs up. The ride started with a jolt, and Twilight locked up, squeezing her eyes closed. The sphere rotated forward first, then diagonally, then backward, picking up speed with each change in direction. Twilight made occasional squeals of hee. It was impossible to tell if they were out of joy or terror. The revolutions continued, with Twilight nothing more than a streak of purple color. After a full minute, the ride slowed to a stop, though her head continued to gyrate. She unstrapped herself from the ride and wobbled over to Sunset, duck-footed and teetering back and forth. She reached the railing and slumped over it. Sunset patted her on the head. Well, at least you know what astronauts have to go through. Twilight lifted her head up, mirth dancing in her eyes. I wanna go again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I regret buying you that cotton candy. Sunset finished buckling her seatbelt and leaned back. Next to her, Twilight shook so hard, her entire seat vibrated. The two were strapped into the shuttle for the rocket launch simulator, fake monitors and sensors beeping around them. The virtual screen at the front gave them a view of a NASA launch site. The shuttle door closed and the lights dimmed. Twilight bounced in her seat, words failing to escape her now. Speakers crackled around them, and on one of the smaller monitors, a man's face appeared. "Captain, this is ground control. Are you ready to launch?" "Sir, yes sir." Twilight squealed. "Good. Initializing final countdown in T-10. Sunset's seat shifted, and she found herself lying flat on her back, looking up at the vast sky. The shuttle started to vibrate, and at first, she thought Twilight had intensified her jitters, but quickly realized it was part of the ride. The rocket rumbled, ready for takeoff. Twilight reached out and pretended to click on the buttons. Batteries at full power. All engines are go. Engaging primary thrusters. Sunset didn't say a word, choosing to let Twilight live out her childhood fantasy. She found it adorable, if not a little heartbreaking. 3, 2, 1 liftoff. Houston, we have liftoff. The shuttle jumped from small vibrations to full-on turbulence. Thrusters roared in Sunset's ears, almost drowned out by Twilight's cheering. Clouds rushed past the screen, and the sky became darker and darker as they climbed higher. Sunset could actually feel the pressure on her body as they ascended into the stratosphere. "Detaching primary thruster," ground control said. The turbulence eased up, replaced by the softer pulse of the secondary thrusters. Space opened up to them, showering them with millions upon millions of small, glittering pearls. The pressure eased up, and Sunset could feel an artificial weightlessness settling over her. The second thrusters gave them a final push out of the atmosphere and detached from the rocket. Sunset and Twilight floated in their shuttle, 100 miles above the Earth. The shuttle rotated, giving them a view of the blue orb, the sun sitting on its horizon. "It's so beautiful," Twilight whispered. Sunset silently agreed with her, and couldn't help but wonder what Equestria looked like from space. Her sudden homesickness manifested itself as a lump in her throat. "Stop. There's no point in getting sentimental over it now." She reached for Twilight's hand and gently rested on top of it. This can be home now. I've got Twilight, I've got my friends. I'll be fine." Their shuttle re-entered the atmosphere, and a red sheen tinted the outside world while gravity dragged them back to the surface. "Until graduation I'll be fine." Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sun settled down and became cozy in the western sky when Sunset and Twilight left the museum. Sunset had pushed any thoughts of her lost home or uncertain future aside. She still had plenty of time before she had to worry about that. She just wanted to live in the now. Twilight shook her gift bag. "Thank you for the star chart, Sunset. Thanks for everything, really." She leaned up and kissed her on the cheek. The sparks from the kiss jolted Sunset into a lopsided smile. "Well, you know, it was the least I could do. It being your birthday and all that. This has been the best birthday ever." "Yes." Point for Sunset shimmer. They stopped at the bottom of the steps, watching the rays of the sun become eclipsed by the office buildings of downtown. Twilight gave her bag another shake. "Guess I should call Shining." Sunset raised an eyebrow. "Or, you know, I could give you a ride home." Twilight locked up, but her eyes held that look of excitement similar to the one she had while on the gyrosphere. "I couldn't ask you to do that, you've already done a lot for me today. Besides, you only have one helmet, and I'm not letting you drive all the way across town without a helmet on," she finished in a motherly tone. Sunset just smiled and gestured for Twilight to follow her. They walked over to the parking lot, where Sunset's bike had a whole row to itself. She opened up the seat and pulled out 2 helmets. One was hers, and the other was brand new, painted purple with a starburst on the side. Twilight stared in awe. "That's for me." "No, it's for Rarity. I missed you." Sarcasm. "Of course it's for you, Dodo. Happy birthday." She handed it to Twilight. "Wow." Twilight looked at the starburst, then looked at herself in the visor's reflection. She jammed the helmet over her head. "How do I look?" "Like a poor imitation of me." That earned Sunset another shove. "I'm kidding," she laughed. "So, you want a ride or not?" Twilight was silent under her helmet. "Go slow." Sunset smirked. "Of course, Sparky." She hopped onto her bike and started the engine. Twilight wrapped her arms tightly around Sunset's middle and scooted as close as she could. Sunset shuddered in delight before popping the kickstand up and riding out of the parking lot. She stayed true to her word and went slower on the surface streets. At every stoplight, she shouted back to Twilight, "You doing all right?" "MMHMM," would be her only response. When they got to the freeway, Sunset slowly accelerated to 65 miles per hour. She weaved through traffic with a devious grin, while Twilight doubled her grip around Sunset's stomach. Sunset didn't keep it up too long. Twilight had probably had enough thrills for one day. She retreated to the slow lane and remained there until the exit. 10 minutes later, they parked in front of Twilight's house. True to suburban conformity, her lawn looked just like all the others, dead from the winter cold. Twilight stumbled off the motorcycle and lifted her helmet up, sucking in a deep breath of air. Does it always get so warm in there? Sunset pulled hers off. You get used to it. She shook her hair out. So did you have fun? I did. Twilight furrowed her brow. But you promised me you would drive slow. That was slow. For me. Twilight rolled her eyes. Shining was right, you are a speed demon. Sunset inwardly cringed, showing it with only a subtle twitch of her eye. Yep, still stings. She cleared her throat. Shall I walk you to your door? Twilight held her arm out. I would like that. Arms looped together, they walked to the front door and faced each other. Twilight brushed some hair out from in front of Sunset's face. I had a really good time today. I'm glad. I was trying to make up for the dance, Sunset said, her shoulders drooping. You were doing your best to make sure everyone had a good time. But I neglected you half the night. Twilight shook her head. You still danced with me. And we kissed. I'd say the night still turned out to be pretty great. Oh, Sunset pulled her closer. Well then, I guess there's only one way to close out tonight. Sunset closed her eyes as they drew together. It was still an odd sensation to her, wanting someone else's lips pressed against hers, wanting to intimately show her affection for Twilight. Their lips brushed together when the lock on the door clicked and it swung open. Shiny. Twilight had jumped so far back, Sunset had completely lost her balance and lurched forward, falling face first onto the wood patio. It needed to be swept. What were you two doing? Shining asked, his voice flat. Twilight's was unnaturally high. Hugging. We were just hugging goodnight. Maybe it's just this house. Sunset thought, her face still against the wood. Maybe it just doesn't want us kissing in front of it. Shining made no effort to hide his disbelief. Well, why don't you two come inside for a bit, it's cold. Sunset picked herself up and dusted her face off. Actually, I should probably be heading home. Shining grinned and pointed a thumb toward the dark entryway. Come on, just for a sec. Sunset looked to Twilight for confirmation, but only got a confused shrug. Sure, I guess. She followed Twilight into the dark house. Shining closed the door behind them, turning it almost pitch black. What happened to the lights? Twilight asked. They flashed on. Surprise. Twilight jumped back at the chorus of voices, stepping on Sunset's toes. Sunset played it off like a yell of surprise, but her foot was throbbing. Gathered around the dining room table were Twilight's parents, Cadence, Spike, and to Sunset's surprise, the rest of the spectacular seven. On the table was a large white cake with purple frosting that read, Happy Birthday Twilight. You all threw me a surprise party. Twilight whipped her head around. Did you know about this? Sunset leaned against the wall, taking pressure off her toes. I honestly had no idea. Well, Velvet said, since you were going to be spending most of the day with Sunset, we figured it would be the perfect opportunity. Then, your friend Pinkie Pie called us with the same idea, so we decided to work together. She pointed to the purple streamers and pink balloons hanging from the ceiling. Twilight took her glasses off and wiped her eyes. You didn't have to do all that. Pinkie bounced over and embraced Twilight before dragging her out of the entry hall. Of course we did. You're our friend, and what kind of friends would we be if we didn't help celebrate your birthday? Terrible ones, of course. It's nothing too much, really, Rarity added. Just some cake, some ice cream, and a little socializing. Sunset and Shining joined everyone around the tables, while Velvet pulled out the candles and placed them in the cake. Rainbow scrunched her face as she counted the candles off, then exclaimed, Wait, you're turning 17. Yes. Twilight answered, taken aback. But you're a senior. Shouldn't you be turning 18? Twilight tapped her fingers together. I skipped the second grade. Nightlight chuckled. She could have skipped the third grade too, but we wanted her to stay around kids close to her age. With the candles lit, they sang Happy Birthday to Twilight, and she blew them out, a wide grin stuck to her face. So, what did you wish for? Sunset asked while Cadence cut the cake. Silly, she can't tell you. Pinkie said, sticking her head in between them. Or it won't come true. Cadence handed out plates weighed down by thick slices of cake. So, how was the museum? Oh my gosh, it was so much fun. If Twilight's mouth hadn't been moving, Sunset would have sworn Pinkie had been talking. We got to hold moon rocks, and see stars, and I rode in the gyrosphere 4 times. Rainbow snorted. A perfect date for an egghead. I'll bet you two got plenty of chances to make out. Sunset kicked her in the shin, but the damage had already been done. Velvet and Nightlight gave Rainbow a curious look before turning it on a sunburnt Twilight. What's this about a date and making out? Velvet asked. If Sunset could, she would have gladly switched places with Twilight. Watching her melt into a puddle under the sudden spotlight was almost unbearable. You see, Twilight's hands shook so much, her cake bounced along her plate. I've been thinking, not really thinking, I have that's to say, I've discovered that, well. Your daughter's gay and I'm dating her. Sunset blurted out. Sunset, I'm sorry, the suspense was killing me. Twilight dropped her cake onto the table to Spike's disappointment, and buried her face in her hands. Yeah, I'm not into boys. And Sunset and I are together. Shining pressed his hands against his cheeks. Gosh, I had no idea. Cadence swatted him over the head. What he's trying to say is, we still support you and love you, Twilight, no matter what. Velvet stepped over and wrapped her daughter in a warm hug. Exactly what Cadence said. Honestly, I saw it coming a mile away. Nightlight frowned. So, am I the only one genuinely surprised by this? Yep. Yeah. Sorry, dear. Twilight's lower lip trembled. You're not mad, are you? Nightlight came over and joined in on the hug. At you? Of course not. I'm just upset that I'm the last to know things. He looked over to Shining. Do you have anything to tell us? Shining pretended to mull it over. You know me and Cadence are dating, right? Cadence swatted him on the head again. Nightlight turned to Sunset, trying his hardest to look displeased. Well, Sunset, since you're dating my daughter, I have to dislike you on principle. Velvet swatted him on the head. Ignore him, sweetheart. You're always welcome here. Sunset smiled. Thank you, Mrs. Velvet. She turned and gave Rainbow the evil eye. Rainbow held her hands up. What? I didn't know it was a secret. You guys were making out at the dance. I'm watching you, Shimmer. Nightlight wagged a finger. Following everyone else's lead, Sunset swatted Rainbow over the head. Step 42, Shooting Stars. The attack of a savage pillow interrupted Sunset's sleep. It relentlessly assaulted her face while hissing, "Wake up, Sunset. It's Christmas, and Trixie wants to open her presents." Wah, oof. Okay, oof. Trixie, knock it off, I'm up. The pillow came down one last time. Sunset grabbed her own and swung at Trixie, catching her in the face. As Trixie raised her pillow high, Sunset hit her again in the stomach. Trixie scored one last hit, then jumped back before Sunset could retaliate. Hurry up and get dressed, she said, smirking in amusement. It's already 9. Once Trixie was gone, Sunset rolled out of bed and stretched. She didn't know why Trixie wanted her to come down. It wasn't like Sunset had any presents to look forward to. Then again, knowing them, they might have gotten something for me. Sunset tried not to get her hopes up, but there was a flutter of excitement in her stomach. She switched from her pajamas to her sweats and quickly washed up in the bathroom. Downstairs, the Lulamoons were gathered around the Christmas tree, a moderate amount of presents at its base. The room smelled of fresh pine needles and gingerbread cookies. Merry Christmas, Sunset, Selena said, handing her a cup of eggnog. Merry Christmas, Sunset said kindly. Artemis gave one of his presents a little shake. Indeed it is. Come on, everyone, grab a present. They won't unwrap themselves. Trixie and Selena each picked up a colorfully wrapped box. Sunset strained her eyes to see if any of the presents had her name on them. Her heart sank after the first look through, and she drew up a chair to simply watch. Artemis popped up in front of her, holding a small box that fit in his hand. Come now, Shimmy, you didn't think we'd forget about you. He held the box out to her. Sunset took it with a guilty smile. No, of course not. Thank you, Artemis. Oh, don't thank me. Trixie is the one who picked it out for you. Daddy, you promised not to tell. Sunset held the present with some trepidation. For all she knew, inside was a firework, or an ink shooting something. She carefully took the wrapping off, finding a black jewelry box. Her fingers shook as she lifted the lid, and she held it a little ways from her face, just in case. But inside, there was no prank or disgruntled note. Instead, Sunset found her cutie mark. The red and gold intertwined and danced around each other, shaping into a sun that stared up at her with a black cord attached. Sunset pulled the necklace out, feeling the weighted metal in her hand. It's beautiful, Sunset whispered. She wasted no time in throwing it around her neck. Trixie, I don't know what to say. This is amazing. Trixie looked away, returning to her own present opening. Don't get all sappy on Trixie. She only did it so she wouldn't be in your debt. In my debt. You let me come and live with you, I think that debt's been repaid. Trixie put down the headphones she had just unwrapped. No, Mom and Dad let you come and live here, Trixie just agreed to it. Mostly because she didn't have a choice. That, she pointed to the necklace, is just Trixie's way of saying thank you. Sunset closed her hand around the necklace. Same to you. This means a lot. Artemis snapped a picture. Ha, I knew you two would get along eventually. My instincts are never wrong. In addition to her necklace, Sunset received a cylindrical package from Artemis. She unwrapped it and opened the top, only to have rubber snakes spring out at her. She still didn't find it funny but was glad everyone else enjoyed it. Selena got an old-fashioned writing quill and an inkwell, while Artemis got a new robe. They cleaned up the wrapping paper and moved into the kitchen to finish their eggnog. Cadence was on the radio again, her cheerful and affectionate voice less grating on Sunset's ears than before. Merry Christmas again, Canterlot. I hope your day is filled with peace, joy, and love. And a reminder to anyone going shopping today, be kind to the retail workers. I'm sure they'd rather be at home with their own families than standing at a cash register all day. Artemis drained his cup. Ah, the perks of having a family-owned business. When their drink was done, they set to work on Christmas dinner. Sunset volunteered to assist with anything she could as her Christmas gift to them. Apparently, magic was not allowed in the kitchen, for not once did Artemis pull out his wand or levitate anything toward himself. He mostly took orders from Selena. After Sunset had learned how to make mashed potatoes, roasted asparagus, and macaroni and cheese that didn't come from a box, she retired to her room for a break. She sat on her bed and admired her necklace for a minute, tracing her finger over the smooth finish. She doubted Trixie knew just how much the symbol meant to her, but it had been a moving gesture all the same. Sunset pulled out her phone, finding Christmas greetings from all her friends, including Flash. She took the time to reply individually to each of them, a warm fire kindling inside her heart all the while. She set her phone down and looked at the walls. I think now's a good time to put up the lights. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Sunset sat in the backyard, her stomach filled with Christmas dinner and pie. Across the yard, Trixie and Artemis were creating miniature gold, green, and red fireworks in the shapes of trees, bells, snowflakes, and other Christmas-related symbols. A golden angel did a full lap around the yard before exploding into a shower of rippling sparks. I take it you had a good Christmas this year? Selena asked once some of the noise died away. Sunset paused in her clapping. Yeah, I haven't had a holiday like this since, she lowered her eyes. Since I was back home. Do you miss it? Immensely. Sunset leaned back in her chair and looked at the first stars coming out for the night. But, I'm stuck here for another 2 years. And when I can go home I don't know if there'll be anything left for me to go back to. Her past was a mess and her future was a murky mystery. Sunset had come to enjoy living in each moment as it happened. She was tired of feeling guilty, and she had no desire to ponder what may be. Selena rested a hand on Sunset's. I'm sure a smart girl like you will figure something out. I think you have the potential to do whatever you set your mind to. And in the meantime, you're always welcome here. Sunset kept her face up. The fireworks must have been too bright because her eyes were starting to water. Thank you. I really appreciate that. She could see Selena smile from the corner of her eye. Across from them, Trixie made a cloud of white smoke before producing a gold shooting star. When the show was over, everyone parted ways, Sunset retiring back to her room. As she pulled her phone out to text Twilight, there was a voice at her door. Trixie is still wondering something. Sunset turned and found her leaning against the doorframe, trying to look nonchalant. And what's that? If you're from some magical pony place, why has Trixie never seen you do magic? Aside from the fall formal. Sunset looked at the back of her hand. I guess this body just isn't made to handle magic. I don't know why, but I lost all of it when I crossed over. I always thought it was because this world just doesn't have any magic in it. She looked curiously at Trixie. But why can you do it? Trixie leaned forward and raised a hand into the air, curling her fingers. Magic is in our blood. We are one of the last families to carry the secrets of the magical arts. We are the last descendants of the great Merlin. She gave Sunset her infamous smirk. You should feel honored, Sunset. You live among greatness. With a theatrical bow, she departed. Sunset paused in her amused chuckle. Wait, who's Merlin? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Unsurprisingly, a massive crowd filled the mall the day after Christmas. Normally, Sunset would never step foot in the mall with this many people milling about. But, her friends were eager to get their post-holiday shopping done, so she reluctantly agreed to tag along. She could have taken advantage of her ability to say no again, but friendship compelled her to go. It was magic, after all. Sunset joined them after grabbing a cup of coffee. Everyone gathered at one of the larger booths in the food court. It was a wonder how they managed to snag it with how busy it was. Oh, Sunset, that's a very pretty necklace you're wearing, Rarity said. Sunset took her seat next to Twilight, giving her a peck on the cheek. Thanks. Trixie got it for me for Christmas. Rainbow snorted. Trixie got a present for you. So, is this the part where Twilight acts like the jealous girlfriend? I am not jealous, Twilight said defensively. She turned her head to Sunset. Am I supposed to be jealous? No. Sunset reached over and swatted Rainbow over the head. Ignore her. It's just a present. Well, speaking of presents, Twilight reached down and pulled a purple wrapped box from under the seat. Merry Christmas, Sunset. Oh no, Twilight, you didn't have to get me anything. And now, I don't have anything to give you. Twilight shook her head. You already gave me a present. Several, really. I'm not going to make you give me a gift for my birthday and Christmas. Sunset took the parcel and set it on the table. Well, if you're sure. She leaned over and kissed her again. Thanks. Don't thank me just yet, Twilight said with a coy smile. Curiosity piqued, Sunset undid the bow, then tore into the wrapping paper. It was a simple white box used to store clothes. When she took the lid off, she almost screamed. TWTWI Twilight, you didn't, she said in a mousy voice. I did. Twilight sat up straight, a smug look on her face. Ooh, whatcha get. Pinky leaned over the table to get a better look. With trembling fingers, Sunset raised the item from the package, savoring the smooth feel. It unfolded itself as it came out, a beautiful black swan made of leather. Long sleeves with silver spikes on the cuffs, and an embroidered S over the left breast pocket. Applejack whistled. That's a mighty fine-looking jacket. Sunset didn't have enough words to agree with her. Here, in her hands, was the jacket she had been pining over. One of the reasons she had resolved to get a job. She had forgotten about it over the last month with everything going on, but now, here it was. She ran her thumb over the material, then pressed it against her face to inhale the intoxicating aroma. Twilight, she forced out, how? It was $300. Twilight took a sip of her tea, still smiling. I got it on sale. It was only $1.99. It was an extra $30 to get it embroidered though. Sunset flung her arms around her. Thank you. Thank you. This is amazing. She stood up and pulled her sweater off, ignoring the catcall Rainbow made. She donned her new leather jacket, the tailcoat falling just above her knees. It was perfect. She took a pause in her jubilation and looked at Fluttershy. This doesn't bother you, does it? Fluttershy looked at her folded hands. Well, I can't stop you from wearing it. She sighed and smiled, even if it was a little strained. And it makes you so happy. I couldn't ruin that for you. Sunset made a mental note to make it up to Fluttershy, then resumed her squeeing. She wrapped her arms around herself, careful not to poke her sides with her new spikes. Calm down, Rainbow said, it's just a jacket. It's the best jacket ever. Applejack chuckled. Well, TWI, I don't think there's any gift now that can top this one. Rainbow propped an arm up on the table. Really? What about? She laced her fingers together and repeatedly smacked her palms. Sunset unraveled her arms and pointed to her cuff. You know, these are for more than just decoration. Twilight tilted her head, her glasses falling to one side. I don't get it. Nothing, sweetheart, Rarity said. Come, let's get a move on before the mid-afternoon crowd comes in. Sunset took Twilight's hand as they slid out of the booth, giving it an extra squeeze. Thank you so much, Twilight. Twilight giggled. You're welcome. She paused. What did the gesture Rainbow make symbolize? I'll tell you when you're older. I just turned 17. And yet, you're still the baby of the group. Rainbow pointed with her thumb. Unless you count Pinky. She was born on Leap Day. I'm 4. Sunset just nodded. Yeah, that makes too much sense. They made their usual rounds starting with the higher-end clothing stores for Rarity. Sunset never understood why Rarity went shopping for other clothes when she could just make her own. She assumed there was some fancy answer, but didn't bother to ask. Instead, she amused herself by poking Twilight and discovering, to her eternal amusement, that Twilight was quite ticklish. They followed Rainbow into the game store next, where she bought 4 different games, 3 of them with ridiculous amounts of blood on the cover, with the last one being a soccer game. She waved them in front of Sunset. Reminds me, we need to get you into gaming. Sunset gave the covers a dubious look. Yeah, I don't think I'm into Gore Crisis 3. Don't knock it till you try it. After Pinky dragged them to the party store so she could refill her supplies, they returned to the center of the mall. Once the little kids had their fun with it, Sunset and Twilight took their positions on opposite sides of the chess board. Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're my girlfriend, Sparky, Sunset said, moving her first piece. I'd be insulted if you did. Twilight moved her knight. Rainbow slumped over on one of the benches. Wake me when the egghead fest is over. She managed to get a decent cat nap in, for the match lasted almost an hour. True to her word, Sunset put up the best fight she could muster. She knew many of Twilight's strategies now, and had counterattacks prepared. But that scenario went both ways, as Twilight was prepared to maneuver against any of Sunset's gambits. The first half of the match was spent trying to set the other up to lose even one piece, but neither fell for any ruse. And while Sunset resolved to make sacrifices, she could never find an opportunity where the reward was worth the risk. It was a cold war, with neither side willing to make the first declaration of attack. It could have gone on for another hour, but Sunset decided not to subject her friends to a long and boring game, and made the first move, using a pawn to take Twilight's first rook, only for her bishop to move in and take Sunset's knight. The battle escalated from there, with the casualties mounting higher and higher until the board was nearly empty. Sunset didn't regret making the first move, but she was certain it was the reason she now found herself on the edge of defeat. She had only 2 pawns and a knight left, while Twilight moved to corner her with a persistent rook and bishop, while her last pawn made its way to the other end of the board. Sunset knew when she had lost. Unlike Twilight, however, she never waved a white flag. She would go down fighting. Check. Sunset moved her king. Twilight moved her rook. Check. Or rather, Sunset would go down fleeing in an attempt to drag out her coming defeat. And, checkmate. Twilight moved her bishop, leaving Sunset with no other options for her king. Sunset crossed her arms and sighed. Well played, Twilight. Well played. Pinky clapped extra loud, waking Rainbow up. Wah. Is it over? Yeah, it's. Sunset caught a glimpse of Rainbow's face, and bit her lip. Yep, it's done. She took a deep breath, fighting back her giggles. Did you have a good nap, Dash? Yeah, why? No reason. Just curious. Scribbled onto Rainbow's face in permanent marker were a monocle and a goatee. Applejack turned and bit her knuckle, then twisted back. You look well rested is all. Missed a good game though. Yeah, I bet. Rainbow stretched, not noticing everyone else's snickering. So what now? Well, usually the loser has to buy the winner ice cream, Twilight said, looking expectantly at Sunset. Sunset made a mock bow. To the victor go the spoils. She added in a whisper, just try not to spill any on me this time. She looked over to Rainbow again and snorted. What's so funny? Nothing, Sunset said dismissively. You had to be awake to see it. In addition to paying for Twilight, Sunset bought everyone ice cream, the only Christmas present she could afford for all of them. The girls kept Rainbow in the dark about her makeover until the server at the ice cream store pointed it out, and she checked on the back of a napkin dispenser. She got her revenge by shoving Pinky's face into her birthday cake ice cream. Pinky just licked it off and asked for more. Twilight kept her arms tucked close with a tight grip on her ice cream. So, do you girls have plans for New Year's? Rarity tapped her spoon against her cup. Not that I know of. Why? Well, there's supposed to be a meteor shower a little after midnight, and I was thinking we could all go watch it together. That sounds like a super, fun-erific, fantastic idea, Twilight. Pinky threw herself onto the table in excitement and managed to knock over Sunset's milkshake. This time, Sunset moved like lightning and managed to throw her jacket up over her head before her strawberry treat spilled on it. Ha ha, I win this round. Darling, you're covered in milkshake. Yes, but the jacket is fine. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As a warm gesture to Fluttershy, Sunset volunteered to help at the animal shelter the following day. She made sure to leave her jacket at home. Spot greeted her with several loud barks and an excited tail. She spent several minutes rubbing his belly and reminding Fluttershy she was forbidden from telling anyone about her brief break in composure. She still had some image she wanted to maintain. They did their usual tasks. Sunset cleaned and refilled the cages with Spot at her heels, while Fluttershy interacted with the pets. When Sunset was finished, she played fetch with a few of the other dogs. Spot tried his hardest to get the tennis ball, but the truth of the matter was, he wasn't very big, leaving him outraced by the other dogs. He was the perfect size to lay in Sunset's lap though. His tail swayed hypnotically while Sunset ran a hand down his back. Fluttershy sat next to them, running a brush through Fifi's hair. Hey, Fluttershy, I've been meaning to talk to you about something. Your song, Shine Like Rainbows, well, Sunset grinned sheepishly. First, you're not mad that I used it, are you? Fluttershy lifted her head, her face brighter than the sun. Oh no, of course not. If it wasn't for you, everyone might still be fighting. I thought I had lost the lyrics until I heard those little angels singing. Sunset breathed easy. She didn't know why that had been a concern. Fluttershy didn't have a mean bone in her body, let alone the capacity to hold a grudge. So, when did you first write that? A little after Halloween. I was just so happy we were all spending time together that a song came into my head. She blushed. I'm not very musical, but it was still fun to make. I think you did a great job. Everyone loved it. Fluttershy's face was pinker than her hair. Thank you. You did a great job finishing it. She put down the brush and let Fifi go. Actually, there's something I wanted to talk to you about too. What is it? Fluttershy pointed to Spot, a wide smile on her face. He seems to really like you. Sunset scratched him behind the ears. Yeah, I've kinda gotten a little attached to him, too. Would you like to take him home? Sunset snapped her head up. What? Fluttershy scooted closer, her smile even wider. You have a nice home now, and he really connects with you, and makes you so happy. You should adopt him. Think about it, Sunset, you'd have a nice animal friend to come home to after school. And he'd go to a nice loving home. Whoa, Shy, calm down, I'm not saying no. You just caught me by surprise. She looked at Spot's torn ear. I'd love to take him home, but, I only just moved in with the Lulamoons, I don't want to impose anything on them. But it's for a good cause. If they were willing to help you, I'm sure they'd be willing to help an innocent animal. Sunset had to admit Fluttershy had a point. I'll ask Fluttershy. She sighed. Might have to beg for this one. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Please. Please. Trixie had her arms wrapped around Artemis' leg, and looked up at him with wide, sorrowful eyes. Sunset stood 5 paces away, smirking. Trixie, I understand Sunset's reasons, but why do you want a pet? Because I haven't had one since Midnight ran away. Artemis looked at the ceiling and stroked his goatee. Yes, ran away. Sad day. Sunset raised an eyebrow. Who's Midnight? Trixie finally let go of Artemis' leg and stood up. She was my black cat I had for 5 years. Then she went out one night and never came home. She jumped up and down. And I think it's time for a new pet. I agree with Sunset about adopting this poor dog. Artemis shrugged his shoulders. Listen, I'm not saying no, just. Woohoo. Trixie ran upstairs. Mom, Dad said we could have a puppy. He ran a hand down his face. That's how she got the cat too. What happened to the cat? Sunset asked. It's a long story involving a whip, a snake whistle, and an eagle. He shook his head slowly. In the last 5 of her 9 lives. That cat did not know when to quit. It's a good thing Spot's an indoor dog. Come the next day, the paperwork was filled out, the money was paid, and Spot came home with Sunset making himself comfortable on her bed. Trixie stuck her head into the room, looking at Spot with indifference. When Trixie thought she was getting a new dog, she didn't think he'd be so mangy. Sunset scratched Spot's back. I think it adds to his charm. Trixie sniffed. You would. You have a lot in common. She walked away, though similar to Sunset, it was all an act. Later after dinner, Sunset would find Trixie petting and cooing over him. This doesn't leave the house, Trixie warned. Sunset smiled and rolled her eyes. My lips are sealed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. At 9 o'clock on New Year's Eve, Sunset donned her jacket and gave Spot a big kiss on the head. He licked her cheek, then wandered off to find Trixie. Downstairs, she gave both Selena and Artemis a warm hug. Happy New Year's, she said. Same to you, Sunny. Artemis said. You're going to be missing some tremendous fireworks, though. A tradition for the Lulamoons was to go up the mountain and create large-scale fireworks to bring in the new year. Make one for me, then. Of course. He patted her on the head. Now off with you. Go have fun. Sunset grabbed her keys and headed out. The sky was clear, promising a perfect view of the meteor shower. She started her bike, giving it a loud rev. No one was supposed to be sleeping tonight anyway. It was a short ride to Canterlot Park, and Sunset was surprised to see it packed with blankets and people looking eagerly at the sky. Guess Sparky isn't the only star enthusiast in town. While the park was crowded, she found her friends had snagged the best spot. They waited for her at the top of a large hill, a picnic blanket spread out under the leafless tree. They exchanged greetings and hugs. Pinky blew on her noisemaker to say hello. Sunset took a cupcake from the snacks laid out on the blanket. She wiped some of the frosting and flicked it onto Twilight's nose. So, do you girls have any New Year resolutions? Rarity picked up a slice of pizza. Oh, the usual. Diet and exercise and all that. Applejack leaned against the tree. Rarity, you're as thin as a pencil. If you lose any more weight, you'll disappear. Twilight wiped the frosting off and ate it. I just want to maintain my perfect GPA. And get into Harvard. Or maybe Stanford. But I do want to travel the world, so I hope Oxford says yes. Sunset flicked more frosting at her. I just want to have the most amazing, mind-blowing summer ever before we go to college. Pinky said. She tossed a cupcake into the air and ate it whole. Sunset took a large bite of her own cupcake. Why does everyone have to bring up the future? Fluttershy asked, do you have any resolutions, Sunset? She shrugged. Just keep being a good friend, I guess. Rarity chuckled. Don't worry, dear. You're already off to a great start. The hours passed by, filled with talking, laughing, and a little reminiscing. Applejack passed around bottles of cider as the year came down to its final minutes. Sunset took a little sip, relishing the sweet taste. She looked around at the girls, measuring her love for each of them. Applejack, with her honest nature and big sisterly instincts. Sunset couldn't imagine her without her southern drawl. Rainbow caught her eye and grinned. Spirited and loyal. As obnoxious as she could be sometimes, Sunset admired her bravery, and was glad someone shared her competitive drive. Fluttershy quietly nibbled on a celery stick. Her heart overflowed with love and kindness. Perhaps, she was the bravest one of them all. Pinky bounced up and down on the blanket, pulling out her phone every few seconds to check the time. Her optimism and cheer could be grating at times, but all she wanted to do was make her friends laugh. It was a trait Sunset was grateful for. Rarity, dramatic sometimes, but what was life without a little flair? She was generous to a fault, and Sunset knew she could count on her whenever there was trouble. And then there was Twilight, leaning comfortably against Sunset's arm. Curious and compassionate. She didn't care where Sunset had come from, she just wanted to help her go wherever she was going. Princess Twilight may have pulled Sunset from the crater, but these 6 girls brought her back from the darkness. Pinky sprung up from her seat, confetti flying everywhere. Happy New Year! Everyone rose and joined her. Happy New Year! They clinked their bottles together and let out whoops of delight, hugging and high-fiving one another. Sunset pulled Twilight off to the side. She was a little hard to make out in the dark, but Sunset could still see her beautiful eyes. Happy New Year, Twilight. Happy New Year, Sunset. Their lips met in soft passion, Twilight moving her arms around Sunset's neck. Sunset tasted cider and smelled lavender, a wonderful combination. Come on, you two lovebirds. Applejack called. Aw, think the show's startin'. They broke away, Twilight giggling and fixing her glasses. Sunset led her back to the blanket and sat down, taking Twilight in her lap. Above them, the first meteor streaked across the sky. Another one quickly trailed after it, followed by 3 more. White lines struck against the blackboard of night, lasting only a second before they were erased. But they kept coming, one after the other, lighting up the New Year sky. Sunset squinted her eyes. Against the mountain face, she could see fireworks bursting in the dark. Her smile widened, and she pulled Twilight closer, nuzzling her neck. The rest of the spectacular 7 drew close as well, huddling together in the cold night air. Sunset made a wish on the shooting stars that this one moment could last forever. She knew it was silly, but it was simple and genuine. It was a rare moment in time where everything was perfect. A happy sigh escaped her lips. She would have to face the future soon, but for now, the present belonged to her and her friends. Advent moon. Look, my lady, shooting stars. The window of the black limousine rolled down, and the young woman leaned out just enough so she could see the stars flying overhead. Ephemeral flashes in the eternal dark sky. Beautiful for a moment, then gone forever. She smiled. Yes, that was quite lovely. The night air whipped against her soft face, making her eyes water, so she retreated into the confines of her transport. She crossed one leg over the other, sitting up perfectly straight against her velvet seat. She raised the porcelain cup from the tray in front of her and gave it a small swish before taking a dainty sip, Pinky out, no slurping. When the tea was gone, she stared at the dregs sitting at the bottom and sighed. Why do I sigh? I am home. I should be happy. She raised a pale hand to her blouse and felt the metallic object hiding underneath it. Oh, that's right. All the stars in the sky, yet mine is not here to greet me. The girl closed her purple eyes. Not all was lost yet. Perhaps she would be surprised upon her return home. Her heart fluttered with anticipation, but she kept her expectations low. The limousine slowed to a smooth stop, and a moment later someone opened her door and offered a hand out. She took it and stepped onto the polished brick pavement, the night wind tousling her red hair, the purple end curls brushing her shoulders. Welcome home, Lady Moondancer, her driver said with a bow. Moondancer straightened the turquoise bow sitting neatly behind her head and smiled at him. Thank you, porter. Please, bring my things up to my room. I'll be along shortly. Her voice was light and refined, to the point where she sounded like she was prepared to burst into song. Porter gave her another bow and began to pull her luggage from the trunk. Moondancer walked around him, her heels clicking against the floor. Here she was, home again, Canterlot's most upscale living area, saved for the rich, famous, and influential, the Upper Villa. Large luxury homes and mansions sat on the mountainside in neat, gated communities that overlooked the rest of the city. And from the three-story manor that sat at the top, Moondancer could see everything: uptown, downtown, the suburbs, the industrial district, and even the ever-free forest if she squinted hard enough. Oh, Canterlot, my elegant gem. My nascent throne, I have returned to you. She cupped her hands over her breast. But there is no fanfare, there is no jubilation. Instead, she smiled and looked up at the last star falling across the sky. She spread her arms out. You have the very heavens acknowledge my homecoming. Her arms dropped and she sighed. Yet still, my heart is heavy. For all the stars in the sky, the one I love most is not at my side. Moondancer turned and strode across the courtyard in measured, elegant steps. To be fair, she muttered under her breath, I just said I was coming home tonight. I didn't specify that. I would have liked it if she were to greet me. But, it is New Year's. She is with her family, no doubt. She reached the end of the long driveway and crossed the stone threshold housing the large double doors to her home. The entrance hall greeted her with warm insulation and perfectly polished floors. Moondancer looked at her reflection and straightened her hair. Footsteps sounded from one of the adjoining halls, and her maid, Lemon Fresh, came out to greet her. Welcome home, my lady. How was Paris? Très magnifique, Moondancer said with a smile. The house looks lovely as always. She walked up the grand staircase, running her slender fingers across the banisters. May I please have some tea brought up to my room? Lemon Fresh curtsied. Right away, Lady Moondancer. I shall prepare your favorite. You never disappoint. Moondancer stepped lightly down the halls, admiring the tapestries and pieces of art she hadn't seen in 6 months. Everything was exactly as she remembered it. She wondered if her father even bothered to come to this side of the house when she wasn't here. She paused at an intersection in the hall and looked left, up the tall flight of stairs. The top was shrouded in darkness, and a melancholy wind floated down and caressed her cheek. Her heart thumped in her chest, and her body leaned toward the stairs. She caught herself and inhaled sharply. As much as she wanted to go and visit, it would only drag her heart down even more. Tomorrow, after I'm settled and refreshed. Moondancer reached her room, her luggage having already arrived before her. She stepped around it, briefly admiring her 4-poster bed and soft purple carpet. She continued onto her balcony, taking a seat at the small table. Tracing a finger along its surface, she was satisfied to see not a speck of dust. A new year, a new set of possibilities. She folded her hands in her lap and waited for her tea. She didn't have to wait long. Lemon Fresh was up 2 minutes later with a tray complete with a silver teapot and cup, a bowl of sugar, and a plate of chocolate chip cookies. You spoil me, Lemon Fresh, Moondancer said as her tea was poured. Lemon Fresh smiled. I just wanted to make sure you were comfortable when you returned, my lady. She put in 3 sugar cubes and stirred before handing the cup to Moondancer. Did you see the shooting stars? I did. Moondancer blew off the steam curling from her cup. I even made a wish. She took a small sip of her tea, savoring the flavor of jasmine. She looked out over the blanket of lights that made up Canterlot. And I predict it shall indeed come true quite soon. She set the cup down and reached into her blouse, pulling out a silver, heart-shaped locket. She flipped it open and stared at one of 2 pictures inside. Twilight Sparkle looked up at her with a shy smile, her glasses falling down the bridge of her nose. Yes, soon we shall be together again, and I'll allow nothing to hurt you. She looked out across the city, feeling Twilight's heart call out to hers. You'll not leave my sight again, my little star.